Okay, welcome to the stream, guys. Welcome back to the stream. Of course, today I have a guest with me, Anastasia, which of course a lot of you know, the people that follow the streams. But how are you doing, Anastasia?
I'm good.
Good,
I'm
good,
very
good.
good. It's cold here in Paris, but it's February, it's normal. But it's not raining very much. How is it in London?
Oh, it's not raining at all. It's just cold. Yeah,
Ah, yeah.
just really cold. Someone said on Champions League night. Yeah, so what's going to happen is you have to have
Ah, oh
two
yeah.
screens. So you have to have two screens. So on one screen you can have like Real Madrid, Benfica, and then on the other screen you can have Fashion Roadman. That's basically how you have to do it. That's how it's going to work this time around.
Yeah.
I'll drip down Wells Bonner. Yeah, oh you know. I got into all my LCF choices, by the way, just waiting on CSM. Congratulations, Luke. Congratulations. I expect you to be creative director of McQueen in 5 years.
Hmm.
You need to save McQueen. We need to see you save McQueen.
Somebody needs to save McQueen at this point. Yeah. It's
Oh my god.
or it will die for maybe it should die for good, like he said himself, I don't know.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. It's so funny actually because earlier today, just to touch on McQueen quickly,
Hmm.
Auntie Mista had a campaign, and people were saying that it looks very much like what Sean McGear is doing at McQueen. And I think that says a lot about the fact that McQueen doesn't have a unique identity anymore. That
Yeah.
like McQueen, it kind of looks like Aunt Mista, which kind of looks like other brands. We would never say that about McQueen in the past. It's really strange.
Yes, yes. Definitely. It's an
Yeah.
insult. It looks like somebody else. Yeah, you shouldn't. Yeah. It's not a good thing to say. But at this point, I mean, it's so, so difficult to recreate that. It was so unique. He was so unique. I mean, Sarah Burton did a good job, I would say. But it's normal. She was with him the whole time. I think almost the whole time. I don't know if she was from the beginning, but she was for many years. So this
Yeah.
is somehow it's normal. But this kind of brands, they need really very strong creative directors. Otherwise, it becomes very weak. And of course, they're going to get a backlash and a lot of critique, but this is normal. They should.
Yeah. Agreed. Agreed.
And
Yeah,
it's
I
like
miss
this problem
Sebastian
that,
Munier too. I agree
huh?
with this. I miss Sebastian Munier too. At
Mm.
Meister. He started his own brand, by the way, if you're not aware. He started his namesake label. I've been meaning to talk about it. I might talk about it in a new stream, but like he launched a collection during the Menswear Fashion Week. So that was really interesting to see. Because I still follow his work. I'm still a fan of his work personally. Um, so yeah. But anyway, hopping straight into the live, we kind of want to start by just talking about the Dior customer experience. And I'm really curious because Anastasia, you've done some field work. You've done some work in the field. So kind of tell us as someone that has, you've tried on his collection, you've
Mm.
worn it, you've seen the fabrics, you've played around with it. What are your initial thoughts after seeing JW Anderson's Dior in hand?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't have a complete experience in the sense that at the time, like it was beginning mid-January, I think, the whole menswear was not there yet, but still they had part of it. But still, I can make an opinion out of it. So I visited both. There in Paris, there are three boutiques. One is in Saint Honoré, a smaller one, but the two big ones are on Champs-Élysées, and there is one in Avenue Montaigne. So because I went to both of them on purpose. So the first one was Champs-Élysées. Let's start with the vitrines. They were very interesting because you could tell there is a new creative director. They were very playful. I'm sure you know what kind of what I'm talking about. The vitrines with a lot of boxes where
Of
they're
course.
carrying. Yeah. Um, but then once I got in, it was so interesting because first of all, There were so many different sections where they had a lot of accessories. I even saw summer sandals, which I guess are for the Arab women that come from abroad, which well, already this I don't understand because they you can put this kind of merchandise in the Middle East. There is Dior in the Middle East. There is no need, in my opinion, to confuse consumers with summer shoes at the same time. And they already have their like very the commercial versions like sneakers or all these kind of commercial things dilute completely the collections. So the only thing I saw in the store was the bar jacket in green wool and the Delft shorts, which I wore, by the way. Yeah. So and another one that was like a black long tailcoat with golden buttons. So of course the bags were there, the accessories were there, very well, displayed because accessories are very important always. But what surprised me so much was that if somebody, let's say the average customer, gets in the store, goes to the store, um, they don't realize there is a new creative director, and that for me is very problematic. There was no coherence, so I saw just there was the bar jacket and the shorts. That was the only thing that was on display, styled like this together. Other than that, even some items that were from the collection, like for example, there were some sweaters um, in different colorways. These were styled not at all as we saw them on the runway. And that for me is very problematic because part of how J.W. Anderson presents Dior, he uses already a lot of denim, is styling. He suggests this kind of man, he doesn't just suggest pieces of clothing. So if let's say you take the jeans and you put them, you style them in a classic way, the display becomes Lacoste. I
Right.
mean, literally, there was like
Right.
it was like a white shirt, denim, um, and the sweater put like this, and it's like this cable, this sweater, like I don't know how we call it, that has this kind of, I don't know how we call it, but anyway, a very, very expected kind of sweater, nothing in viscose, it was nothing. So
Right.
this for me
Do you
was
mean
very frustrating.
like the cravat type of thing, or was it something else?
No, the sweaters. If you
Oh,
if you
okay.
remember, he had it like in this very vivid, almost like Bottega. By the way, I was surprised that they had this Bottega kind of green on a sweater and a pink as well. So for me, this was very frustrating because it was styled uh, to the average customer, which doesn't make any sense at all. Because if you hire a creative director to give a new vision, but then you want to take it out at the same time. Like it's weird because it's almost like schizophrenic as a logic, I want to do it, but I'm not doing it. And even some other few items that were there, like the tailcoat, it was by itself somewhere. If you don't notice it, is not even there. No, so it was not put for people to this one. So somebody had to notice it to see it. But of course, if you don't work in fashion, you're not going to have the eye to notice all these
Yeah.
things. So it's
Yeah.
almost like it's it was so weird to me to see that. And Avenue Montaigne was even worse because it's such a big store and it's so diluted because you have accessories and then you have also a lot of merchandise that is classic bar jackets and classic long alpha shape skirts and classic shirts. And the only thing you recognize was the little, it's not a flower, the little green that he used in the bags. How do we call this
Yep.
that brings luck? Yeah, just this. So, I mean, okay, we know that J.W. Anderson used that, but for somebody, they're just gonna buy a white shirt and a skirt. And so you have that department too, by the way, which is like for the consumers that want to buy that. And then you have very little of what the designer did, and it's not even presented in the way he styled it. So you lose all the vision behind that. And the accessories, of course, were there. There were fantastic brooches, this I have to say. And there you could tell that there is a change in creative direction, and the bags, of course. but I was very disappointed to see that because to me it's almost offensive. I don't know what kind of say JW Anderson has on that, but I find it such a big gap because on the reports they always say the brands that like most of these brands they hired creative directors to just change, give a new vision and new creativity.
Yep.
So if it doesn't translate in a strong way in the store, and we end up again in this thing that disturbs me so much, like, is it the consumer who dictates, or is it the creative director you know, who proposes to the consumer what he should be interested in? And I mean, even for a regular customer of Dior, um, are they going to buy another shirt and another skirt? I mean, eventually, maybe they also get bored, I don't know. Like, even for
That to
them,
me
I
is
think they would
really,
want. It's very interesting to discuss that because there is such a big gap how it translates.
yeah,
So
I think that's a problem personally,
it's a
because I
big
think
problem.
if you think of designers that really sell a lot, and they are the reason why they sell a lot, not just the machine of the luxury brand. So
Mm,
on like an Eddie Stamon, for example, when Eddie came, of course he changed the Celine stores. But when you go into the Celine stores, normally the entrance would be the kind of easy product stuff for everyone. So you would get the
yeah,
t-shirts, the sweatshirts, the shoes, the perfume, all that sort of
yeah,
stuff. And then when you go downstairs, that's all the runway stuff, and that's when you would have things styled in the way that Eddie Simon wants it, and they kind of suggest ways that you should pair things. And I'm so
yeah.
sure one of the reasons why Celine made so much money and kind of progressed financially is because of that. Like
Mm,
people are like, oh, I want to get this look, and then they would buy things as looks and really understand what the look is supposed to be. So I think it's kind of terrible that they aren't really suggesting to people this is how the creative director has wanted people to style it, or this is kind of the vision, this is how you pair it together, this is how you style them together. I also think it's more intriguing when things are styled the JW Anderson way versus just like a random tailcoat in the corner and then a polo shirt here and a
yeah,
t-shirt
exactly. It
there,
was exactly
because
like that.
yeah, that's really bad. That's really bad.
Like I literally went inside and demanded for one of the people that were working there to show me what they have. Even me, I had to search. And then another thing is that the people that work there, they're not going to suggest too much. They should play a very important role in that, because the average consumer doesn't know how to style these things together. So if also they're just there in a passive role, just to cater for you as a luxury client. But they should be much more active than this. They should be the ones that once you enter, they should suggest, let me show you what is, and introduce you to the new collection. So even they were very passive. It's almost like they're told whatever they ask you, just offer to the consumer. But the consumers are clueless. Most of the consumers are
Do you
clueless.
reckon that the staff in these stores, do you reckon that they're actually trained on that? Like they actually know every piece in the collection and they can speak about the
No, and
inspiration?
many of them they don't have that skill. Like the same thing happened to me. I went to Dries Van Noten, and then nobody's there to suggest you anything. Okay, I'm a stylist, so obviously
Yeah.
I can choose and put things. But like if somebody, let's say, wants to go, let's say not even Dior, okay, Dries Van Noten, they have one boutique, one women's wear and one men's wear, fantastic boutiques, and they have almost all the runway pieces. So. Uh, what happens in that case is that you go to the store and people are just waiting for you to ask them, what size you need.
Right.
I'm like, I mean, you are supposed to introduce me to the brand and, tell me, would you like to try this? It's very interesting, this with that, no, nothing. They don't say nothing. And I was shocked to see that because this is bad for the brand also. You cannot promote a brand like this. Somebody comes in, if people are not acquainted, let's say, with Dries Van Noten, they will feel very intimidated by the clothes already. They're like somebody has to somehow give them a suggestion, otherwise they get lost. There's so much clothes in there. and they would not know what to choose. So, because not everybody that goes into Dries Van Noten, let's say, some people are discovering the brand, they have money, but they
Yep.
like the vitrine, they want to go in. It doesn't mean that you're like a fanatic of Dries Van Noten. You have other kinds of clients too. And I was shocked to see that probably they're not trained. I don't know. They might know,
That's
the models
crazy.
of the bags and this kind of thing, but on clothing, in particular on clothing, on accessories, maybe they're better actually, but on clothing, nobody shows you anything. Like, it's very passive. The role is really very passive, and I find this as astounding. For me, it doesn't make any sense at all. It's not good for the brand.
Yeah, Jennifer says, I've noticed the most successful shops and the most rewarding retail experiences have the best trained
Oh,
staff.
of course,
Which,
it makes
yeah,
sense.
I think the best sales assistants or associates, they are people that can educate you about the clothing. I've
Yeah,
always thought that the best way to sell someone something is to educate them on it. If
yeah,
you're like telling them, oh, this is significant because J.W. Anderson's inspired by 17th century menswear and he's trying to modernize it, it's so interesting to the average consumer that has
yeah.
money. You could almost sell them into buying what they didn't intend to buy. But when you don't really
Yes,
have anything to say, I think their assumption is that I'm getting a commission and the bags are going to sell, so I just focus on the bags. But they're losing out on all the sales they could make on everything else if they just knew a bit more about it.
yes. The only store, not the only, but one very good example is Dover Street, Paris. People they know very well what they're selling, most of them, the people that work there, they themselves are very styled. You can tell they're people that understand clothing. Um, but on the bigger brands, mm, it depends. Some are a little bit better than others. Like at Stella McCartney, when I went, the lady, she was suggesting me the dresses, she was telling me this is from the catwalk and this is something. So it was much more interesting. Very underrated brand, by the way, Stella McCartney. I don't know why.
Yeah, I
Fantastic,
love Stella McCartney.
very well made clothes. Very reasonable prices for what you get, really, compared to other brands. But yeah, and then the consumer, it doesn't get inspired because who is going to inspire the consumer? You go to Dior, and even the consumer might say, "Why should I buy another skirt or another pair of sneakers?" So it's such a shame because it creates such a huge distortion. Like, and then people say, yeah, fashion is boring. Yeah, because you didn't see fashion. Because of course, you're not going to look at the runway like we look at it. And ideally, in my opinion, it should be even, screens where the
Yeah,
runway is, like you see the runway, like you
yeah.
enter and like somewhere on a big screen, there is the runway going on. And so that people get at least, because I'm sure even if they don't buy it, at least it's interesting to see for them. Because
Agreed.
who would be, okay, you're gonna buy another skirt and another, and as I told you, it dilutes everything. It's such a shame, really.
I
Uh,
actually think, kind of
yeah.
similar to what some people are echoing in the chat, I just think that if you want to build brand loyalty, the more people know about the
Mm.
brand, the more connected they'll probably feel to the brand. At least that's my personal opinion. Like if I was running a store, I'd make sure everyone was like if I was the manager of a store, I'd make sure that everyone was educated about everything. So that they can speak to it
Yeah,
properly. It's not
100%.
that much. It's not even that much work. It's one brand. Like us for our job, we have to
No,
learn about all the different brands. You just have to learn about one brand. What are they doing on the runway? What are the inspirations? It's really not that hard.
no.
It's not even that much work.
You know what I think it is? I think it is very much the fact that many people in retail are not passionate about retail and they're not passionate about clothes. They do it just for the money, and many of them they're doing it as a temporary job to pass to other things. So it might have to do with that, but still training from the company should be, compulsory. It should be there. But I don't see any passion for clothes.
All right.
That's, because otherwise you're you're interested in yourself to talk about it when you're passionate about it.
Mm,
Yeah, I think they're confused. Like, I really think big brands at this point, it's almost like they want to take a risk, but then they pull back at the same time. It's so weird. Like, yes, we want new creative directors, but wait a minute. let's not show it as it is because we might lose customers. Well, you might lose customers, which you want, but then you gain new customers, you know. That's
I
always the case.
know.
Otherwise, it's it's like then why they hire them then? For who? Like sometimes I wonder like for who are you hiring? Okay, haute couture is a different story. It has a specific clientele. It's a completely different thing. But Pret-a-Porter, okay, you're hiring Mathieu Blazy and JW Anderson and other people in big brands. And to, but then at the store we don't, you almost don't see it.
Yeah, I think
And then I want to
sometimes this
discuss
is
with you,
this.
you know, this.
No, I was just gonna say quickly that one thing to note. I don't think this is
Mm,
relevant to JW, but I think sometimes when creative directors change too frequently, they have to spend so much money investing
mhm.
into changing the stores. So a lot of brands I've seen recently have kind of pushed back against spending millions and millions to change all the stores and all that sort of stuff. Now that is not really relevant to JW because Kim Jones was there for a while before he left, and Maria Grazia Curie was there for a while until she left. So
Yeah,
because of that, I'm sure they would be willing to put more money into like reinvesting, changing the stores, changing the display. So I don't think this is relevant to JW. So I think there's even more of a reason why the way that they display the stuff in the Dior stores should be different.
definitely. Yeah, because I mean, styling it as it's styled on the runway is not even a financial issue.
Yeah,
You know, this
I
is
totally
just
agree.
they are told to style to put it like this. It's yeah.
Yeah, if it's
I
an
didn't do
eye-catching
Chanel
enough brand
yet.
image like Chrome Heart slash ERD, people will be eager to learn about it. Yeah, agreed. Agreed. Even if it's just as they should have the swirling balloon skirt that ties into a bow on a mannequin with a bar jacket and shoes on display at every store. Agreed. Totally agreed.
Mm,
Because it's like that's the vision of the brand. That's like how JW Anderson is recontextualizing Dior house codes. It's like that should be front and center. That speaks to heritage.
yeah,
I wonder how many of the
yeah,
high value
definitely.
Dior customers have personal shoppers and stylists that would lead Dior to ignore such critical training for JW Anderson's collections coming into store. I guess that's the main thing, right? It's like the average Dior
Yeah,
consumer, kind of how do they shop and what stuff do they buy? I would still disagree with however they're doing it in the store and saying that they could probably sell more if they just did it differently, but they'll never know because they probably won't try it because they're playing it too safe. So I guess that's just the situation with that.
yeah.
Jennifer
And I
says,
mean, this
I
is the,
think
I mean,
between wages for shop staff and designer pricing too, then so discount offer it's not inspiring to learn about the clothes. Yeah, I guess so, but I think even if it's let's say it's not inspiring for the staff, obviously because like you get paid a certain amount and you're selling clothing that's worth X. I think just in terms of let's say for a selfish reasons, you want to make more money. I mean, the more you sell, the more commissions you get, the more money you make. So even just for your own personal reasons, there's still like a big benefit to learning about the collections, if that makes sense.
yes, yes. And then you shouldn't also be qualified to be in there. I mean, uh, I don't know if you go into a brand and you're not interesting to sell, it's a disaster.
It's a disaster for the customers. Yeah.
As well, because the customer is completely lost. Even personal
Yeah.
shoppers and stylists on a personal styling level, very often they themselves they don't know the, you know, the vision of the brand, and they're not supposed to. Also, it's not their job. But yeah, I mean, I keep saying that creative people are the ones who should, in a way, impose, but not in a bad. I don't say it negatively. Impose to the
Yeah, of course.
consumer. This is the cool thing, you know, like for example, when it's I mean the same example with Dior, it's when Galliano came. Like the saddle bag at the time was a little bit of an outrageous bag. Now it's a classic. I mean things are like that, you know. Things you need to be tested and things need to be challenged. So he created a whole different Dior and it was very successful. But why not today? Or unless the consumer has changed also today. Is it because the consumer is more conservative that this kind of, approach is dictated, or is it, I don't know, like, but it's not
Yeah,
tested anymore to really see doing something a little bit outrageous, not even outrageous, just interesting, I would even say at this point. Right? And Anderson didn't do anything outrageous, but let's test it out and see. I mean, why not? At least we'll see
yeah,
something, that will make you smile. Going to the store, even if you don't buy something, it's like pleasant to look at instead of looking at the same skirts and white shirts. Like me, when I saw these things that look like Lacoste, I was like, what? Like it really, literally, the styling itself is like, you understand what I'm saying? It's like, it looks like, I'm like, how can that be? And then, of course, what will happen is also that the consumer will end up saying, rightfully so, I would say, that why would I give so much money? I can buy it at Lacoste. Because you don't give him a new product and
yep.
you dissociate it, on the styling level. So, like, you completely dissociate. At least if you offer mundane things like a denim, but you style it in the way that it should, he might buy it because you're giving him a vision like, oh, okay, I never thought I can dress. I can put the jean with that. But
Agreed.
if you don't do that, then the consumer will also think like, why should I buy Dior denim? For what? And I mean, and it's correct to think like that. You know,
What did Leo
yeah,
say?
I don't understand. They have so many people working at high positions, and it baffles me if they didn't think about this business.
Yeah, Leo, I agree with what you're saying because yeah, people like when you watch all these reality TV shows with rich people just shopping. They're always like, "Yeah, I'm gonna go to Paris to go shopping." Like everyone goes to Paris to go shopping. Like all rich people
Mm,
always go to Paris shopping. So the more interesting things you show them, the more I personally feel like they could be sold. Um,
yes,
but I guess
yes.
that's just not their focus right now.
I think, as I told you, they're not sure what to do. Because it's not like with what they're doing currently with playing it safe that they're increasing their sales. They have a problem.
Yeah,
Sales have dropped, which means that this doesn't work apparently. So it's not like they have figured it out, so they keep the safe solution, so it's too risky. No, what they're doing actually is not even helping them. So they should test something else, at least something a little bit risky.
agreed.
Otherwise, if you don't take a risk, there is no point.
He needs better men's bags, no more messengers. Do you know what's funny though?
Possible.
JW Anderson was never really known for like designing menswear bags that fly off the
Yeah,
shelves. Like if you think of stuff that he's designed, like what the Pierce bag, that's more for like a women's wear thing. The puzzle bag at Loewe, that's more of like a women's wear thing. He's never really actually designed a bag that in
true, true.
menswear has been huge. Like it's never happened. So I don't even think it's like his strong suit to design like bags for men that like really work. Um, in recent times, the most successful bags in menswear, things like the Elix bags, like those kind of things. JW Anderson hasn't done one of those yet. Yeah,
Mm.
the loafer bag, but that wasn't really the loafer bag. I don't think went viral compared to things like the Pierce or the puzzle bag. It was kind of just like a thing for a little moment.
Yeah.
Had like a tiny little moment. But he does design good bags. I just think it just becomes big in women's wear more than it does in menswear.
Yeah, of course.
Even consider the customers that are from different regions where the stores are basically just stocking only bags and accessories and maybe a logo tee. Yeah, that's true. And like even when you go to airports, most luxury stores are literally just bags, shoes, and logo pieces, and that's it. So
But I
when you
don't know
have
if the
the
reason
like one of the
for
main stores, there should be a way bigger
Mhm.
focus.
Yeah, I don't know if they do the same in London because it's not that touristic. I mean, if it's a general policy in all countries, in all boutiques, and then I mean, Paris was a tourist attraction in the past. It doesn't mean that when Dior was under Galliano that it was not spectacular. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not sure it's the tourist effect the issue. I think on the contrary, Paris should be representing the finest because it's considered the capital of fashion. So,
I agree.
and it's, yeah, and I told you, it's not even that they're selling more. I mean, in the end, they're going to discredit themselves. They will end up somehow discrediting themselves by selling things that are like we are seeing all the time. And then, of course, people will start saying, yeah, it's too expensive for that. And yeah, because if you don't sell some design as well, it's for pret-a-porter, what are you going to sell? It has to be something, some innovation in there, some kind of innovation. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, let me see some more questions and then we can talk about the
Mm-hmm.
menswear collection, which was very controversial and a lot of people were talking about.
Oh,
So that
okay.
should be um, interesting. Okay, people are already asking us to talk about the collection. Okay, guys, let's talk about the collection. So let me just whip this up, scroll up. Okay, so perfect. So kind of the Dior collection was interesting for so many different reasons. I'm sure people are expecting me to say I didn't like it, I hate it, blah blah blah. There's actually a lot of aspects I like about it. It's just certain aspects I thought didn't make sense. So it's kind of like half and half. Half of it I'm like, oh, this is really good. I like what he did there. And then the other half I was like, I don't really know how that works. But I think why I wanted to show this image on the screen is I think this really sets the tone for the collection. So in the Dior show, the show invites were kind of like, let me get another angle here. They're kind of like these collars that were hand pleated. They're like these silk collars that are hand pleated. And I think that really sets the tone for JW Anderson menswear in general. We've seen in the past menswear collections, he's referencing, 17th and 18th century menswear and trying to find ways to modernize it. So literally, when I saw this invite, I was like, oh, he's just going to continue that
Mm-hmm.
messaging and that language, which is kind of what he did. So he was already setting the tone from the invite. Of course, this collection had like so many different themes of that whole, past meets present. There were other different themes. It was kind of very inspired by Paul Poiret. One of the reasons why it was inspired by Paul Poiret, he said, is because outside the store in Paris, there's kind of like this mosaic that you guys are looking at in front of the store. So he was like, oh, this is interesting. Why is there kind of like this um, couturier walk of fame in Paris that's kind of just in front of the Dior store? So it kind of made him look into Paul Poiret's work and reference it in a lot of looks in the collection. Now, this is the first thing I wanted to talk about. It's kind of strange. I don't know. It's kind of strange for a designer at Dior to be almost like recreating designs from another couturier. Isn't that a bit weird, Anastasia? What do you think?
It is. I thought the same thing.
It's so
Yeah.
odd.
I'm not sure I have seen that many times, to be honest.
Yeah.
Do you remember any designer having done that?
I
Paying
mean, so
homage to another design?
designers definitely they pay homage, but they don't like recreate stuff. They definitely don't go that far. They kind of
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, because so many couturiers. I mean, Cristobal Balenciaga learned from Coco Chanel. Like so many couturiers learned from each other, but they
Yes,
don't
of course.
then completely like recreate. I thought that was a bit odd, to be honest. Just that as a concept. The pieces that came out of it, I did think were quite cool, and we'll look at
Mm.
that. But I just thought conceptually that was a bit strange. So yeah, so here you can even see from the start of the collection, the first few looks are kind of like those Paul Poiret inspired pieces. Just to give you guys like a visual of what it's inspired by, this is kind of the Paul Poiret dress that those first few looks are inspired by. Going back.
But you know what I'm thinking then? That like since doesn't exist actually Paul for a house, maybe it's like reviving a house that doesn't exist anymore. If you see from that
Right,
perspective, you can say maybe why not? Like if it was an
right.
existing house, that would be even more weird, like a functioning
Yeah.
house, but I still like it to be honest.
Yeah. I actually like, so these earlier looks, I'm not gonna lie. I actually
Mm,
quite like them. Not necessarily like the sequin Paul Poiret thing, that's not me, but I do like
yeah.
the sort of footwear that he's been doing at Dior, which is kind of, it has the shape of the D. which is obviously paying homage to the house. I like the shape of that. I like that
Mm-mm-mm.
the messenger bags were in cashmere. I would like to see different kinds of bags for men. I want someone to present men wearing more than just messenger bags or backpacks. I just want to see
You're
more
right.
interesting stuff, and that's why I always give Pharrell props for the tweed. So the tweed jackets, these are actually my favorite tweed jackets and just bar jackets in general that I've seen from him. Because I know in menswear he keeps forcing this sort of cropped bar jacket, but it kind of works in this collection with the Donegal tweed. I actually really like them. I'm not gonna lie, I actually think they're really cool. Versus the crop jackets that we've seen in past collections. I like the buttons, they're kind of like military inspired. We know that this is something that JW Anderson focuses on a lot. It's about, bringing clothing from past centuries and trying to modernize them. We see the collars kind of mixed with a normal jumper. We see polo shirts with military influences on the shoulders. It's kind of, once again, it's finding ways to take these mundane pieces and add a level of like intrigue and interest to them. This was kind of odd. So this piece here, let me tell you my thoughts on this, what I thought about this. Let's just go past. Okay, so this was strange. So this was really, really strange. J.W. Anderson, and he's been doing this forever, whether it was at Loewe or whether it was at, his eponymous label, he's always focused on this idea of playfulness. In every single collection he's ever done, it's always about being playful. It's about kind of, even in this collection, I remember in an interview, he was saying that it was this idea of playing around in a blanket and kind of having these different layers of covering yourself and turning that into an old Dior silhouette. So this is actually inspired by an old Dior silhouette. I don't think this works at all. I think it definitely doesn't work. And if you're trying to pretend that it works, I don't know what to say to you. So stuff like this, I just find it confusing because I think the collection had cohesion until we got here. We can see that it's inspired by Paul Poiret. We can see the influences from past centuries that he's been doing since he's been at Dior, down to every detail, the military buttons, the shoulder ornaments on the polos. This here is what took it far, far left field. This is what confused me, and I don't know why he always kind of does it. Talking about the hair too, that was a very interesting element that he brought to the collection, talking about playfulness and things like that. J.W. Anderson mentioned that it was kind of like this idea of playing dress up, how when you play dress up, you're acting as a different character, you might wear a wig. So he kind of wanted to bring that element strongly into this collection, and that's why you have like these really strong hairstyles, you have that really deep yellow color that a lot of the models have. That was like a big reference in this collection. Someone said, this is a DSM brain fishtail Parker. That's crazy. Okay, someone says they like the jacket. This also is another Paul Poiret reference mixed with a Dior couture reference all in one. We'll look at that a lot later. Here again, we have kind of like the everyday mundane looks, but kind of finding ways to modernize it. You've got the military inspirations from the past. Heavy focus on the messenger bags, as you guys can see. I must say, these buttons, I really love them because I think that there are very tiny things that brands can do to make their clothing more interesting. I think J.W. Anderson is definitely onto a winner with the buttons and these sort of like antique looking buttons. That I remember in his interview with Loic Pigeon, he said something that was along the lines of he likes that the buttons kind of look like the kind of thing that you just found in the Dior studio that have been there for many years and you used it in the collection. It kind of has that look. And I totally agree with that, to be honest. I think it does definitely give you that kind of look, but you have those kind of ideas and then he just loses me with some of the silhouettes once again. I also do like the more classic tailoring that he's done in this collection. That was kind of, I know he said it was very 60s inspired, the tailoring in the collection. That's a cool element that I really enjoyed. The capes are not for me. I know that capes are a big focus to his Dior. I know that capes are also a big focus historically at the House of Dior. Christian Dior himself would use a lot of, capes and add capes to dresses and things like that. But I just personally don't like the way that JW Anderson has been doing those so far. Apart from the first women's wear collection, I thought some of the capes in the first women's wear collection were actually quite nice. There's too many messengers. This was a very interesting look. So this look here was very fascinating what J.W. Anderson said. J.W. Anderson said this is kind of like an indirect tribute to the work of Jean-Paul Gaultier, because obviously Jean-Paul Gaultier is known for like the striped pieces. And it was because Jean-Paul Gaultier really changed the way that J.W. Anderson looks at menswear and kind of why a lot of his clothing, whether it's menswear or women's wear, is very fluid, to be honest. So that was kind of cool, but I just think I would prefer a better tribute than that. I just think you can give a tribute to Jean Paul Gaultier that's a bit stronger than the most cliche thing ever, a striped jumper. These electric piss colored wigs. I mean that's definitely one way of seeing it. um and yeah, I think this is just his focus in general. Like his I think ever since he's gotten to Dior, through the collections that I've seen, you've got a Rhodey in a crazy color there. Um, his main focus, especially with the menswear at Dior, is kind of trying to find a way to modernize old tailoring. And I know in this collection specifically, he talked about aristocracy. He was kind of like, he's trying to find a way to do a commentary on what aristocracy even means in the present day, which makes sense. It's like aristocracy back in, let's say, a big reference in this collection that was Paul Poiret. Aristocracy back then meant a totally different thing. The way that aristocracy were dressing back then was completely and utterly different. And so trying to find a way to bring those elements but modernize it to kind of present this idea of how a modern aristocracy should dress is a big idea in all of his collections. And because he's done this so many collections in a row, um, I think it's just an element that he's going to continue exploring moving forward in more collections that we see from his Dior. Dolce says his collection barely makes sense because of his pre-collection before. Yeah, it's just a totally different direction. Like this collection had three main themes, I believe. So it's about Paul Poiret, of course. It's about an artist that J.W. Anderson really, really likes and is really, really into, called McGee. And it's also about the heritage of Dior. And kind of this collection is supposed to be how exactly is he going to merge these three to make kind of like one cohesive identity, is essentially what this collection is in a nutshell. If I was to give you like an elevator pitch. But Anastasia, what are your thoughts on your collection? You've been hopping in and out.
Yeah, because for some reason I could not hear you at all, so I had to go out completely and then, I'm so sorry for that. I don't know why. But yeah,
Oh, no worries.
what do I think about this collection?
Yep.
Overall, I liked it. Um, I liked also these, fluo wigs. I like the characters that he displayed. My favorite piece was this satin drape, the very big jacket with the satin attached to it that was beautifully draped. I like the bar jackets as well, and as you said, they're like cropped, so I think it goes with his idea to want to create that unisex kind of feeling, so that woman can wear the menswear collection and the men can wear women's wear collection. I like this idea, to be honest. Um, I think
What
you
do you
analyze
think
it already.
about Yeah, what do you think about the accessories? Just like the huge focus on messenger bags in damn near every look. Do you think it would work? Do you think a lot of people are going to take to these messenger bags? What do you think?
Yeah, I think people would buy that. But as you said, we want to see more than messenger bags for men, that's for sure. It's a
Yeah.
very common kind of bag, so. But I think he's developing that. He doesn't. I mean, the focus is more on women's wear bags. They're much more interesting, in my opinion.
Agreed.
But I like the colors. Again, you see here, for example, if you like, there is big part of this is the styling because if you put this denim alone, like you put the denim, the shoes, and the messenger's bag, and you skip the top, it creates
It
a
looks
completely
very
different.
basic, yeah.
So I hope they're not gonna do that again, Like they will.
In the stores, yeah. Oh, I think we lost Anastasia for a bit. Let's see what Leo says. It will work if they push it in the stores. I know that's the big thing. I like the messenger bags, but they don't look like they have adjustable straps. So as a shorter person, I don't know how well they would work for me. Yeah. I also want to know what the durability is like, because obviously they are really luxurious. They're cashmere. But how durable is cashmere as a bag? Like not even like a an item of clothing, like as a bag? I don't know about that, to be honest.
Yeah, I have no idea neither. Maybe it depends on how it is created. I cannot tell technically. I'm not qualified to say if on a bag they can make it in a durable way. Um, Good question. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, thank you so much for the super chat. Yeah, Ralph Lauren's collection is a collection that we will be covering in a future stream, but that's definitely on my list. Um, so yeah, I
Yeah.
did like the Ralph Lauren menswear collection, and I like what they've been doing since the new creative director has come in. But that's a conversation for another day. Guys in the chat, I'm curious what you guys think about sort of the antique accessories. Like, what do you guys think about the antique military buttons on the garments? What do you guys think about the belt that we've seen so much of at this point?
Mm.
That sort of antique sort of logo. It's like a Dior medallion um, that we see
Nicely
all
put.
over the belt. What do you guys think about it? Okay, I really want the belt with the crest. I guarantee the messengers are 3.3k US, but for what at least Kim Jones had hardware. Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. I mean, his Dior is super expensive. Like when people do those posts where they're like, "This is how much JW Anderson's Dior costs," it's pricey. It's definitely not cheap. I
Yeah.
want the belt and the CD loafers with the circle cutout. Yeah, I like those, and I just like the shape of the footwear that he's been doing. If I'm going to be honest. I think the belt is cool if worn with suits.
Could be.
Someone is saying the belt is Ryder Celine. They're kind of doing it at the same time.
Mm.
So Celine has their medallion and Dior has their medallion. It's kind of, yeah, they're
Yeah.
both doing it at the same time. I like the belt, but still hasn't hit the US. Maybe be in the third wave. Really? It hasn't hit the US yet. The US is like such a major market for Dior. That's quite shocking that after all this time they still don't have those belts there. Um, Ornate accessories mixed with modern menswear is quite the nice mix in my eyes. Okay, that's fair enough. And just once again, to reiterate kind of some more of the Paul Poiret references, just so you guys visually know what they are in this collection. So, of course, you have this Paul Poiret dress that inspired like the sequin tops at the start. They also recreated this cape that Paul Poiret made. Then you have this Paul Poiret dress once again that they've recreated in the collection. And then, of course, these are the different, I don't even know what you can call them, like just things that you see on the floor in Paris. And obviously, the Paul Poiret one is right in front of the Dior store, which is which was referenced in this collection. But yeah, I don't know. I have an issue with a house as big as Dior recreating the work of another couturier and it being that close. I do like it. Whether you like the sequin tops or not, I like kind of how, because his whole MO is I'm going to modernize things that were elements of aristocracy. And yes, back in the day, aristocracy used to wear Paul Poiret. It was very rich people that could afford it. So what do rich people wear now? They definitely don't wear dresses like that. They wear vests. So making a vest version, I think that's actually very in line with JW Anderson's design philosophy at Dior, but then just the recreations are not. this to me is just like a rep of Paul Poiret's clothing rather than really changing the context of it. So that's where I have like a big issue with the way that he was using Paul Poiret's references. I think a lot of people, to me, gave him way too much credit for using Paul Poiret's work. I thought it was a bit strange how people are almost praising him for just reference. Like, I could do that. I have books on Paul Poiret. I could just open my book, go to the Dior atelier and be like, recreate this. Like, it's not, I don't know why people give him so much credit doing that, personally.
Because probably he had the idea to revive these things from the past. But as you say, you're right. It's
Yeah, I
just
think
the
in
idea to
fashion,
bring them back, you know. But you
I
should do a
think,
little bit more than that.
yeah, I think sometimes in fashion discourse, it gets reduced to, it's like people don't know who Paul Poiret is, probably. So in him doing this, people learn about what Paul Poiret is. So people are giving
Yeah,
him credit because it's like, oh my God, he's teaching us about couturiers that we didn't know. But if you're into fashion in any like tiny way, you would know who Paul Poiret is. So it's kind of like to me a bit of a tick box exercise to be like, look at me, I know Paul Poiret, I know odd couturiers. It's like everyone knows who Paul Poiret is. Like when you learn about fashion, who are the first people you learn about? Poiret, Balenciaga, Dior, V&A. Like these are all people that you learn about immediately. You have a tiny
yeah.
interest in fashion. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about that because I do think that as much as I do like this collection overall, I think that people gave him a bit too much credit for that personally.
Hmm. Yeah, it's true. But then maybe it has to do with the fact he has to create so many collections. I mean, it's not fully an excuse, but like there's so much he has to do. So I guess the women's wear gets the most focus and probably the haute couture. So the men's wear is done a little, I would say, not simpler way, but
Mm,
it's, I guess. But of course, it doesn't mean he shouldn't do better. Yeah.
yeah.
And
I like the
again, you
vision
see,
of casualizing the ornate, Edwardian vibe, but the execution is not hitting.
yeah,
Yeah, it's funny how we said that at the same time.
yeah, I think as I told you, part of this is styling also. Like
Yeah,
is it, suggest how to put because he keeps using denim actually. So it's like his way of saying this is a modern take on
yeah, by just
tailcoat,
using
how to,
denim, right?
yeah. That's why it gets out of context if you, but it's a way of saying it. I think he should get over the denim thing. I think
Yeah.
because, it's too much. I mean,
Yeah, Jennifer, I completely agree with this. Was self-congratulatory that they got the Poe reference. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's kind of like people praising themselves because they feel like they're in the know, but in reality, like everyone that's into fashion knows who Poiré is, for
yeah,
good or bad reasons. Because even there's like more controversial conversations that people have about Poiré because obviously at the time that Poiré was really big as a couturier, he was taking a lot of he almost like it's almost like he introduced a lot of Western aristocracy to Eastern fashion because a lot of his influence was coming from the East, right? It was
yeah,
like the way that people do embroidery in the East, the kind of different silhouettes that people would use in the East. And a lot of people have brought about questions about it's crazy that the person that's famous for doing Eastern clothing in France is not even Eastern. So that's like there's so many reasons why people have conversations around Paul Poiret. So it's like it's not if people think they're like super intelligent and like Poiret is some like really niche designer, like I
yeah,
don't think you should give yourself that much credit.
yeah,
And so
true.
please don't do a collab or pay homage every season. Kim Jones had a good one with collabs, but who is JW Dior? Yeah, I remember that time when Kim Jones did a collaboration every single collection. I remember I used to talk about that all the time. Yeah, it's kind of intellectual peacocking in a sense, or at least we'll cause it. Agreed, agreed. But yeah, I just wanted to call it out and put it in the open because it's just funny when stuff like that happens.
Yeah.
It's like, oh my god, like he's referencing Poiré. This is the best thing we've ever seen. It's like, really? For a reference? Wow. um, but yeah, just looking at some of the looks closer, you've got the sequins. I do like when I saw the way that they did the technique with the sequins. What they were doing was it was like sequins of different shades, and they've arranged the
Ah,
sequins in a way that, like, if you can see, so they've arranged it in
true,
a
true.
way that when it touches the light, it shimmers because of the way that they've arranged the sequin. So from a craft perspective, which obviously it's a Dior Atelier, that's what you should expect. Um, all the looks had like something that was really interesting from a craft perspective.
Yeah.
Here, of course, you have the D shape referencing Dior on the
That's
footwear. You
fantastic.
also
I find it
have,
very clever.
yeah, also like the medallion belt. I don't even know what to, antique medallion Dior logo belt thing.
Some
I don't even know what we're
somebody wrote
calling it.
somebody wrote in the comments that the belt is 3,000 euros. Is this true? I
Three
would.
thousand euros for the belt. No way.
If this is the case, this is out of control at this point.
No way. 3,000 for the belt. Can the person who said that, wait, let me see if I can find it on the website because that is outrageous. 3,000 for the belt is crazy.
Somebody
I want to
says
know
three
what
thousand,
they made the
three
belt out
thousand two
of.
hundred dollars for that belt. Okay.
Yeah, we have to figure this out. Let's see if we can find it. It's going to be under accessories. Is it going to be under men's or is it going to be under women's? Let's say accessories belt.
Or otherwise it should be under jewelry maybe because it costs so much.
Not even under belts anymore. Yeah, I need to find it. If it's not here, we're going to look at the jewelry section because, yeah. Oh my God, 250 for a belt buckle. It's fascinating. Okay, yeah, it's not under here. Maybe we should look at jewelry. Accessories.
Unless it's really gold plated or gold. No, I don't. I hope. I don't know.
Yeah, I can't even find it. Um, Maybe it's so expensive it's not on their website. You just have to request it in the store.
Oh,
Let's see. Oh my God, that silver brooch is 1,100.
yeah. These are the super cute brooches. Yeah, they're so beautiful.
Yeah, I
You
like
cannot
the
find
way
the belt,
that
it
they're
seems, huh?
designed.
Yeah.
No, we can't find the belt. Hmm. The person that said they were 3,000 in the chat, where did you see that price? I'm just wondering. Was it on their website? If it was on the website, where on the website did you see it? I'm just curious. Um, yeah, but then if it's a runway sample, how do they know what the price is? So that's the question. But moving on, these looks once again are just different iterations and color. It's literally the same look in different colors, same as like the bags with
Yeah.
the cashmere messengers and all that sort of stuff. Like I said, it's cool that they have the medallion on the bag again, kind of like this play on aristocracy for the modern
Yes.
consumer.
Yes.
I just really want to know how durable a bag made out of cashmere can possibly be. I'm curious. Here, these are some of my favorite looks. The cropped bar
The
jackets,
cropped, but yeah, they're beautiful. Yeah.
but in tweed. I just love it in tweed, personally. I would actually
Would
spend my money and buy those.
would you wear that?
I would. I actually would.
Ah,
Both
wonderful.
colorways.
Ah,
I would wear both
interesting.
colorways.
I would love to
I
see
would
that on
definitely
you.
wear. I would wear it
Interesting.
if it's affordable. I don't know how much it's going to cost. If it's like 10K, obviously I'm not buying it.
Oh, wait, I didn't. There is something very interesting I didn't tell you about. When I wore that look, the Delft, they're called the Delft trousers, I think.
Yeah, the
This,
Delft.
yeah,
Yeah.
there is a huge problem with them. I didn't mention that. The problem is that they're made in heavyweight denim and they weigh like 10 kilos. Like they weigh, you cannot wear them. So I
Was it
was,
difficult to walk around in?
they were super heavy because imagine all this amount of fabric with the pleats, it creates so much fabric in heavyweight denim. It's unrealistic. You cannot walk in this. They're super, super heavy. So I was wondering, how did they make that decision to produce that in that fabric? Who would give 5,000 euros to buy such an item? I mean, even me, that I love collecting things, still I wouldn't buy it. It should be wearable.
Right.
It's
Right.
not like, it's not like comb, like that you're gonna wear a comb, the garçon. Okay, if it weighs 10 kilos, then it's fine because it's like it costs like, this kind of pieces that are more art than anything else. But like, this is a pair of shorts, not the
I was
Bermudas.
saying that they sold out
This,
apparently. So it seems like
I'm
the
shocked.
collectors love them.
But I'm telling you, it's like so shocking because if they wanted to create these pleats, they could have used another much more lightweight fabric and, stiffen it, use some techniques so that they hold the pleats. Why use heavyweight denim for that? I don't understand, like, technically how they made that choice. It's very weird to me. It's a failure, but if they sold out, okay. I'm wondering who bought that.
Yeah. Also you have to think how many did they make? That's also another
Exactly, I was
thing.
going to think about that because like
Yeah.
if you produce five per store or three per store,
Yeah.
then it's yeah, okay, yeah, it's gonna sell out.
Yeah, with every brand, there's that customer that goes to the runway shows and is like, "Oh, that Delft thing, can I buy it just because?" It's like, there's every brand has like those kind of consumers, especially a brand as big as Dior. But if they only produce like 50 to 100 worldwide, then yeah, obviously it's going to be sold out. But if they produce like a big quantity and it's sold out, then that's quite interesting.
Yeah, yeah, then it's meaningful also.
Yeah. But yeah, I would actually the where he loses me, and this is my issue with JW Anderson. Absolutely love the bar jacket. Don't love the trousers.
Yeah,
But I get that's his. I understand. It's like modern meets the past. I
exactly.
get it.
That's what he wants. Yeah, that's why the styling is so important
Yeah.
because he wants to give that message across that, yeah, he wants to do that actually. Yeah, it's intentional.
But I think there's just a way that he can bring this message across
Mm,
without because this piece here is kind of punky. It's like
yeah,
faded denim with rips in it, but then also the buttons are like these like old ornate military looking button. It's like a bit all over the place.
mm,
It's like so many ideas. It's like wants to be punk, but kind of is antique in a way. And then it's kind of like it looks pre-loved. It's kind of strange. So I don't like the look, but the jackets I'm a big fan of. And then you just
mm.
have like a different version of it once again in this piece, and then like the leather messenger bag. Moving on.
Yeah, he
What
uses
did you think
yeah.
about this look? I'm curious.
Remind me of this look. I don't even remember this look to be honest with you. That's how important it was for me.
I don't know why he does stuff like this. I don't even like
No, it
obviously there's
doesn't.
like
Yeah,
tiny interesting things like okay, the collar is shaped like a D for Dior. It's like these tiny little elements and a lot of the like knitwear, the collar was shaped in like this D. That's cool. But like in general, it's like what is the commentary that they're trying to make with like this piece? I think I just don't really get it. Like the shoes though. I just
yeah,
don't really get what the wider conversation is. The only thing I could come up with in my head is this idea that J.W. Anderson likes making gender fluid silhouettes. So it's kind of
exactly.
like
I think that's what
a
it is. Yeah,
sweater. Yeah, it's a sweater that can double as a dress, that can double as like a long shirt. So it's kind of like this, like, you don't really actually know what it is. It's like a piece of
yeah,
fabric that can be recontextualized depending on how you style it, I think is the whole idea of it.
yeah. Maybe that's what he was intending. Yeah, but
Can't sneak
definitely,
in with that yellow wig. Definitely. Definitely, definitely. Here we have it in like once again, and I think in this collection, a lot of the looks were kind of like in segments of three. So you'd have like similar looks in like three different colorways. I don't like that he does that in every season. I think that
Mm.
a lot of editing needs to be done. I think we can get
Yes.
the idea based off one look. Sometimes he does it in three looks. I don't know why that is. I would rather more ideas and less copying of looks. I get that to the consumer, he wants to show them different colorways that are available, but I'd rather just show us the one idea and then change to a different idea, rather than doing this thing in like threes. Once again, we have this like detachable collar, this sort of antique sort of collar, pleated collar that he's been doing. It really just reminds me of what like Anastasia's wearing right now and kind of what JW Anderson is known for, kind of like these separate like neck warmers, neck collars,
Mm.
whatever you want to call them, made out of wool that he makes for his namesake label. So he's kind of bringing that idea and making like these really fun like accessories and pieces, but doing it in a very Dior way and kind of in the theme of what he's focusing on at Dior. So I thought that was kind of interesting. I wonder if people are going to start buying Dior pleated collars and then tying their pleated collars on top of whatever they're wearing. That would be interesting to see if that's something that lands.
Yeah. I mean, this is taken, of course, from historical dressing because they had like detachable cuffs and collars to
Yeah,
be able to wash them, if people don't know that, for practical reasons very often. They had detachable parts on some clothing. So the idea is there, but I'm pretty sure we're not going to see that look on in the boutique. This dress with this and with this color something will be somewhere by itself.
yeah, definitely.
Like like the tie that I wore, with this very interesting knot. It was also there by itself somewhere. So I
Yeah,
just happened to notice it and I found it so interesting. And I tried it on. But I think they're not going to promote that much the successors, and that's why it is a shame
yeah,
because people will not be able to see the references to historical clothing. I mean, if I was there, I would go even further and like display it, and next to it, having displayed a traditional from historical clothing piece of that kind,
yeah,
directly referencing. Like it's a kind of education also for. It's such a shame because the average consumer and most people in general are so badly, they are not educated on clothes at all, on quality, on nothing, nothing. It's like they
yeah,
go in the store and you can tell they're lost. I very often observe them when I go into a store, how most clients look like, and they're like, especially people who are not in fashion, they're just lost, most of them. They're like, don't know what to choose and what to wear. It's a little bit sad actually. I would want more
yeah,
people to know, to be much more educated and so that they know the value also of what they're wearing. And they can evaluate if something deserves the cost or not. That's another thing,
yeah.
based on quality and design. Yeah, that's another whole discussion, educating the consumer and how this is possible. Of course, big brands, they want to a degree the consumer not to be educated. If you educate the consumer, you create other problems then. Yeah,
If you educate
yeah,
the consumer too much, then it becomes harder to please that consumer or impress that consumer.
of
You
course.
need like consumers that aren't too intelligent, so you just give them something very basic, and they're like, "Oh my god!" Um, so that's
Yeah,
kind of what you want, actually.
yeah.
So this look is kind of like this J.W. Anderson idea. Once again, it's this merging of the modern aesthetics with things from the past. It's kind of taking like military references, the kind of things you'd see on like old military uniforms, applying that to the shoulders of a polo shirt. And then he's kind of done his thing once again, trying to do like the like modern versus not modern. So this here is kind of like a brocade design that's inspired by Pare on the trousers, and then you have, of course, the Dior medallion design on the belt with the Dior D footwear in what looks like a snakeskin print.
Mm.
It's to be. We don't know if it's real snakeskin or not, but that's kind of
I,
what it
I,
is.
I doubt it. Do they even do it at this point, like lizard and snake skin? I mean, brands they do, but in very limited ways, isn't it? It's
Yeah, I
especially
think
with species.
Like Bottega definitely does snakeskin, although Bottega snakeskin you can't buy it on the website. You have to only buy it in the store, and it's not on display. So anytime they do like, alligator or like snakeskin, you have to ask them. You have to ask them and be like, "Oh, do you have like?" And then they'll go into like the back room and then bring it out. That's what a lot of brands are doing.
Bring the exotic animal out. Yeah.
Yeah. Someone saying we can't call it old and modern. It's just lazy enough. Yeah, I'm not saying whether it's good or not. I'm saying that's kind of what it is, though. That's kind of just what the inspiration is. I didn't actually say whether it was good or. I personally don't even like the look. I was just more explaining to just the audience in general, kind of what's going on with these looks. But once again, editing. Like, why do we need these two looks side by side? We already get the idea from the first one. This look, I'm not going to talk about it because I talked about it already. I'm not the biggest fan. I don't care if they're referencing Christian Dior Haute Couture, a silhouette.
Oh,
I just
or
think the
Junior
execution
Watanabe.
is... Yeah. It is actually does look more like Junior, but it's just not executed right for me
Yeah, this is
personally.
true. I agree on that. Yeah. When you see it moving, it's, yeah,
Like, I know the exact idea, but I still think that just because the idea is the idea doesn't mean the execution is like
of
good.
course.
Here you have like more formal looks. So actually, there's an interesting, I guess, element when you talk about like some of the formal looks, because I know it was like a big focus for JW Anderson. So the first menswear look that was actually designed at Christian Dior, because Christian Dior was strictly women's wear for a very long time, was actually the outfit for the valet and the doorman at Dior. And this
Oh,
Christian
interesting. I
Dior,
didn't know that.
yeah, Christian Dior had the idea to design this because Molineux had a valet that had like a uniform that he used to wear that was designed by the house. So the first menswear piece was actually like a tailored suit designed for the valet, the Christian Dior valet and doorman. So JW Anderson kind of wanted to focus on that. So when you see a lot of the tailored looks, that's kind of what it's referencing. Or
Yeah, I
someone
think
said the
what you,
roadies feel good.
the roadies are the shoes.
Yeah, the
Ah,
sneakers. You
this,
know,
ah,
the yeah,
the,
yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I think the editing is what you said last time. One time we were discussing about Dior again. It's like because the shows are so grandiose and they spend so much money on them, they need to present so many looks. So if they don't have time to have enough ideas, I guess they're just presenting us more colorways or more versions of the same thing to fill in for the numbers. So I guess that's what it is, you know.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's lazy design. Uh, I wouldn't be so strict about it. Yeah, it can be more elaborated for sure. He should be creating more elaborate things, but I wouldn't call it lazy.
No.
Maybe he wanted also to create that raw contrast, you know, like this unexpected on a polo epaulette, you know, like just that. There is no more
Yeah.
elaboration. That's also an idea in itself. It doesn't mean it's lazy because we are not talking about a lazy designer, you know, like he has created so much in other brands. I think we should always consider uh, we shouldn't be strict on a designer. We should judge him based on his whole, you know, career. So if somebody is really productive, he would not become suddenly lazy. Of course, maybe there's a shortage of time, which is, I guess, to a degree understandable when you have to design so much. But yeah, on one hand, he can definitely develop more, uh, like
Yeah.
create more refined versions of these things, more elaborate versions. Definitely. Ah, yeah, this I
So
liked a lot.
yeah, something I also find interesting about his Dior. So in this collection, he talked about the fact that like Christian Dior, when you think of Christian Dior, historically, you think of structure. Christian Dior was like Mr. Structure, literally. He was like
Mm-mm.
putting like the crinoline and like all the different layers and like the thickest fabrics you've ever seen. And like it was just structure on structure. The corsetry, everything was about forcing the wearer to look a certain way, like forcing a very specific structure on the wearer. Whereas Poiret is completely different because his
Yes,
reference was
yes.
coming from the East. So Poiret actually removes the structure from everything. Everything's flowy, everything's wide. So JW Anderson was like, because he's so inspired by Paul Poiret in this collection, but then at the end of the day, he's designing for the house of Christian Dior. He tried to find a middle ground between structure and removing structure in this collection. Um, so, in your opinion, do you think that he achieved that?
No, I think he's gravitating more towards loose silhouettes, which is actually very much what he does in general. His way of seeing contemporary, I think, is by creating this kind of silhouette. I don't see that many besides the bar jackets. And I'm not going to talk about haute couture, but because there we really see structure, it's but in a different way. Where on the pret-a-porter, it doesn't give me the impression of like a kind of rigidity, like forcing the body. Everything is
Right.
very. Do you see that balance?
No, I
No.
think like you said, it's just mainly loose silhouette. I don't really see a lot of structure in his Dior, to be honest.
But maybe, they're keeping the focus of that, very militant way of doing things and very structured way of doing things for the haute
Yeah,
couture, you
yeah.
know, which represents the most the house in a way, we would say.
Yeah. Also, just for the audience watching, so a big reason why across this collection you'll see a lot of tweeds is once again because a big idea in this collection was this idea of kind of what the aristocracy used to wear in the past and finding ways to modernize that. There's a lot
Mm.
of like kings and queens used to be part of the military centuries ago, and a lot of like military personnel used to wear things like tweed in cold weather. So that's where the connection comes. Um, and also why there's military references in the same looks as well. Like here, once again, like a military jacket with like the buttons. I really do like these buttons, though. I'm not gonna lie. I actually really like
Yeah.
them.
Mm. And he did that kind of placement. I want to tell you, just like we saw a few minutes, not a few minutes ago, when you were showing the jeans, the denim, one of them, I think, it has the placement of it's like military trousers, the placement of the
Yeah.
buttons on one of the two denims. They were dark, yeah. You know what
Let
I'm
me see
saying?
if I can find it. Yeah, I
Where
know what you're talking about.
is
I just
one
want
with
it for
the,
the
yeah,
yeah.
is
This
it
one,
or
yeah.
not? Yeah, the placement. I guess he
Yeah.
wants to echo that. Um,
So yeah, moving on. Also, I even forgot to talk about this. So this is a couture reference too. Um, so these
Not
kind of like
consumption or something.
fur trim at the cuffs. That's a reference to like Dior couture. I believe it's Haute Couture 1956 that's a reference to these kind of like muffs on a coat, but then it's kind of like funny because he's done that, but then the cape is a Poiret reference. So it's kind of like a Christian Dior Couture reference and a Poiret reference all in one look, basically. Moving on, we kind of get the story here. Another Poiret reference with tailoring. Here we have the Dior Couture reference without the Poiret cape. Um, you got the cuffs once again. So yeah, I think when you get to this part of the collection, you kind of understand
Mm,
everything that's going on with the Poiret references and like the
definitely, yeah.
tailoring and like the Jean Paul Gaultier homage that I thought was a bit. And like,
That
surely
shouldn't
you
be
can.
there. Yeah, there's no need for that, I think. What, because close up, is there something from the used from the codes or just is land like what? Is it
It's just the
sweater?
stripes. It's just the stripes. But I'm very sure because it's Dior, the technique that they probably use to make it is probably very, very interesting. But
Yeah, possibly. These
as
are
a
the kind of
visual
pieces.
element,
Yeah.
it's just I feel like you can. There's better Jean Paul Gaultier tributes you can do.
No, I don't think you want to do example Gautier tribute. That would be too much in the same collection. But as you say, we were saying this when we were talking about Bottega, for example. Sometimes you have to see some clothes you cannot understand. Somebody has to explain to you the
Agreed.
technique. You have to see them closed up. So we might not be fair by saying that. But yeah, the first look, stripes.
The leatherback messenger bag should have been styled with a different look because honestly so good looking, but it's swallowed by the military coat. Oh yeah, You're talking about the messenger bag on the. It's this look. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I like it. The black one, right? Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's really nice.
Yeah.
It's really nice with the Christian Dior buckles too. It is quite nice. I just find it interesting that he only did one kind of bag throughout the whole collection. Like that is like so. We are going to sell you messenger bags next season. Like you must buy a
You
messenger
want it
bag
or
next
not.
season.
Yeah. Yeah.
Whether that's what you wanted or not, we're going to sell you. Then we
I
have
guess there is
okay,
not much I don't know how
the
much
roadie sneakers. Once again,
ah
the
I
return of
didn't
the roadies.
mm, in gold. That would be
Does
nice.
anyone in the chat? I think
Say
someone
guy
in the chat
wearing
said
that.
that. Someone in the chat said that they bought Dior roadies. Can you just tell me kind of what your experience is like? Like, are they comfortable? How do they fit? Do you like them? What's the silhouette like? Just kind of in general, just speak to the roadies and what you feel about them. I do like the roadies in this collection because my issue with Dior footwear, especially in his debut, which was the menswear show, is that there was nothing luxurious about them. So it was very much like the shoes that look like Vans, the roadies that look like Nike sneakers, but the materials were
Yeah.
also like Nike sneakers. But here, where they're using things like tweed that you're never going to see Vans use, or that's where it starts to feel more like sneakers made by a luxury brand rather than just like Clark's making it or Vans, you know what I mean? So stuff like this is way more luxurious. So I think maybe it's almost like he's taken the feedback that people said that it doesn't feel like luxury and he's made the
Mm.
footwear a bit more luxurious.
Yeah,
Dior high
possibly.
top Heelys. Heelys is crazy. The corporate lords are telling us back to the office you go, yeah, with the messenger bags. Okay, it was Richie. I bought all three. They're comfortable. You can wear not lace like the Runway. They are light and worth it to me.
Oh,
Okay, that's cool. That's good to
okay.
know. That's really, really good to know. That's really good to know.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you bought the purple, brown, and grey. Okay, cool. That's cool to know. That's cool to know. Because I know a lot of even Pharrell Williams, who we're going to talk about later, I think his footwear designs are really good because he thinks about product. That's one thing I'm like a fan of. He actually thinks about like the wearer and how they're going to wear it and the comfort of it, and the insoles have these like gel things and like. But we'll get to it later. We'll get to it later. Now we're still in the Dior part. Of course, he always has to transform everything into shorts. It doesn't matter if it, even though it's a fall winter collection, it doesn't matter. JW
Yeah.
Anderson is going to give us a
Hey,
baggy
very
short.
Anderson, yeah.
Very, very Anderson. And like you said, the
I
focus
like
on denim kind of showing that this is like a modern take.
I love him for that. I love baggy shorts, so maybe I have a little weakness for him because of these kind of items he has as well.
But yeah,
No, the messenger, I think the fact that you have only one bag, one type of bag, it's probably
yeah,
because men don't buy bags that much. Could that be that? I really don't know how bags sell
yeah.
for men, how good they sell. I have no idea. Do you have
So
any idea?
men buy duffel bags. They buy like weekenders. They
Yeah.
buy
Yeah.
briefcase looking bags. They buy
Oh my
backpacks. They
God.
buy
Oh
backpacks.
boy.
By the way, are the most unfashionable bags no like on this planet. By the way, like I don't think you can
I
ever
hate
look
backpacks.
fashionable wearing a backpack. I don't think it's possible. Um, so yeah, there a lot of men buy a lot of backpacks because they're practical. Men buy messenger bags too. So I guess that's kind of like what they're doing. But there's a way to like make more interesting bags that men want to buy. I mean, men buy the Andiamo bag, for example. That's not like the typical like just give them like a duffel bag and keep it moving type of
Yeah.
thing. So there are ways, there are different things that they can do, and there have been a few designers that have been able to capture the zeitgeist in terms of menswear bags. Like I said earlier, someone that comes to mind is Matthew Williams with the leaks when he had the bags with the roller coaster buckles. A lot of men like the crossbody ones. A lot of men were buying those, or like even the chest rigs that he made. So I think there's a way. It's just you have to be creative. You kind of have to
Mm,
convince people that, like, convince men that they
yeah,
should wear it.
yeah. I don't know
Are
how this
baggy
is
shorts
possible.
inherently com coded, or is it? I think it's just the wig talking. Because in Comme des Garçons collections, the models normally wear wigs, and they have like every single
Yeah.
season, especially spring summer, like CDGH plus, they have shorts. So I think it's just yeah, it can look kind of com.
Yeah, but it's not com coded. Com is a very different, like, it's not approached in this way. The
Yeah,
wigs neither.
agreed,
They're not that simple, the com wigs. They're very different.
agreed.
Unless we talk about com only menswear. Yeah, it's a more simplified version to com, but still, I don't think there is an inspiration from there. Maybe by coincidence, it looks a little bit similar.
Yeah,
I mean, in the end, there are going to be similarities, accidentally on things because we can, I mean, there, no, I don't know, invention, how to say, there is no, you don't create out of a vacuum. There's so much done already that, yeah, there might be kind of thing that reminds you of something a little bit,
yeah.
but there's no intention in that. What else about this Dior collection we can talk about?
No, I think we've covered all of it.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah,
yeah, I did overall. I did like the collection though, and there were a lot of pieces that I thought were quite interesting. I just think the
yeah,
Poiré thing, I think he got a bit too much credit for that. I think him referencing Poiré is not an issue. It makes sense why he would, because like he said, he saw it in front of the store. I do think that's an interesting story. I just think the
yeah,
execution on the earlier looks made more sense, and later on in the collection where they started to look like recreations. Let me show you guys what I'm talking like stuff like this.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think there's a lot of merit with that, but like the tweed jackets are really interesting. What are your thoughts on kind of him insisting on these sort of cropped silhouette jackets for men?
I like it. Why not? I mean,
Yeah,
I would like to see more men wearing this kind. I find it very modern and very interesting, and I hope it will do well. Yeah, no, I like what he does. I like this fluidity that he tries to introduce. Um, but again, as I told you, I would want to see full looks in the store because I don't know. I mean, for us, it's interesting, but like, are we going to see men in the street wearing that? Like, somebody who has money who can buy Dior wear that? I don't know
yeah,
if it's not a fashion person they're going to do it. I
yeah,
And even the sequins, I'm pretty sure the sequins are going to sit very separately and they're going to show you the jeans and the bag and the shoes and the sequins are going to be somewhere else.
yeah.
And I would even want to see the wig, in the store. I would really want to see the whole thing as it is presented, like that.
And that's
Why
a
not?
very J.W. Anderson thing to do, right? Because like even with his namesake label, when you look at the store, it's almost like you're in a furniture store in a way, because there's all these different ornaments and different random like pigeon sculptures, and then a pigeon bag right beside it, and all this kind of funky stuff. So it's kind of be cool to just have like the wig
Yeah,
somewhere as part of like an installation in the Dior stores. I think that's actually quite
exactly.
interesting.
Yeah, they can
Yeah, I
do
do think
so
that's kind of
much. They
interesting.
really can do so many interesting things with the money they have.
Yeah. But yeah, any last comments about the Dior menswear show before we move on, guys, to Pharrell Williams collection for Louis Vuitton? Okay, I love the crop blazers,
Yeah,
crop tweed jacket. The modern silhouette is high waisted. It makes sense. Fair enough.
yeah.
Data suggests men don't wear bags in the formative in the spectrum where the selections of bags is small. Fairs. Let's see. The last big bags popping off are Bottega and Balenci Rodeo. Men like big ass white bags. The kids yearn for functional, destructured briefcases. Yeah, men do like to wear like really, really big bags because it's just about like the practicality of it and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Richie says no more messengers. And this is someone that's a Dior customer, so Dior team better listen. Dior team better
Yeah.
listen. Fashion Boy says outerwear was the highlight. Agreed. Plus some accessories. Plus some
Mhm.
accessories.
Yeah, outdoor. It's true.
So yeah, that is the whole shebang on the Dior show. I know I'm kind of late talking about it, but it doesn't matter because at least I've been able to like collect my thoughts about it over like a long period, which is
Mhm.
always good. But anyway, moving on, let's talk about Pharrell Williams menswear. Before we look at the show, Anastasia, what do you think about Louis Vuitton in general? What do you think about let's say Pharrell Williams, Louis Vuitton? Kind of, what are your thoughts on it?
Um, I wouldn't be the expert on discussing that. If I have to be honest, I very rarely follow Louis Vuitton, what they do. Women's wear, not at all. Uh, but menswear, I watch a little bit more. But to be honest, I'm not very excited usually about it. I think Pharrell is doing a great work for what he's supposed to do. It's a good continuation of that same logic, with I'm stuck now. I forgot the name. You know who I'm talking about? The one that
Yeah,
created. Yeah, I forgot the name. Um,
yeah,
though this whole new era of Louis Vuitton, uh, which involves very much the black community, black athletes, black singers, which is great. So, I mean, it caters a specific clientele. To me, it's not particularly innovative, but I didn't know that what you just said is very interesting to me that he thinks about products, so he might create very interesting shoes and accessories in
yeah,
general. That can be the
yeah.
case. Yeah. Me usually
I
my
expect
eyes.
him to break
Mm,
like all the sales records for Louis Vuitton when he's there because, like I said, he thinks about product. Like that's actually almost all he thinks about. Funny enough, it's kind of like
yeah.
when you look at his Louis Vuitton, the focus is way more about kind of instead of the silhouette, focusing on it. So he goes with like very commonly used silhouettes and then he just spends all his time focusing on like the materials used and the fabrics used and how the comfortability of the wearer and stuff like that. So if you're okay wearing silhouettes that aren't too innovative,
Mhm.
buying his Louis Vuitton, genuinely you'll probably have like some of the best made clothing
Yeah. What
in
do you
that
think about
category of
that?
like silhouette.
What do you think about the fact that he's approaching it more like a product than as a design or innovation or silhouettes?
I think honestly it's smart from him because I think that Pharrell is not a classically trained designer. And to
Mm,
come up with like really innovative silhouettes, you kind of have to be because you have to
yes.
like know about patterns, know how to transform patterns, make new shapes, find your own signatures through experimentation. This is not something that Pharrell's ever going to do. So I think him actually focusing on the product and being like, okay, I'm not that kind of designer. So how do I make the best quality coat or jacket? I think is actually really good. And I've spoken to people, I know people that spend millions on Louis Vuitton per year. Like I
Mhm.
know people personally, and they have told me that when they used to buy Louis Vuitton when Virgil Abloh was there,
Virgin Abloh,
so
yeah.
so so to paint the picture, basically what it is, what this person was basically telling me is that when streetwear was huge, like the peak of streetwear, to me, like in terms of hype, is when Supreme collaborated with Louis Vuitton. That was like the peak of
Yes,
streetwear.
true, very true, yeah.
And that was them testing the streetwear market because LVMH has all these brands and none of the brands were catering to that streetwear market. So they, from a business perspective, were like, well, how do we capture some of that streetwear market and make that money that's being made in the streetwear space? So that's why they hired Virgil Abloh. Not to say that he actually did streetwear at Louis Vuitton. I think that Virgil Abloh had really good storytelling through his collections
Of course, of course.
when he was there, to be honest. but that was kind of like the rationale as to why they hired him in the first place. So the general understanding by a lot of Louis Vuitton customers at the time is the focus was more on hype, and streetwear customers are the least educated about fashion, more so than any other customer segment in the whole of fashion. So
Yes.
customers that, get into it through streetwear, they don't really know what good quality means. They don't know about like really high quality cashmere. They don't know about like all these different elements. So that's why the quality went down, because Louis Vuitton kind of guessed that they could cut corners and it would be fine because the consumers wouldn't know the difference. And so that's why the quality when Virgil Abloh there wasn't fantastic, but it was still hyped because Virgil Abloh was hyped. But since Pharrell Williams has come in, the storytelling is a lot worse because Pharrell's not really that good at storytelling. The
Yeah.
ideas are a lot worse. The silhouettes are a lot more basic. But the big difference is the price increased and the quality is flawless with Pharrell. And so it just depends on like what you prefer. Would you rather have a Louis Vuitton that has more storytelling and more interesting silhouettes, but the quality is worse? Or would you rather have a designer that, okay, he understands that, he's not going to give you good storytelling, but he spends all his time focusing on product. So then when you buy it, you know that you're getting a really high quality product. So it just depends kind of what you prefer.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, then he's a great fit for, obviously, he's a great fit for Louis Vuitton doing that because it will bring a lot of profit. So, I mean, if you're
Yeah.
product focused, it's,
Yep.
I mean, ideally, you should be able to do both. I mean, you shouldn't sacrifice the
Agreed.
storytelling to quality but I guess product is at the forefront in general. I mean, people would, consumers of Louis Vuitton are happy to have a good product because most of them, they're not that risk. They don't take that much of a risk in what they wear. They don't necessarily need very interesting silhouettes. It's more us that would like to see that. So it works. Of course it does. Definitely.
Yeah, Leo says his first few collections. Yeah, the first few Virgil Abloh collections were streetwear, which goes like with my analysis about the fact that
Mhm.
that's why they hired him. They're trying to capture that market, and they
Yeah.
realized that none of their brands actually had scope to sell those kind of things, so they needed to just collect that whole market essentially. Um, but as time progressed, you could see that Virgil Abloh kind of the storytelling improved and it became about more than just like streetwear collections. But yeah, that first collection was like the chest rig stuff and like the different colored pieces, like matching sets. That was very streetwear, like luxurious streetwear, if you want to call it that.
Yeah.
In terms of transitioning a customer into a different purchasing bracket, it is a good case study. Agreed.
Yeah.
I think it's also nice to see new fabrics and classic silhouettes that make something old feel new. Agreed. So that's why with Pharrell, I'm kind of in two minds. In one aspect, I'm like, well, he's not the best designer we're ever going to see. And like, I've accepted we're going to see the same silhouettes every collection because that's not his strong suit.
Mm.
But I also know that if I need a super high quality coat, I can go to LV and buy a really high quality one and know that the quality is like top notch across most other luxury brands. Because that's what Pharrell's focus is. He even said it, like even I remember when he was first hired at Louis Vuitton, he was doing all those interviews where he was actually saying insightful things before he started kind of just be like, Pharrell, what's the inspiration for the collection? And he's like, God, the Lord above. And it's like, Pharrell, can you actually tell us about the collection and not just say God every 5 minutes? But when he was saying like really insightful things, one of the things that he said was that he wants to make the most luxurious product. And I think he has definitely achieved that because I think like the quality of some of the stuff that he puts out is insane. It really actually is insane. So I think in terms of like that being his promise and that being his message, I'm definitely here for it and I support him in that sense.
Yeah.
Okay, people are saying I
Yeah,
prefer
from that
quality. I
perspective,
like
you're right.
guessing what I'm paying for. Exactly, and that's why I said that I think that
That's
his
true, of
LV will
course. We all
actually
agree on that.
sell. Yeah, that's why I think it's going to sell really well. Also, random conversation that has nothing to do with the clothing. they built this sort of like floating house thing that's in the middle of the set. And apparently, you can actually order that house and you can configure it the way you want.
Product.
I, I have no idea how much that house is going to cost when you order it,
They're
but good
creating
luck.
Yeah, I mean, for me, a brand like LV is a very particular case in the fashion world because it caters for like a very elite, kind of
Yeah,
clientele that doesn't necessarily care about fashion as expression, but is more like about status. It starts become it's not really quite luxury because you can tell it's not Loro Piana, you can tell it's Louis Vuitton, but somewhere in me disturbs me, but because I love fashion and because I don't like this kind of, we are heading very much into this kind of, very corporate and beautiful quality, but then it's not lifeless,
or
but like, there is
less
no fantasy in
creativity.
it. It's
Yeah,
just, yeah, and it becomes a little bit dried up like this. But for them, it's fantastic since that clientele definitely exists. It's a little bit elitistic, I mean,
yeah,
fashion in general is like that because fashion is expensive. We're not gonna say fashion is something for everybody, but I think you get my point. Is but on what he does, definitely. I mean, that he insists on quality is a very important thing. I think all creative directors should be very, very careful about that. It destroys everything if the
agreed.
quality is not good. It doesn't deserve. I agree on that 100%. I wouldn't buy something if it's not well constructed and with good material. I wouldn't do it. So yeah.
Agreed. And it's obvious like that's his focus because at every single Pharrell LV show, like you can even see it on the screen, like they always have like trunks, and sometimes he'll like collaborate with people or be like the camouflage on the trunks, but it's like showing you that oh, my focus of Louis Vuitton is about heritage. That's why every single Pharrell show, you're going to get models like pushing wheelbarrows of trunks all over
Yes.
the set.
Yeah.
It kind of shows. Someone said, I will say his clothes are the most desirable I've ever seen for Louis Vuitton. He is really strong at little details that make a big impact and interesting fabrications. He did a faded LV print I still want. Agreed. I would even say like some of the techniques, like even in this collection, and we'll see it when we look at Vogue Runway and look at the clothes closer. A lot of the looks were kind of inspired by this idea of rain because they were saying that, Pharrell loves the water, he composes in front of the River Seine, he meditates in front of the River Seine. So he kind of wanted, and it's across the collection actually, there's like, they've used different techniques to mimic rain, whether that's like embroidery on coats, uh, different techniques on bags, different techniques on, there's like
Hmm.
a shirt that they've glued all these different crystals on, and like the glue creates this like raindrop effect with the crystals on it that I thought was really cool. So it's like different stuff like that. And like you're saying, Louis Vuitton is not the brand that's going to give us super creative stuff anymore. But if you want really well made things that, and some of the products might have interesting elements, I think like his Louis Vuitton is actually where you should go when we talk about menswear. I also just love that all the footwear. First of all, I think that Pharrell makes amazing bags for men and amazing footwear for men. And one aspect I really love about his Louis Vuitton is the fact that with his menswear, he really focuses on comfort. So he's made a deliberate effort to make sure that with the footwear, it's really comfortable. The insoles are really comfortable, so they have like different gels in the insoles to make it comfortable to wear. And he also focuses on them being really lightweight, so they're not heavy when you're walking around, yet using really luxurious fabrics to make the footwear. So that's also something that I appreciate from him.
Ah, interesting to know that.
Also, Farah's amazing at branding the pieces. Whoever does the additionals design and the LV team does their job so well. 100%. Leah says, of course, there's a choir. but it's the Pharrell show. What do you expect? There's just something so perfect about his personal aesthetic and the brand, the colors, the materials, everything is so exacting. Agreed. And I definitely need to get one of the Pharrell Speedies, like the soft leather P9s. I'm like a big fan of those. So yeah, at some point I'm going to, when I can afford it, I'm going to pick up one of those Speedies because I just think it's nice. And it's like, it perfectly captures a certain era of fashion, like the Pharrell Louis Vuitton era. And it's just a nice bag to like carry. It's like quite practical. Um, I hope JW Anderson is taking notes that not, it doesn't have to be a messenger bag. It can be like different kinds of bags also. Let me see what people are saying. The LV hotel experience is coming next. Agreed. Agreed. That's the new luxury, right? It's like luxury is now experiences. It's no longer just clothing. It's like we're gonna give you the LV hotel and the LV cafe and the LV spa. That's kind of where luxury is going these days.
Yeah.
I have a soft speedy, but I know the P9 is next level. Yeah, I know. I know. And he focused on the P9s in this collection. Like there was a focus on the P9s in this collection. He calls them like, so Pharrell has this colorway. Let me see if I can find it. It's like this. Okay, I'll put this on the screen. It's like this colorway. So Pharrell calls this like butter soft type of thing. It's like this sort of cream colorway, and anytime you see this, the focus is on like the ultimate softness. So to touch it, it feels like really soft and luxurious. You guys
Yeah.
remember the butter soft sneakers that were supposed to look like they look like the Nike Cortez basically. They're like a rip off of the Nike Cortez. So that's kind of like the idea. And I do actually really like that because some of the P9s in this collection were like that, the butter soft P9s. So I was like, oh, that's really like cool. Yeah, the reversible bags. I'm gonna talk about that when we look at the looks closer. Um, for sure. I'm trying to figure out if like all this pausing is my internet speed being bad, which it isn't because I'm checking it, or is it like the live stream that has issues? It's probably my internet.
It might be the live stream as well. Maybe that's why I don't know.
Yeah. They have to be happy because Nicolas Gasquier isn't selling clothes. Yeah, I know. To be honest, over the
Why he's
past,
still there?
yeah, over the past, I don't know how many years, the menswear has single-handedly kept Louis Vuitton afloat since like Virgil Abloh days. Like the
Yeah.
menswear is quite single-handedly keeping that brand afloat. Even the fragrances are being pushed from the menswear side more than the women's wear side. Like if you look at like the fragrance like Lovers that's really selling well, that's from Pharrell when Pharrell was talking about like this idea of like Lovers. That's not coming from
Yeah.
Nicolas Gasquier. So like even the more commercial things, yeah, it's like yeah, I don't even know why Nicolas Gasquier, and they renewed his contract, so he must be doing well, I guess. But we all know that what's selling there is not the women's wear. Outside of like the bags that are like classics, like they've been there before Nicolas Gasquier was there.
I really have no. It's a mystery to me as well. Nicolas
Yeah.
Ghesquière is it's a designer. I will never understand his silhouettes. They look like he doesn't know exactly what he want to create. It's another discussion. It's like one of these designers.
Yeah,
I
at Louis
only like
Vuitton,
Claude
definitely.
Balenciaga. Yeah, Louis
Yeah,
Vuitton. Yeah.
yeah, definitely. No, I think Pharrell's clothing actually sells really well. Like I've actually seen a lot of people wear Pharrell Louis Vuitton clothing. Like the varsity jackets, I've seen those a lot. I've seen a lot of people wear like the coats, a lot of the Pharrell coats. I saw someone the other day wearing a piece from that like collection he did with Nigo because I remember the whole reference they were referencing the Sakura stuff, and so there are all these pink colorways. I saw someone wearing one of those recently actually. So I would say his clothing actually sells a lot. Of course, most luxury brands, what sells are the bags, the perfumes, the footwear, the belts, those kind of
Yeah.
things. But sometimes you get designers that just sell clothing like Demna at Balenciaga or like Pharrell or Virgil at Louis Vuitton. So sometimes designers can actually sell clothing. It just depends. The unintelligibility is a feature, not a bug. Yeah, because then the focus just goes into the quality. And so I genuinely appreciate it. I genuinely like, at first, I was like, not the biggest fan of Pharrell's Louis Vuitton because I just thought that the storytelling was terrible. And it's not like that has changed, but over time, really seeing how high quality his stuff is, and also realizing that really his only focus is just on product, I can appreciate it for what it is. And I can just know moving forward, this is what we're going to get from Pharrell Williams. Like, that's just what we need to expect from these collections. Said every collection's bordering on a collab with Nigo, let's be real. Yeah. Especially like the earlier collections, which is why it was kind of like crazy that they just came out and just actually just collaborated on one collection. That was like, okay. Like, we're no longer even like, there's no speculation anymore. It's just like plain in your face. So yeah. And it's all about heritage. Like, he obviously focuses on the damier, the logo. There's like cool elements to it too. So for example, this collection had a lot of like rain themes. So this bag, for example, he kind of wanted to create a fabric that kind of references what would a luxurious waterproof fabric be made out of. So I believe in these bags and in the jackets that had the same fabric, they're 51% silk and 49% nylon, I believe. So I thought that was like really, really cool.
Oh,
He
interesting.
did that. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Once again, it's just about product. It's like everything he
Yeah.
touches is luxurious, but it's just about the silhouettes are not crazy. One silhouette I do like from Pharrell though is his flares. He always makes these like slightly flared trousers that he also wears himself. I actually like that silhouette of trouser.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, you can even see in the trousers here, it's just like a slight flare. I actually quite like that silhouette. Here you've got the butter soft jacket. These were interesting. He kind of wanted to make these like luxurious cycling shoes, so they're like super low profile but made with like really high quality fabrics. I was like, imagine buying like ultra expensive Louis Vuitton cycling shoes to actually cycle. That's crazy.
Now, if you're a rich person, how would you cycle?
Potential hot take. Perhaps the quality may be the story. He could be saying you don't have to settle when you can have this. Yeah, agreed. I think my thing though, maybe my standards are just high, but there are designers that can do new silhouettes and quality all in one go.
Yeah.
So it's almost like it feels like Pharrell is doing half of it.
Yeah.
But not that that's necessarily a bad thing, once again.
Mm.
So, yeah, once again. Focus on quality. I just want to see if we can talk about, yeah, you can see like the sort of silk nylon fabric a lot closer here. I just really want to illustrate like the different techniques that they used to make rain. I believe this was one of the shirts. Yeah, exactly. So this right here is mimicking like rain, but these are actually just crystals hand applied on the shirt to mimic rain. So you've got like all these different things. And I like how they use different techniques to do that every different way. Also, the bags were reversible. I like how they did reversible bags because a lot of brands like Bottega tried to claim that one of their bags was reversible, and I was like, this is a terrible way to make a reversible bag. But with,
Yeah, I remember that.
do you remember what I'm talking about? Yeah, but
Yeah, yeah.
with Louis Vuitton, what they've done is the handles can actually be detached and reattached when you turn it inside out. So it actually looks
Yeah.
like a bag. The inside does look a bit like lining, but it still does actually look like a bag, as opposed to like Bottega, where the other side was just like this, like you should never reverse it this way. Like, it doesn't make any sense. So that was really cool to see also. Yeah, it's a nylon speedy. It's kind of like Cucinelli in terms of the focus on fabrics. Agreed.
Yeah, it seems like it, in a way, based on what we talked in the beginning about Dior, he somehow, not somehow, he, without taking much of a risk in terms of innovation, he managed to create clothes and products that are ideal for the consumer that doesn't want to wear something too innovative, that doesn't feel comfortable, but works on the detail, like, the shirt with the crystals. It's a little small detail. So a customer that
Agreed.
doesn't want to, feel exposed in terms of wearing things that for us are interesting, but for the average consumer with money, they're not. So in that sense, he has achieved that. He has that customer, so that's why I guess it works so well.
Agreed.
There is not much, but I don't know if this is good for fashion or not. And that's another discussion.
I think
How the
it's good in
consumer
the
should
sense
dress.
of like, I think it's good in the sense of pushing brands to take quality more seriously, because I think
Ah, yeah.
the biggest issue, and like a lot of what I talk about, is like how quality is going downhill. Brands don't care anymore, they're cutting corners. So it's good to see when Pharrell came to the brand, he like put his foot down on
Mm.
making sure that he doesn't allow any bad quality products to, be released through his own creative direction. I do like that. So I guess in that aspect, it's a good thing because it might push, different people to be just, more focused on quality than before. Or that it might get to a point where the customer expectation becomes a certain level of quality that brands can't get away with kind of what they're doing right now.
Yeah, that's a very positive thing. Definitely.
Yeah. I do think it's really smart how he connected the widths of the pants with his new shoe silhouette. So many brands will come out with a shoe and not have the pant opening that goes with it. Agreed. Agreed. And I mean his trousers. Sorry, I say trousers. I'm so English, but his
Pants. Yeah.
trousers. It feels so weird for me to say pants, but I know what you
Yeah.
mean.
I also say trousers.
Yeah, but the trousers. I think Pharrell is even like a good model for his own clothing because he a lot of times
Yes.
wears like boots or sneakers with the trousers, and the trousers that he designs at Louis Vuitton, they sit perfectly on the footwear that he wears. So I think it's almost like the perfect advert for like how you can wear a lot of the Louis Vuitton footwear, to be honest. And it's good that he wears a lot of it too,
Yes,
because
yes.
I think he personally styles Louis Vuitton in a really good way. Because it's Pharrell. Pharrell's always been stylish, so every time
Yes.
he wears his garments, it's almost like the customers are getting like more ideas on different ways to like wear his Louis Vuitton day to day, basically. He kind of reminds me of the Marc Jacob years because Marc was so great with details that the quality sometimes wouldn't be great, but the details told so much story. Agreed. Agreed. Also, the thing about Marc Jacobs, right? Do you reckon that our expectation of Louis Vuitton is because obviously Marc Jacobs being the first ready to wear designer, we kind of just always compare everything we see at Louis Vuitton to what we've seen from Marc Jacobs in the past.
I don't think so. He was quite different, Marc Jacobs. He was much more fun. He didn't have that kind of approach at all. I mean, at this point, we don't compare anymore. Like, it stands by itself. Louis Vuitton, we know it's a luxury brand. I mean, we almost expect to see that image. This doesn't remind me at all of Marc Jacobs, Louis Vuitton.
Yeah.
So for me, do you think that people do comparisons on that?
I
I don't
think
think
so
so.
because I think a big reason why Pharrell is critiqued harshly is because, well, apart from like obvious things like the lack of storytelling and stuff like that,
Yeah.
and the lack of like a multitude of silhouettes, it's to do with who has come before him. So it's like at Virgil Abloh, you would get different silhouettes from Nicolas Gasquier. You would get different silhouettes from Marc Jacobs. You would get different silhouettes even from someone like Kim Jones, who was
Mm.
doing menswear at Louis Vuitton. You would get different silhouettes. So contrasting that against Pharrell's kind of aesthetically, I wouldn't say it's mundane because I actually like what he's doing and like the quality and the craftsmanship. But I think visually it looks the most mundane out of any
Ah, yeah,
creative director that's ever been at Louis Vuitton.
yeah. Ah, you mean in that compare in that sense that is like
Yeah,
so
yeah, yeah,
different than, yeah. I mean,
yeah.
I thought you meant on the like on the completely opposite, like that on similarities to compare them as if they no, exactly. Yeah, of course, it's very different, definitely.
Yeah. If there's a scale of good and bad, it exists on the neutral good because it does suffer in the creative innovation, but it does set the tone for others to be better by being both
Yeah,
quality and
what you
creative.
said,
Agreed.
what you said,
Agreed.
yeah.
Agreed. Agreed. Okay, Leo says, I do think Marc Jacobs is seen as the standard for most who end up as creative director at Louis Vuitton. Yeah, that's kind of what I would guess, just based off of the expect. Like people have insane expectations. Like Marc Jacobs set the tone, and it feels like no one is ever going to live up to that.
Yeah, and I mean,
It's just
times
kind of
have
how it
changed
is.
also. Louis Vuitton is represented very differently today than it was at the time of Marc Jacobs when they first started designing clothes.
Agreed. Agreed.
And it will continue like that. It works so well for them. So we have a very, that's why I told you I don't even follow the shows. Yeah, that's the reason for me, because I know more or less what I'm going to see. Besides, of course, what you said, the interesting aspects of how the bags are created and all this kind of details, which is as a product, of course, it's important. But as you said, it's in a way mundane, some little bit mundane, yeah.
Yeah, silhouette and aesthetically, but
Yes,
there's
yes,
other like what doesn't make him mundane because he focuses on product so much. There's like so many interesting details with what he
yes,
does, like
yes.
even like the rain techniques I was saying, like the different embroideries they've done, the different fabrics that they've used to kind of fit into the theme, how they've used those fabrics, the different the work that has gone into like making the sneakers and making them comfortable, but also making them lightweight, but also using really luxurious materials. Um, I think all of that is definitely commendable.
Yeah.
So yeah. But moving on from Pharrell's LV, I wanted to talk about the BOF article that we wanted to discuss.
Mm.
So I'll let you intro and kind of just share some thoughts about that.
Yeah, there are these articles on Business of Fashion that they're discussing about what they want to predict, what the consumers will focus on in US, UK, and also the market of Asia, because the market of Asia is very different. So what was interesting in that was that very often innovation comes at the very end. I was very surprised to see that. They talk a lot about exclusivity, but what does exclusivity actually mean? You know, it's an interesting thing to discuss also in a luxury brand, what we define as exclusivity. And then they were talking about craftsmanship, and another thing was what was the craftsmanship? Timelessness, which also surprised me because for young people to talk already about timelessness instead of being, excited about new things, it's a little bit oldish, I would say. Like you go to buy clothes, you say, I want it to be timeless. I want to wear this forever. I mean, for me, this is a little bit far-fetched. You see what I'm saying? It's
Yeah.
and Yeah, and another thing that surprised me were that they were talking about consumers are not that much interested in clothes, but they feel that jewelry it's more interesting in terms of investment and also in the sense that with time it doesn't get destroyed, which I completely
Yeah.
disagree because with clothes it's the same. I mean, good clothes stay for a very long time, and actually they can be a better investment if they're archival pieces or like significant bag. So
Mm.
it's more the perception that people have about that, about jewelry. I was very disappointed to read that people are going to focus more on jewelry because they say, I can buy some basic stuff, some simple things, a small closet, and then I can style it with jewelry. And I'm like, okay, I guess it's the same thing again where people are not that. I don't know why this is happening. Like why the problem is that people are focusing more on accessories than clothes themselves. Is it the industry that creates that problem itself, or is it like the lack of education, or is it?
I
It's
think
for
that's part
me.
of it,
Yeah,
like a lack of education. I think that's definitely part of it. I think even so, one of the big reasons why there'll be a bigger focus on, let's say, jewelry than clothing is because of
yeah,
like care. So a lot of people don't know how to care for their clothing. So because of it, they might not see like clothing as much of an investment as jewelry, even though it should be. If you take care of your clothing, it should last 100 plus years. But a lot of people don't
oh
know how
yeah.
to care for their clothing. You know, they put it in a dryer instead of air drying it. Some things you shouldn't even put it in the washing machine. You take it to the dry cleaner. It's like people don't really know these things.
I find it so baffling that something that we use all the time, like dressing ourselves, that people are so clueless about where they're putting on their bodies and how they should treat this kind of items. It's very surprising to me. Like when you buy a car, you know how to maintain it. Why can you not maintain when, like, or where, I don't know, when you buy an electrical device or things for your house, but then for clothes, somehow you have no idea of what you should do with. I mean, where is this coming from? Like it's so surprising, but where is this coming from? I don't know where is this coming from. Why with clothes, there is such a particular thing that like people won't think that they and what is this thing again with investing? Like this argument that I want to buy something so that, but we don't buy things only for investing reasons. We buy things for so many reasons.
Agreed.
It doesn't make sense to me at all. It shows like a kind of collective consciousness where all people agree on the same thing without thinking for themselves and they end up saying the same thing. But if you truly sit and discuss with them, they might realize that actually what they're saying doesn't make any sense. So that was very interesting for me to see that sorry, they're losing their confidence in the quality of clothing. They don't have the same trust, which I mean, this I understand is very true. Sometimes it can be very disappointing, and brands should be careful on that. But then that innovation goes at the very bottom. Maybe for Asians it was different. They're very interested in creativity. And actually, you can see that they're interested in creativity by the things they choose to wear. Asians are much more informed as compared to Europeans, I would say.
Yeah.
So yeah, they want premium and yeah. Let's talk a little bit about exclusivity. I don't know, what do you think? What do you think should be exclusivity for a luxury brand? What should it mean?
I just think exclusivity should just mean like there's certain things where financially it doesn't make sense to make because the price point is too low. So I don't expect Zara to make a super high quality 100% silk piece because if for Zara to sell that kind of thing, they'd have to sell a jacket for thousands of pounds, which is not the market expectation from a brand like Zara. So that's kind of what exclusivity should be. It is quite exclusive based on price point. If something is like $5,000, there should be a reason why it's $5,000. Other than just the brand, it should be the techniques that they've used to make it, the fabrics that they used to make it. So I think that should be the exclusivity, or just like having access to certain silhouettes or certain cuts. There's exclusivity in that too. But it all comes down to price point and like money and like earnings and stuff like that. Polymarket CEO. Eventually, the goal is the financialization of everything. It seems to be the case. Like that's where luxury is heading in general. I think education is also massive because the manner in which jewelry is discussed historically is like an appreciating asset, but garments are seldom spoken in such manner. 100%. Like, can you imagine? Like, I'm not sure if you guys know who Kerry Taylor is. Let me show you guys who Kerry Taylor is. Kerry Taylor is a woman that does these like really big auctions in fashion for like really for like archive clothing, but like really hard to find archive clothing. And she's like really famous in fashion. She's written books on John Galliano, stuff like that. But so she does like these crazy auctions all the time and finds like all this like really rare stuff. And that's the thing, like all this clothing is an investment. Do you mean to tell me that if you buy like a Mathieu Blazy Chanel piece now, that it's not going to be worth insane amounts in 60 years? Of course it will be. Like if you just think of any designer that's like somewhat iconic now, in 60 years, their clothing is going to be worth a lot of money, like loads of money. So yeah, it is very true that it's strange that people think of like jewelry and stuff as an investment piece, but not like clothing. It's kind of strange. It is kind of strange. I think exclusivity being attractive to our generation definitely comes from having pieces of value that you can legitimately point to being hard to access and acquire. Yeah, and that's why I'm like, it's already exclusive because a lot of this luxury clothing is super expensive. It's not really affordable. So that's already exclusivity by default. So I don't think there's necessarily like any distinct need to go out of your way to kind of try and make it more exclusive. It's like the jackets are 10K. It's already it's like exclusive already. Like that's just what it is. That's the reality of what it is. I'd also love to know how many Gen Zs were actually interviewed for the study, because the idea of exclusivity to Gen Z is very different given how accessible high fashion has become. I agree, because even like when we talk about the corporatization of fashion as a whole, that all started mainly in the 90s. That was like a 90s thing where he started like vertically integrating all the stuff that he makes with LVMH. He started to focus on, different accessories to make money. He started building out the fragrance lines of a lot of the LVMH companies. So that's a good point. Kind of the way that we relate to exclusivity and like for Gen Zs is very different to how it was before. Clothing is wearable art. Like art, it can appreciate and will depending on its rarity. Totally, like someone that gets it. We love someone that gets it. But I think that's just down to education. Once again, if people aren't really educated on, fashion or kind of how fashion clothing appreciates. Because yes, if you buy a Dior polo, it's not going to appreciate. That's not exclusive. But if you buy a J.W. Anderson tailcoat from the Runway, then yes, it's going to be exclusive. And that's the kind of thing that we'll appreciate. Even, I'm talking about 60 years. In 10 years from now, it will be like worth more than the retail price. Like 5 years even. There's top-down exclusivity like Chanel price hikes, and there's bottom-up exclusivity born on the bandwidth for craft products from master makers. The top-down feels like a status/class game. Yeah, agreed. Bottom-up feels more honest in accessibility. Yeah, when it's about the only way that you can access a certain level of craft is if you pay for that craft, essentially. Agreed. Anastasia, are you here with us? It says your microphone is not connected. So we can't hear you because it says your microphone is not connected. Like maybe the only true exclusivity is haute couture. Yes. Yes. I mean, so many people. So the thing about ready to wear is like, even people that work in fashion, there's still like a level of exclusivity. Like I've never been to an haute couture show before. Not because I'm not invited. I do get invited to them. But the problem is I can't justify staying in Paris for haute couture shows because it's just not, like, not that many people care about the coverage of haute couture shows. So it doesn't make sense for me to pay money to stay in Paris longer when the coverage is not going to be worth it. like what I get out of the coverage anyway. So there's so many people that work in fashion that haven't even seen haute couture pieces up close. I've seen a lot of couture pieces up close, but that's because I work with a lot of museums and stuff, and I've gone through whole collections that museums have. But in terms of like access, yeah, haute couture is like super exclusive, super exclusive. Said, but he can afford to stay on a yacht in high school. The yachts I was on in high school are not my yachts. Those were my really rich classmates. They weren't mine. That's funny. Also, Dami, how are you? How are you doing? I think people think about the Hermes Birkin as exclusivity. So the problem with that, because obviously the Birkin, there's all these stories that come out of like how much it costs to even get like a Birkin allocation and like all this sort of stuff. However, I think so many people wear Birkins now and so many people can just buy it on the secondhand market. It doesn't seem exclusive. There was a time when there were so few in circulation that even if you had loads of money, you still kind of had to play the game. Now, if you're a billionaire, you don't have to play the game. You just reach out to someone that already has the bag you want and you just offer them an amount of money they can't refuse. Exclusivity, if we're talking about the top level of exclusivity, should be the kind of thing that money can't even buy. Like, it's so exclusive, even if you have all the money in the world, you still don't have like access to it. That would be like the ultimate level of like exclusivity, if that makes sense. But I don't think the Birkin is exclusive in any way. I just don't really see it that way. But like, let me play you a video via Amy Odell that kind of illustrates what I'm talking about.
You spend in the store before they sell you one of those?
Oh my gosh.
Was it?
In a year.
25,000 in a year.
In a year, probably $100 grand, I'd say.
I think
On
it's
average.
$60,000.
On average, 1 million.
1 million? I just don't understand some of this stuff. And I guess, you know, that's always going to be like a non-rich person saying like, I don't get it. That's only, but I do think it's Emperor's New Clothes because this isn't even a cute house.
It's status symbol. But then the bag
Yeah.
itself, it's not like the bag costs $1 million. The bag is like $30K, but they make you
Oh,
spend.
okay. No problem. I'll go
It's
get
for
one.
some reason so rare and desirable that they make you spend on average $1 million.
Wow.
Wow, that is
they'll sell it to you.
absolutely bonkers.
That's bonkers.
I
There are
know.
hungry people in the world. Who cares? Get me a house bag.
How much do you think they make?
But yeah, so the problem with the way Hermes does it, it feels artificial. It doesn't feel like exclusivity because it's actually it just feels like like they've artificially created scarcity. It doesn't actually feel like it's that hard to get. It's just artificial. So it doesn't feel genuine. $1 million for a bag that looks like a store is crazy. I personally, I always say this, I don't really like the design of Birkin bags. I don't get the hype. I don't understand it. I don't get it. But each to their own. But I don't understand like jumping through all those hoops for a bag that like the design isn't that interesting, to be very honest with you. But okay, the purchasing experience is what is exclusive there. If we can expand beyond product, then in fashion, exclusive is experience. I think that's a good point to bring up. Like, there's exclusivity based on like the experience you have buying into like a certain brand and stuff like that. I can definitely agree with that. Anastasia, you might have to like leave and come back because it says your microphone isn't connected. I think that's why we can't hear you. Luke says it's called manufactured scarcity. Yeah, that's what I said. So we are talking about what the expectations of new luxury consumers is. So in 2026, what are the expectations of luxury consumers? And we're just talking about this randomly because there was a big BOF article that came out last month that was kind of talking about the expectations of new luxury consumers. So we kind of just off the back of that wanted to have a conversation around kind of what do luxury consumers expect? What does what do things like exclusivity mean these days in luxury fashion, kind of just really exploring those kind of themes. So yeah, that's what we're talking about. Okay, Damu says, I have a theory. Hop onto the live stream and share your theory. I'm curious to know what your theory is. I'm very curious. Can I also discuss the Essence situation? I might do that in a different live, to be fair. The reason why I didn't want to cover it is because it kind of happened a while ago. I thought people wouldn't be interested, but if enough people are interested in me talking about the Essence thing, then yeah, we can discuss that. Put the link in the chat. Okay, I'll put the link in the chat 1 second. Yeah, I spoke about this on Instagram, but I haven't spoken about it on stream. But because I guess this kind of ties into like luxury and like luxury markets, but it seems like a lot more legacy retailers are all going bankrupt. I mean, the Essence thing happened. They managed to come back. There's a lot I need to say about that. There's like what happened to Barney's. Obviously, you have Saks, you have Matches Fashion. So I think just in general, I think luxury retail as we know it is moving less in person and more online. I think that's just a symptom of living in an online economy more so than anything else, to be honest.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Anastasia, we can hear you again. Yay.
Yeah, since a while. It's just I didn't comment yet.
Okay.
It's just I was trying to because the battery was completely off. I charged them completely, but it's been 2
Oh.
hours there. But yours, it seems they last 4 hours, or you can go hours and hours with your headphones, your ear
Oh,
plug,
so my
thing.
trick when I have my AirPods in, I normally only use one at a time so I can charge the other one. So now I'm
Wait, I
using
gotta do
both,
that.
but like halfway through, I like change them and I use one at a time. So that's my
Yeah, because
trick.
I don't think they last ever. I'm gonna
Yeah,
do the
they
same.
don't last really long. Apple need to fix up.
Yeah.
I think we crave exclusivity as everything is being duped and ripped off. In addition, one wants to feel like you are part of the brand and a true lover. Fair enough. I'm going back to wired headphones. I mean, wired earphones.
Maybe
Yeah, I
we
mean,
should.
we should actually. Rather than jumping through all these hoops. All Apple needs to do is just have better batteries on their products. That's it.
Yes. This is
That's
too
all that
short.
we
Just a few
desire.
hours is yeah. Yeah, so coming back to that report on this younger generations, um, I was a little bit disappointed on to see certain things, but I don't know if all the generations are a little bit the same in a way, you know. I don't think all the generations are that much interested in innovation and creativity either. I think
Right.
creativity really goes at the very end somehow. It's so surprising to me. I think we live at a time where creativity is not given much importance, and this has to do with so many political and other aspects in our lives today. I was even
Mm,
discussing with somebody and was saying that people today dress in the easiest way possible, many of them, because maybe they get so overstimulated by the environments we live in. There is all the time stimuli, there is no, really time to breathe. So they don't want to bother much about what they're going to put on themselves. So it might like an explanation for why people dress like that today. Might be partially at least for that. They don't want to bother much paying attention on an extra thing
yeah.
because everything is going so fast. And then Lagerfeld once had said, the day you start wearing joggings, it means you gave up on life. And somewhere this is true, I believe. Uh, Part of it is true, when you give up on how you present yourself to the world and becomes too, I don't know, careless about it. Somewhere part in you, it's
Yeah.
has given up on this. Do you see what I'm saying? I'm not
Yeah.
sure I'm explaining it in the right way, but yeah, it reflects that. So, of course, then creativity and innovation. I mean, especially when I hear timelessness, like nothing is completely timeless, by the way, to be honest. So there are different eras and
Do you
different
know
trends.
what's funny about what you said, Anastasia? Sometimes when
Hmm,
people say timeless, I
hmm.
think what they mean is a specific aesthetic. Because when
Yes,
like now people say what they claim as timeless is actually like a quiet luxury aesthetic. But it's like nothing is really timeless because even within that quiet
exactly.
luxury aesthetic, it's like, okay, what is the silhouette of trousers? Is it straight? Okay, at some point, people might think it's more timeless to have wider fitting trousers. At some point,
Exactly. This
it
is
might be more
changing.
timeless to have
Yeah.
slimmer. So I actually think even the idea of like timeless clothing is actually just like a trend or it's like an aesthetic in itself.
Yeah.
Hi guys, can you hear me clearly?
Hello, yes, we can hear you.
Hi.
Hi, hi Anastasia. I'm Damilare, or you can call me Dietry. You know,
Nice to
one of the
meet you.
two. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Go on,
Yes,
Dami,
ma'am.
share your theory with this is the article by the way for
The
guys that are
theory.
watching. Yeah.
Is luxury fashion is rethinking its value to shoppers. So this is specifically about the retail experience, right? This is a conversation that's been happening for the past 5 years. I didn't read the article. Could you make me abreast of the situation that, like, a couple of the key points that they made before I say what I want to say?
Anastasia would be best to tell you.
Yeah, so this article is talking about what they are projecting for fashion in 2016, the near future, and they're saying that consumers are a little bit reluctant on. Yeah, there is also this interesting graph, which it's saying that mega brands didn't do that well compared to established and emerging brands, which I don't know how they distinguish which one is considered as in, like mega brands would be the Louis Vuitton, Chanel, and all that, or I guess so, right?
Yeah, so
And
in the graph
established would be, yeah,
they said that emerging brands have less than $300 million in annual revenues. Established brands have 300 million to 3 billion in revenue. And then global mega brands are the ones that have greater than $3 billion in revenue, essentially.
do we know which are these brands? It must be like
So yeah, more than 3 billion
Chanel.
revenue. That would be like Chanel, Hermes, Louis Vuitton,
Yeah,
Gucci.
yeah,
It's not many brands. Yeah.
I was surprised to see that as well, that the mega brands didn't do as well. I don't know how to translate that. Maybe I misunderstood that they were not doing. Uh,
Wait, sorry,
but this is a
not to
video.
cut you off,
Okay,
Anastasia. Sorry.
let me tell you overall what it said. It said basically that the consumer is a little bit reluctant because because of the quality. They don't want to invest that much in clothing, and probably that will continue in 2026. And then because the sales also have dropped, and then they see it as more interesting to invest in jewelry. And we had that debate about jewelry and why people get so attracted. The argument is because you can invest in them and they don't get destroyed, over time, which is the same for clothing if they're in good quality. Um, so yeah, it was more about that, this article, and the other one was about what I told you, different categories. You wanted to talk about that, or you wanted to talk about the other one that was talking about
Uh,
innovation and creativity being really at the very bottom?
I wanted to speak about the new and growing consumer psychology and how
Yeah,
luxury is trying to wrap its claws around that essentially. So, we
yeah,
all know who Tanner Leverstein is and everything like that, and what people know now about quality and about the quality of particular items. So part of that is actually the growing grey market. So the grey market is anything that's resold by, person to person rather than retailer to person, essentially. And those have just as high, if not close to, the same markup as the originals. So to say is that if a Dior saddle bag goes for 1K, it doesn't, but let's just use that as a round number.
Yeah.
Then someone could sell their 2002 saddle bag for like 800 or 700. But this is the thing, right? That bag has provenance. The reason why that bag has provenance is because, one, it's got a higher quality. Two, it's got a richer history than the newer one. And people like the history and the story that's being told because they understand quality more. Now, when I'm saying that, yeah, I understand that there is a smaller market for that, essentially, when it comes to, you know, people who are just a general luxury customer who would rather, instead of researching, just go into the store and buy something, right? And they want this one-off item, which it goes on to my second article, right? Which is like, luxury does want the highest markup on their particular items. So because they know that their most coveted items or people's, in quotes, grails, when I see girls today, they want to buy a saddle bag, for instance, or they want to buy, you know, a Kelly, they're going to the grey market. They aren't going to the retailers because, one, you get better treatment in the grey market, and two, the grey market has a lower price point and they know that that thing is quality. What do you guys think of that before I go on to my next point?
I think it's a great thing because it, you know, everything is used again and has a second life. I think it's a great thing. I don't see any problem with that, and you can find very interesting items, and it's in the grey market. So I don't see it as you know, I don't see it as problematic. On the contrary.
Yeah, I think that's an economy that the brands created themselves, no? Because it's like, I know so many people that say, I wouldn't buy a new Chanel bag because the quality isn't good enough, but I'm looking for a Chanel because, you know, when they used to use like the actual real gold plating on the hardware and like the leather quality was better. So people are actually seeking out past Chanel bags over modern ones. They'll rather pay more for a bag that's used, which is like crazy, but that's just kind of what it is. So I think the brands almost cornered themselves into like the rise of the grey market because they started cutting corners themselves. So not only is it easier to copy because it takes less components, it's less expensive to copy, it's also like it creates a certain level of like just desire for the old pieces that wasn't there before they started like operating that way.
Yes,
which is great.
exactly.
I find it very interesting, you know? Yeah.
Yeah, and that brings me to my second point, right? So, and you know this better than anyone because you love your perfumes and everything like that, right? They want the highest markup on their items that cost them the least. So that goes to perfume, that goes to
100%.
makeup, and all of the other ancillary things, which is why I think luxury loves this charmer market that has just blossomed and bloomed, right? One of the major reasons why is because the fact that people have the lower buy-in, and that's already blowing up, right? So when we look at the beauty numbers, for instance, and these companies trying to buy other beauty companies and them trying to create roll-ups, this is the market stating, or at least the companies understanding that beauty is becoming way bigger than they anticipated and faster than they anticipated. And the companies can't actually keep up with the demand. So some people are selling off their beauty spaces because they can't keep up with the demand. And two, the reason why those other companies want to buy it, company B wants to buy it, is because they know that beauty is rising and that they can, in quotes, cut corners or just create something that and rise that markup and rise that price point for the retail price for the consumer. Because, you know, the consumer might not want the bag or be able to even afford the bag, but I know specifically, right, with the young girls that I know through, you know, the younger people that are in my audience, where it's like they start with the Dior foundation or the Dior lipstick or the Chanel lipstick, so on and so forth, and that already implants that luxury, or even like the little testers, right? So that implants that luxury item into their house straight away. And one of the other things is that some of these makeup ladies at these stores are some of the most nicest ladies that you can meet. So it's actually a whole different luxury experience than usual.
Right.
So now you're dealing with people that you like, so you're going to revisit them. 2, they get you know, whatever, they get a way smaller commission, and they have to sell way more, so they need people to come back. And then the companies can, you know, maybe use less quality products or even the same quality, but just raise the prices. And I'm seeing that across the board in the whole retail market.
Yeah.
But yeah, I wonder what the chat's saying about that. So that's the
It's so
second point.
interesting that these big clothing brands end up selling everything else but clothing. So yeah, of course. I mean, the margins for makeup perfumes are huge. That's where they make
Yep.
biggest profits, I think, even much more than the accessories. Of course, it's your first contact with with luxury, the cheapest way of. I mean, this is not really luxury in reality. You know, it's not really luxury. It's just the name, because makeup in itself is not luxury. There are many good makeup brands that,
You
besides
don't have to
the
pay.
Dior, Cenat,
Yeah.
and all that,
Yeah.
and it's not considered luxury if you go and buy, makeup brands that are just doing makeup and nothing else. So it's not really luxury. It's just this idea of somehow having even we're talking about perfumes. Even in perfumes, there are categories. There's like a perfume that is cheap for the average consumer, and then there are the more limited editions that are always much better, that are quite expensive. I mean, a Chanel perfume at the limited edition might cost you 400 euros.
Yeah. Super
So the average
expensive.
consumer
Exactly.
cannot buy. No. So
I
again, it's like for the very, very, like this illusion of being part of luxury, which I don't know why people are so obsessed about luxury. It has to do somehow unconsciously must have something to do with self-esteem and how you feel about yourself. Because what? Why do we need luxury? And what does it really mean besides quality? Like, because if
Anastasia,
it's
I
about
love this
quality,
point.
I understand. Yeah, but if it's luxury, I mean, what do we mean by luxury? And why are we so obsessed about? You know,
This goes on to like my
and it's not
fourth and
even true
fifth point.
luxury, really.
I can see Dammy is itching. He's about
She
to
can't
cook.
see me
But
because
yeah,
there's
go
a cover.
please, please.
Wait, let me read what they're saying. Grey market CDs possible. Okay, yeah. So boom. All right. With that, so they like when I was saying they want to capture the psychology, because that's an absolutely phenomenal point, right? Is that what is even luxury in the first place? That's a great question for us. It is also a question that luxury is, in quotes, is answering for themselves, right? Shout out to Virgil. So what they want, one is the data for the people, because once the girls, right? Once the girls buy this makeup, what do? They want the text messages to know when the deals are on. They give their emails for when, a
Yeah,
new online thing drops. They give
Right.
their whole life is given to these companies. So now I know that this is, and then they know the shade of the makeup they bought. So now I know that this is a very dark skinned black girl who is from, let's just say, the Kent area, that buys makeup 3 or 4 times, within a year.
yeah,
So then how many times can I add up this person to buy makeup multiple times or buy even more things? Because we'll only talk about gateway items, aren't we? And then, this person likes charms. So how can I really innovate in the charm sector? And when I say innovate, I really mean just give them more offerings. Because of
yeah,
course, if somebody buys makeup 3 or 4 times a year, you want to, or should I say foundation specifically, you want them to buy another item that goes along with the foundation. So you can tailor that to what they actually get. And they love that when the word luxury is used, that they are on top of mind. Because realize in this conversation, we've used the same 3 or 4 names: Dior,
yeah,
Chanel,
Hermes.
Hermes, and Louis
Right.
Vuitton. They love that.
yeah.
So they've already captured the psychology. For us, at least, they've captured the psychology, but they haven't for the young people. And then when you see, okay, people are talking great about Jonathan Anderson and all of these other things, like, I think we all know this, right? Where it's like they want to be, not just have the biggest shows, but the most talked about shows. So they care about the consumer metrics on that. And they love that they're on top of mind. But on the other end of that, they care about their actual consumers, right? And when that person grows with you, they can actually tailor that customer journey in terms of their email marketing and their SMS marketing and the relations with the makeup artist, and then switch that onto the perfume, so on and so forth. So yeah, because like when the Dior or even the Chanel advent calendars drop, those are special SMS messages that come through. Like, have you guys been on their like mailing lists and seen
Yeah, of course.
how they advertise? Yeah. So I appreciate that, Leo. So with that, you see that they're changing their apparatus. So now it's not just, oh, you understand that this thing is happening. You see the person on social media, and now you feel special because when you told your friend, oh yeah, this thing is dropping, they didn't know this thing is dropping. So now you're on the inside. And now that's the luxury. The luxury isn't, oh, this item is well made and it's the highest quality from so and so places. It's like what they said, the scarcity, right? Is that they don't know. I know. I'm in the know. They're not in the know. And that is also part of how, we conduce, exclusivity, elitism, classism, whatever, gatekeeping. Bring gatekeeping back is a whole movement right now, right? And now people don't even need to gatekeep because they're the ones getting the direct messages and it feels special to them.
Yeah.
But yeah, I want to know what everyone's thoughts is now. But yeah.
Yeah. What do you think of the chart on the screen? Someone in the chat said that Gen X is definitely lying about personal status and identity being last place in the order of priorities is a lie. That Gen X are lying about that. What do you think about that? I think it's also quite telling that just Gen X. What age is Gen X? Let me.
Yeah, just the age group. What's the age group again? I think they're like 50s, 60s or whatever it is.
Mid 40s to early 60s, like 46 to 61 right now.
Yeah. They don't care about status. 60 years ago was that.
That would be a lie. Because
it is a lie.
Isn't that the generation
they
that
invented
literally
this.
used to buy? Yeah, they invented it.
I almost gave them the benefit of the doubt, but this is literally who it's for. Oh my days, that was hilarious. I can't believe that. I almost fell for the bait.
Because normally when they do surveys, it's not about the reality; it's about what your perception of your reality is.
Exactly.
So obviously, someone can survey me, and then I can say, "Yeah, I care the least about like using luxury or buying into luxury as a means to increase my personal status." But that's just what I'm saying. Someone observing me could be like, I feel like when you buy clothing, it's for personal status. So it's like that's the thing about surveys.
Personal status and identity. But this is the thing, right? What is the status symbol like for them with Gen X particularly? How I can interpret this data a little bit, and plus I don't have the raw data, I just have a graph, is that they want the actual wealth, not the display of it, because actually having wealth is how you display it. So you, like, let's say having a nice car, a Maybach, for instance, isn't necessarily like, of course, that's your personal status or whatever it is. But at the same time, it's not necessarily your identity. Like, your identity would be the person who takes a Maybach to pick their kids up from private school with a driver escorting you. That is now.
I think we lost it. Okay, I think we
It's
lost
only
it
you
for a
that
second,
stays.
mate.
Did something happen?
You lose us from time to time,
Both
but
of
you
you get
say
lost. It's
we
only
put.
me. I've got the flawless internet. I've
I
got the
think,
streamer internet.
yeah, yeah.
That's when he said he's being
You
censored.
know, I think
They
also,
packed me up. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I
yeah,
can hear you.
we can hear you.
That was so odd.
It happened to me
No,
multiple
someone else
times
go.
today.
Someone else
Don't
go.
worry.
Yeah, I don't know. People saying that Gen X kind of their personal status is through assets. Maybe now, but like the
Yeah,
reason
now
why
that's how I feel it is.
the fashion market exploded was because of them. They made it explode. Like because the luxury fashion as a category exploded in the 90s. That was not millennials and Gen Z. That was Gen X.
Yes.
Literally, that was Gen X.
Yeah, yeah.
But I think maybe
Yeah.
it is actually true because if we're talking, there's a difference between like what they did versus now. I think now Gen X probably get personal status from owning houses because Gen Z and millennials can't own homes because
How
it's too expensive.
boring. Yeah.
So there's like stuff like that. There was a big conversation in the chat that I thought was interesting around the fact that innovation and design tends to be at the bottom of a lot of these
Yeah.
lists. And it's quite indicative of the fact that like Anastasia, you said earlier that people don't like to experiment with the way that they dress. I think this kind of proves that.
Yeah. And there is this kind of, I was discussing with somebody today, a friend of mine, and I was like, why we have this hypocrisy around being discreet when it comes to clothing in particular? Like people want to be discreet, don't want to show off, but I mean, wearing clothes and dressing up is part of it is expressing yourself, is not necessarily showing off. And why should we be discreet? Why being discreet is a quality? I mean, we know we live in times where, people have money and people don't. So I don't see why it's a provocative thing. Like you should be
Yeah.
discreet. You shouldn't show like who are you going to offend the people that doesn't have money? Like if that's the issue. If this is like this thing of being discreet and not, I mean, this has to do, in my opinion, more with the fact that people function in a much more uniform way and they have lost
Right.
somewhere their individual, voice than showing off. Because if you're wearing jewelry, a Rolex, or if you're having an expensive house, you're not showing off. You're showing off, but in a different way. That's all.
Yeah.
It's not. And also
That's why
clothing.
I said they get personal status through like house ownership and stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly. I told you, very boring actually. I find this so boring that people, and they always talk about like investment. I want to invest in something. I'm like, come on, like you all want to invest, but nobody wants to express. So it's like so oldish, So such a mentality that, like, to me, it's very stressful to know that I'm surrounded by people like that think of
Yeah.
this kind of way that, I mean, part of life is also expressing. If you don't have that need, for me, it's very problematic, And
Agreed.
creativity should be a part of every human's life, not investing in a house, Okay, but okay, I'm not saying you should be homeless and have a collection. I'm not saying that,
But you can also be
But
creative at the same time. Yeah.
I mean, and this labeling clothing, like if you're dressing well, it means showing off. No, it's not true. It's not true for
Hi, folks.
everybody. Hi.
Hello, Al.
Hi. Yeah, I think that what I wanted to come on here and say was
I'll
specifically,
just share the link you sent, Al.
yeah, before we get off the topic of innovation and design, I had a take about that I think is, I don't know, worth sharing. I think that the reason why that's ranked so low in terms of I guess, ranking, I believe in the survey they might have been forced to rank them versus just giving them like an individual score of how important they are, at least based off the way the infographic had that displayed. I think that's to do with customer fatigue with the idea of innovation and disruptiveness as like a market force and a general cultural force because of the proliferation of micro trends on social media driven by algorithmically um, accelerated processes in which you have ballet core and then clown core and then all sort of things that sort of happening when people post Rona were so focused on experiencing fashion through uh, a stream that was mediated by something that was um, you know economically incentivized to show you constantly new things, right? And the fact that like a lot of these trends weren't even lasting a season and such, there was nothing really to get invested and kind of ride along with and really internalize that as part of your fashion journey, or internalize like the aesthetics of such to like really have a marked impact on like the way that you consume. That plus like this general feeling of distrust of technology and how much it's disrupting our lives and the general economy. I think all that ties in to like why there's a distrust now of that specific language and the values that go along with that as a median level consumer, right? So that's my take on that. And then the thing that I wanted to share was this article describing what in popular economics zeitgeist people have been referring to as a K-shaped economy, right? That right now 10% of consumers drive 50% of consumption, and like the rest of the 90% are kind of falling off, and it has to do with your ability to maintain your status, and that's based off of asset ownership and not based off of productivity or labor, right? It used to be
that's facts. Yeah.
yeah. So it's doing this, and when we talk about fashion retail, like the ability of purchasers at the top 10% is going like this, and that's what's driving the economy right now. But then 90%
And that's what's driving price increases.
Exactly. But it's driving price increases and also other things, right?
Yeah.
So if we can talk about both ends of the K-shape, and I think retailers are smart and they have options for both of these markets. They're not unaware that this is happening in the economy, and so for me, the bottom, what I associate with the bottom of the K, for people who are losing purchasing power as the economy is growing more and more towards the needs of capital owners, is that you're turning into products like makeup and such, but more so than it just as a product category being like an entry point. The fact is that they're consumable, like in foods, experiences, hotels, this sort of thing. These are consumable products more so than they are necessarily just being easy to manufacture or being entry level to begin with. The fact that like the products are a sort of rent on your ability to access the brand. It's rent
Right.
behavior. It's like Adobe Photoshop being a rental product instead of an actual license you can buy and have for the
Yeah.
rest of your life, right? And that's what's being served now to the bottom of the K. And then the top end of the K, what you're describing with like, why does everything have to be, more private? Why does everything have to be stealthy and so on and so forth? There's this, I think, a feeling of fear as wealth inequality grows and grows, and the people who have the havers are growing less and less, and the have-nots are growing more and more. There's a fear about security, right? There's a fear that the geopolitical situation might boil and escalate, and that politics might become more populist and less friendly towards people with capital, and that one being Mark Zuckerberg might feel prompted to build underground bunkers in Hawaii, right?
And in
so
New Zealand.
exactly. And so what will happen, as I believe, you'll have more and more of the middle of the sort of retail space, the Nordstroms, the Saks, and so on and so forth. That sort of space will sort of disappear, as those are more of like hagiographical museums to the like ready to wear stuff that takes like a lot of space to store. And the consumers of that will either move online, where like the margins are a bit better, right, for in terms of selling these things that take up a lot of physical space to like retail, and or just it not being accessible at all, and having more and more like individual like outlets for just specifically beauty, which have a much higher return on investment per square foot of real estate presence, right? It's just a lot more dense in terms of like what it's actually physically retailing. In the same way that a Wingstop is more dense than a Buffalo Wild Wings, if that makes sense. It's a very American way of speaking about revenue per square foot. But Wingstops are happening. Rick Ross is a very rich man.
Shout out to Rick Ross. Great
Yes.
investment.
Exactly. And that's specifically because of like their model of not having a dining space. You order it to like take out and so on and so forth. And it's all very dense in terms of like the product offering. Anyway, what else was I saying? I think the future is you'll have stylists who either work for a house like Kering, or they're they'll have individual brands that they've gather and have a following, and they'll, instead of being just somebody who like is somebody who serves in a professional capacity for an event, it'll be somebody who like takes the collections directly from the houses as a sort of like micro buyer, and takes whole collections to these castles that these people with money that they've built walls around, and compounds that are secure and can insulate them from like the problems of like having to live in a society. And that's where it's not online at all. It's actually super hyper local in that they bring the collections to you, right? They'll have like a food truck equivalent of like these high-end goods, and the exclusive items will be shown exclusively to you in your own environment or in event settings, sort of like what high jewelry does now, where like they'll have events, they'll invite you, they'll fly you up to a chalet where you can go skiing and also see the new line of high jewelry. It'll be like that. It'll be very experience-based, very one-on-one with high net worth consumers who are spending millions at these brands, and it'll all be about the personal brand of the buyer / shopper / stylist who's bringing the collections to you, and the sort of like idea of like a department store where you're like having to gather amongst the riffraff in order to like make your retail decisions is going to die off as you go higher and higher in this K and lower in this K. You don't want to interact in between these two economies. And that's where I think the future of retail is going.
Because obviously there's a safety issue when that interaction is happening, right? Because obviously there's a lot of animosity in terms of like the economy being that way. But we've known it to be that way because obviously the reason why luxury brands have hiked prices so much is because they've done research and found it makes financial sense to just cater to the market that's on the top of the K, like what you're saying. And you can't mix those consumers when it gets so dystopian that it's literally like one side is like struggling to eat, but they're still kind of like fighting each other, and then the other side is just kind of like in the ivory tower, buying jackets for $1 million. We might literally get to that point if we haven't through couture already. So no, what you're saying is true. What you're saying is very true. Dami, are you back with us or are you not? Okay, maybe he isn't.
I have a fun comment to make on that, that at least they learned from Marie Antoinette example. They will not be having their heads decapitated, compared to that, where exactly like the extravagance led to that. Because I mean, like, I feel we're really circling back to these inequalities in the past. You had people that were dressed in rags and people that had all this kind of fabulous clothes, and it's so sad that we're heading that direction.
I do think we're heading towards let them eat acne studios.
Yeah.
It's a really reasonable thing to say, I think.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
I want to know how well you can hear me. I'm currently using a microphone, a big one.
Really well.
You're coming out really clear, yeah.
You're coming out good.
Don't worry.
No, that's perfect. I was making sure that there wasn't any feedback. So yeah, Al, I really love your sentiment and what you said. There's one part of that though that I think that needs to be added, and just to widen the scope a little bit. And one of those major things is that being an influencer is a day job. Like, that is possibly one of the more viable career paths out today for Gen Z and Gen Alpha. I want to say that again. Being an influencer is a career path. So what we have is telesales on the individual person-to-person level. So exactly what you said, right, with these little mobile people, but they're not just mobiles. Those are people with actual phones. And they're going around to, like you said, the chalet, and they're showing people. So that is not just part of the marketing strategy, that's part of the sales strategy, and that's part of the customer acquisition strategy as well. So maybe like, and this is what I kind of love about Jacquemus and certain other brands as well, where it's like when you go to the Jacquemus retail store, it is actually like you're being transported into a different space. Like their retail space is so unique, or at least it's so them, that we can sense that there is a personality there. And that's the same thing with Rick Owens and certain other stores as well. Loewe, for instance, you can see that. But there's the other step, right? How do we connect to these people? And it's getting those individuals that kind of allow this thing to thrive and people aspire to be, and becoming their influencers. Now there's certain brands that don't have like particular influencers, but what do they have instead, right? They have like artists particularly. So some will only go for painters, for instance, and some will only go for athletes, and some will only go for actors. But it's okay, maybe I can't get what's like, name, insert big Hollywood actress here, right? Scarlett Johansson, for instance. Maybe I can't get her, but maybe I can get the biggest girl on TikTok. And that is kind of like the scales of which these companies are currently working at, where it's like, I can't get Scarlett, but I can get D'Amelio, for instance. And these people are more personable, just like the girl at the store and at the beauty store. And I relate to this girl more than I relate to Scarlett Johansson, and it's transformed now. So yeah, that's kind of like one of the other bits that I feel like is added to the scope of what you said, where it's like, okay, yeah, the retail experience is not just shifting from these mobile places, but it's like it's through the phones that they are communicating.
Yeah.
And that's only possible because being an influencer is actually a career path. Like it's, oh, I can not go to university and I can post, or not even not go to university, but while I'm in university, I can be posting 20, 30, 40 times a day, grow my audience to 50 or 60K, do all of the growth hacking things. And then now I'm an influencer. And then now I can grind my way to the top. Wisdom K style.
Wisdom K style is crazy. Also, just to address something quickly, thank you for the super chat, Richie. Have we heard anything from the Demna show? Yeah, so I actually got invited to the Demna show. It should be in about like 2 weeks. So shortly after London Fashion Week, Demna is having his debut Gucci show, finally. Because every show has been like, it's not my debut. I was actually surprised I got invited to that show, considering my love-hate relationship with Demna's work. But it'll be great to see his debut collection. So that's actually coming. I don't know if they made an announcement about it, but the date's already set. I like have an invite to that Gucci show already. So that's coming in 2 weeks. But yeah, back to the discussion we were having.
Yeah,
influencers are the new Avon salespeople for sure. Definitely. Like beauty influencers are like we know, they're the biggest, they're the greatest, they're a massive entryway for people into luxury beauty, Korean skincare, for instance. You know what I mean?
But to me, at least, the big difference is that like people like Wisdom and a lot of influencers, they're there to service the retail needs of like the lower half of the K.
that's
K
what I was going to
True.
say. Yeah.
True.
Yeah, you cannot compare
That's a
them.
good point.
Yeah. I mean,
Of
the
course,
best
yeah.
example of all that is the wife of Jeff Bezos. It is just like friends now with Anna Wintour, and she's gonna host then you know, to me that's very frustrating. But
And they're
because of
sponsoring
wealth,
the Met
somebody,
Gala.
Yeah,
yeah.
Also,
By the way,
money is access.
now that's the problem because if everything is driven by money alone, we end up with situations like that. Okay, money
and
is
no
important.
creativity.
Yeah, but if in all fields, in healthcare is the same. I mean, if we want to talk about broader, even education, if we care about profit alone, humanity is not going to do well on so many levels.
I want to say
Because
though,
yeah,
I do love that mentality, but the one thing that I have to add to that is like, who or like, were we certain that the Met Gala, for instance, was just running off its own strength before? And is it that the people who have the money are just out in the open now, rather than, oh, this has been a profitable venture since the beginning? Because I don't think it has been. It has been a loss leader, but it's also a place for people to, make their mark. Do you know
I'm
what I
not
mean?
sure I'd call the
probably.
Met Gala a loss leader because that's what funds the institute, right? It's like there are a set number of tickets that all the brands have to pay for to be
Yeah, of
there.
course, yeah.
And then the brands obviously select what celebrities they bring. Now, there's a huge ecosystem around the Met Gala. I know stylists that have been paid millions just to style one person at the Met Gala. Like, that's how much money is like going around during the Met Gala. So I think now they've just changed the strategy because before the Met Gala was kind of like an intimate thing. I think now, due to all the celebrity fanfare, especially over the 5 years and like everyone covering the Met Gala, they've realized we should turn this into an event like a la the Super Bowl,
Yeah.
or like where we have broadcasting rights and people are fighting to broadcast the Met Gala, and then we can generate even more money. And that's where you have like big people coming on board, like Jeff Bezos, to kind of help facilitate that.
Yeah, but I mean, financing it is in one thing, and then putting as a host, which is a very symbolic, not symbolic, but like it's a very important role. Putting somebody who is not in fashion and who clearly doesn't have any taste neither.
Let's
It's
like
very
at that,
vulgar, huh? But
at,
sorry, but I
at,
cannot take that.
Okay,
at
I want
that
to
price
jump in now
point,
before
at
we
that
like
price
get
point,
all
you can
like
buy
eat the
taste.
rich. All right, I think
No,
that there's
no, dear, you cannot buy taste. Taste you can never buy, actually. And that's a
No,
great thing. I used
I
to
that,
don't.
say that's
well,
the revenge. You would never
whatever,
taste good
whatever
taste,
Law
no matter how
Roach,
much the money.
whatever
There's
Law
something.
Roach says they should pay him is with them buying taste for sure.
No, but even though she wears that, she still looks equally vulgar. So
But
the
she's a
proof is,
participant, right? Like
yeah,
who
yeah.
was that famous wife who like I think it was the wife of like a baron, like of von Bismarck or maybe, who like cried for 6 days when Balenciaga shut down his atelier, right? Like these are people who are complete, that's your perfect consumer, right?
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
like
yeah.
this sort of hagiographical worship of like the creative worlds that the creative directors can create. That's your perfect consumer. You want as many of those people as possible. You want to involve as many of like the well-heeled as possible within your brand and your storytelling, that they feel like an active participant and it's a personal like part of their identity. This is what you want to build, right? And you must, I don't know, parasitize off of like that as like I think a business owner, in order to have the runway to complete the legacy of creative progress that I think that you can have because you have this runway. And the only thing I think of is like that the ephemera of like the process of fashion and the process of design is that tail and a body of work that you're able to create through this runway. It feels kind of mercenary. It doesn't feel particularly ethical, I think, to service again the vulgarity of these princes and princesses.
I,
Um,
I, I,
b-
I feign to be like to think that this hasn't been how it's always been.
yeah, I
We
agree.
kind of have always, not always, but within the past 10 years, so long as we're of age, we've been talking about why aren't rich people rich and right? That is that's a conversation that's happening on social media. That why aren't our rich people cool? Why aren't our
What's the name of
wealthy?
that Instagram page? Rich people, they're rich, right?
Oh yeah, Oh, we literally have had this conversation. So like, for as much as we say, oh, they're like this, they're like that, this person isn't necessarily who I would like. However, it's who we've got. Now, is she putting the right people in places? It should be our question, right? Or is it just, you know, some nepotistic, you know, parasitic relationship that is, you know, gonna maul and disintegrate the very fabric of why we love the Met Gala in the first place? And
Yeah,
that's the
that's
question,
your answer.
that's
Yeah.
the valuable question we ask ourselves, right? And
Yeah.
if she does that and it's terrible, then yeah, our rich people still ain't rich and right. But for at least my generation and lower, that is what everyone's been asking. Like, what's the name of the people who had that $1 billion wedding in India?
Ambani's?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
they and people, like, I believe it was like for a week at least. I'm sure it was for I saw videos for a month.
I think it was longer than a week. I'm not
Yeah,
gonna lie.
it was well, yeah. I'm just trying to, you know, be conservative in my estimate, but people are like, why are their rich people acting like this, and we've got these people as our rich people? So I like, what do you guys personally think about that? But for me, this is in quotes our rich people riching right if they do it well.
Honestly, I believe it's totally irrelevant, as the rich people, regardless of whether or not they're good at styling or have stylists who take care of them and advance, you know, their aesthetic agenda as like celebrities, or their personal aesthetic needs and wants, right? Like, I think outside of that, they're downstream of the creative process. You can obviously end up being a muse of like a designer if like there is like a strong relationship and there's some creativity because of that. But I think they're all just downstream of this. They're
When you
the
say
same,
when you say they're downstream, what do you mean by that?
as in like I believe like, you know, it used to be like a situation where celebrity was reserved for a particular status. Like I'm thinking of like people who were groundbreaking stylists, like the Prince of Wales Czech guy, whoever that guy was. Um, he was the Prince of Wales, and at one point he popularized Glen Check because of his personal style. He didn't have a stylist that he just liked the way it looked, and he wore it, and it became a popular thing that has reverberated through generations of menswear and menswear designers and stuff. There's that, and you know, obviously Jeff Bezos' wife is not going to be able to do that because maybe, you know, it's too much of a manufactured good that she's just buying straight up.
I don't
But I
know.
think that downstream again of the houses, which to me are the important part. They're the ones producing the runway shows. They're the ones making the mode. They're the ones making the fashion, right? And if they choose to be inspired by their clientele, that's their prerogative. But the premise, to me, I think, is that it shouldn't matter if the rich people are riching right, as long as they're consuming enough to build the runway for the designer's product.
This person isn't like they're not just a consumer though. Like, I think like she bought in at the top of the pyramid, not at the bottom of the pyramid.
It doesn't matter
to
where they buy
control
in.
how the system works.
Yeah,
but
like when a rich person buy like more something like this, she's at the top. She's not knowing, like, when someone is a billionaire, as we all know, it's like they buy in at the top. They're not trying to just buy clothes and have no influence or say. That's where I'm confused in what you're saying.
Yeah, and the Russian queen who like got really into Rasputin also bought in at the top of what Rasputin was selling. But like it doesn't matter. It's all about like how much.
No, okay, wait. Let's put it like this. I love the Russian example, right? Fabergé eggs. When they wasn't just consumers of Fabergé eggs, they changed the whole designs of why they were creating Fabergé eggs. So the whole family definitely like had their say. They did buy it, but then at the same time, it's like, okay, now we're telling this story. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean that's just one thing that Fabergé is known for, right? They also make perfumes.
No, we're talking, but before the monarchy got put down, we're making very distinct not jewelry, but like centerpieces made from very fine metals and minerals, right? And that's the same thing with like Cartier, for instance, right? With Cartier, it's like the rich people bought it, and it was like, yeah, there was some rich people that were just like lawyers and doctors and but then once it got to the princes and the princesses, it changed everything. Now there's a tiger at the handle, and it's like there's a snake, and there's all of these animals that distinctly change
But
why we love Carti in the first place. Anastasia, what's up? I would love to hear what you think.
yeah, I just want to say that, yeah, that was that opulence of that time is not the way rich people of today mostly are approaching clothing in particular. I mean, what we said before with we were discussing with Ayo was that very often it's the consumer, even in that high end, like LV, for example, that in a way dictates, that is circling back dictates what the brand will produce. And so, of course, there is this interaction and back and forth because they want to sell. And for me, in all that, the problem is that we only care about consumption and nothing else. There is no other perspective. For me, it's very problematic that somebody as tasteless as this woman or many other like her, she's not an exception, actually. That's the problem. Also, she's not an exception in that. Um, we have to see them as hosts in an event that is, of course, financed by rich people, but it's supposed to be for fashion people. And if we, in the end, care only about consumption, we will end up in fashion only with very wealthy people who buy this very discreet kind of fashion. And in the end, there will be no personas and no intellectual people and no interesting people, because the problem is very often very wealthy people are not necessarily intellectuals and they're not necessarily people with taste. And that to me is an issue in itself because these people have a lot of power and they're going to dictate a lot of things. And
But
one of
they
them
don't.
will be
They don't
creative,
control the valves of culture anymore. The fact that there's the level playing field of social media means that Wisdom K is able to provide the exact same amount of influence to the zeitgeist of fashion, of mode, that the Lauren Bezos. I think that's her name, or is that the ex? I forget.
Yeah,
Her
Yeah,
I think so too.
Lauren Bezos is
Laura's
the
the new
main
Lauren,
one?
yeah.
Yeah.
Laura
Wow.
Sanchez or what's her, I don't even know yet.
Mackenzie is
Lauren
the
Sanchez
big yes.
Bezos, yeah.
Yeah.
Lauren is a driver, obviously, because she picks and chooses, what might be part of some designer's legacy, and that legacy will be colored by them. Yes, like at one point, Lalique and Fabergé were sort of equal, and because of the legacy of their product, specifically for the Russian monarchy, that colored Fabergé's legacy. But I don't think that's all they make, and they're probably proud of the stuff that they've also made outside of that. And because of this pluricity, the fact that we're not limited to only, viewing the celebrity of, say, the Prince of Wales, we've got, people who are influencers online, who are stylists online, who have shared their ability to style and create a new cultural zeitgeist that is at the cutting edge, because the street is always where the cutting edge comes from, almost never from the top down.
You're
Because
right,
there's that
but of course.
vision, I don't think it's a situation where we have to be that concerned about the ultra rich driving everything, because they don't have a monopoly on our attention. They don't have a monopoly on the zeitgeist. There's too many options.
I guess
a monopoly.
I think
Yeah.
what Dami is saying is like, because what you're saying is like, in the economy that we're in, you can have as much influence as someone that seemingly has more influence due to power of money. But the difference, and I think where Dami is saying something, is that I can get the same attention that a rich person can get. I can influence more people than a rich person, but ultimately it's the rich person's decision if they want to stop something because they own it, or if they want to close this brand because they own it, or if they want to hire this creative director and go in this direction because they own it. So it's like, I can influence more people on how they think, but then the decision still gets made by the person that is on top, that has the ownership, if that makes sense, which comes with an influence in and of itself. It's a different kind of influence, but that influence affects like a lot of things that happen.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I meant by that.
Yeah, like I guess like maybe I hope this analogy lands, but like the influencers are the waves on top of the sea, right? So they're the little waves that you can see on top of the sea, but the rich people are the current. They're the movement that happens under the sea that can sweep you up and swallow you whole. It's like today I asked a question in the chat and I really wanted to know, Like, who are the wealthy benefactors of today? Like, and I think like everybody that works in a creative industry has somebody that is wealthy that know they're in a network of wealthy people, right? And they've got opportunities because of that. And then there is the super duper wealthy, right? Which is like, let's say, the people who decide whether we go to shows or not. Like, because one thing that I think is important is like, yeah, Wisdom K's got great influence, but does he go to all the shows, and does the fashion industry care about him that way?
I mean,
And
I think the fashion
he can make
industry
us,
does,
but
the luxury industry maybe not.
no,
I
no,
think
like,
again, it's K, right?
he
There's
can make as many videos as he wants. I've not seen him front row at Hermes, not once. I've not seen him influence.
I agree, because he drives again towards the gray market. He's not driving towards Hermes.
Yeah, he drives consumerism. Like, he's a product of consumerism. So it's like, okay, grand. And Wisdom is literally one of my favorite influencers. However, if we're going to talk about it in this sense, right, and then in a wider economy sense, then he doesn't necessarily move the needle like Lauren Sanchez is. Like, she's like, we've known her for 5 minutes.
It's about degrees. It's about degrees of influence, right? And
we've dedicated half hour conversation to this lady.
In order for somebody to stay in Lauren's good graces, they need to be perceived as being cutting edge and of being of cultural worth, and that their brand is producing something that she wants to buy into the world and fantasy of, right? She's a customer just like us, right? She has to be able to like figure out that there's something there for her to patronize. And that what happens is that like the street eventually will dictate what the mode is based off of either the fact that they have to go to the gray market or go to vintage for inspiration. That will eventually start trickling up in the sense that like there's a reason why there's knockoff speed cats in the Louis Vuitton show. Like those super flat, like that comes from the fact that silhouette was introduced, obviously, you know, maybe in terms of visualization and popularization from some, you know, designers, but it caught on in the streets. People like that. They like the Puma speed cats. They like the like ballet flat things that they did from Balenciaga, so on and so forth. That caught on, and that eventually trickled back into the product offering at LV, obviously with, you know, much higher quality materials and have you, but it eventually does make its mark. The needle does.
So you're saying we still have
influence. Thing.
That's generally what you're saying. Because wisdom influence doesn't. Yeah.
It's a push and pull, right? Obviously,
yeah.
The high spending.
So, but you're saying we still have influence. I think that's what I'm getting from what you're saying.
But their ability to participate in a brand comes from the brand's ability to respond to us from mode, not from luxury.
I don't know. Well, when you say us, do you mean the people who actually buy it?
No, because the people who produce the visual culture, the people who are in fashion and produce the fashion culture are the ones that the designers respond to. At least right now, maybe there are that just do not care about that at all, right? And like we don't move their needle. Maybe Hermes considers themselves one of those companies, maybe, and that's that. And then I just drop out of them being understood as being participant in the culture.
I hear it. Ayo, can I talk about something funny?
Go on.
Seeing as you talk about influence, you know what? Do you know what's so interesting, guys? And Anastasia and I hope I don't lose you guys in this, but like, I love that Prada cups are coming back in style. Like, does that make sense to you guys? Like,
it makes sense to me.
Like, okay,
it's because of the silhouette. It has the same silhouette as like those Dries Van Noten shoes that have come back. It just has that same silhouette.
Yeah, this is the thing, because it's what I was saying, right? It is the street influencing what is being made. So now, you can probably get product cups for a reasonable price on Depop now. In about 7 to 8 months, you're not. And one of the major reasons for that is because of exactly what I was saying, right? Is what they're creating. But at the same time, it's like, I mean, what the people are buying, and people love Prada cups at this point, right? Especially the people on the street. And then on the top level of the K, I guess if I'll use ours analogy, people are talking about the dirt on the sleeves and what that symbolizes in the Prada show, right?
That's a whole another discussion. Yeah.
The sleeves,
No,
I still think, are the participation in fashion. Like that's a styling and like I would say kind of recession indicator
I can't
take in
lie.
the sense that it's not that much of a hot take from Prada in terms
My,
of like.
my culture is not your style. Like I'll be like, I worked hard for this.
You want me to
shirt
show
on
you my
sleeve.
stained ass French cuffs? I got
Bro, I've got the most stains on my trench and it's a Burberry one as well. And I promise you, it's not a style take. It's,
You influence Prada.
I can't afford to take it to the proper cleaners. And I'm not trying to take it to the guy I'm gonna pay £7 that's gonna destroy it. That's what I don't want. But no, like I hear what you're saying though, right? Is like you are giving us a little bit more credence for sure in terms of like our value add. At the same time, it's like for a lot of us, all we can do is commentate. Like I remember when I very, very first started, I had this series out, especially when I was a fashion illustrator, right? When I was a fashion illustrator, I was like, I'm gonna draw all the things I can't buy. And I literally just drew all of the clothes that I thought were cool and I styled them in ways. And that was my first time like trying my hand at styling. And you know, obviously I drew clothes before because I was actually like an animator, but that was me participating in fashion and then tagging the brands on Instagram and coloring them in and so on and so forth. That was like my participation. And for a lot of us, that's what our participation looks like, right? It is an article on Substack. It is chatting to our friends on TikTok Live. It is being in Discord and talking about fashion history and all of these other things, right? And that's where our value is. But what we're really doing is deepening our connection and enriching our connection to these companies that in reality don't care too deeply about us, because there can be a billionaire that comes in and says, yo, I want to buy this company now. And then they buy it. And then they change the whole movement of what this company is doing. And then people are like, whoa, what happened? But this is the thing, right? This is one of the good things. It's like the gent that bought Ferragamo and his company, he bought Ferragamo, and what did he do? He instilled or appointed Maximilian Davis, right? And now our whole generation, or at least for a lot of us in our generation, love what Maximilian is doing at Ferragamo. And then there was another person. What was the guy who bought Andamula Mister again? IO, please.
Claudio Antonioli.
Yeah, he did that, and then he appointed somebody, and then people are
Stefano.
like, yeah,
Yeah.
and then people are like, huh? What's happening here? So
before Stefano, it was Ludovic de Saint-Saëns.
Yeah.
Conversation for another
Oh my
day.
god.
Yeah.
No.
So, but it can go both ways, right? And then now we have the Met, which is our Super Bowl. We like everybody remembers their first Met, and what was that was the first ever conversation I've had with somebody that was like, oh, did you see what so and so wore? I swear to you, before that time, I did not care what anybody. I've never. The last time I cared about that was in year 7 when somebody was wearing the same trainers as me on non-school uniform day, and then I swore I would never wear the same thing as. Oh, I went too niche. But
the Super Bowl element, the players are the stylists. They're not the people wearing the clothes. They're very secondary.
Yeah. Without dragging it on, it's like it's important to us, but somebody did buy our Super Bowl essentially.
Yeah, I think what both of you are saying is kind of similar, because like Al's point is like the reason, kind of what Leo said. Al's point is the reason why, like the LaFleur guy started bringing back that sort of 2010s era, and as a result, Margiela re-released the Futures. If LaFleur didn't exist, they wouldn't re-release the Futures because there wasn't like a serviceable market. So that's what I was saying. Like literally, the consumers have so much influence now. Like influencers have so much influence that like you can influence a lot of people. That is like irrespective of who's buying the brand. They're kind of you've almost like forced Margiela's hand into having to re-release the shoes because an economy was kind of created by the influence of people posting on TikTok. So it's kind of it happens both ways. It happens in both directions, if that makes sense. But on the same at the same time, the rich person can be like, if is this what everyone likes? I'm gonna remove it because they have they have power to do that. But I guess the drawback would be then they'll lose money
No, for
because
sure.
they'll take away something that sells well. So there is influence like coming from both directions.
Yeah, it's definitely a push and pull for sure. No, I 100% agree. I 100% agree.
And
It's a good
my
conversation.
particular argument is that for companies that are interested in specifically fashion and not timelessness or whatever the fuck these luxury companies are going for, like the people who care about fashion, it has to be relevant to the current mode, right? It has to be relevant to what the world is, and that just comes from people, and most people are not the 10%.
Okay, back to that styling point, right? I think it was really important that you said it to the current mode, because that was also part of where the luxury consumer is going, right? Because when I was speaking directly on people buying vintage, right? We're hitting the 30-year mark for some of our favorite, like Tom Ford, Gucci, and Dior and everything like that. But what is really going going directly into our valves and our value is and especially with people buying it on the gray market, is them wanting pieces that look like the period that they bought them from. So not just, oh, this is the same style, this the same black leather, so and so and so and so. It is, this looks like the 2002 show. This looks like the 2011-14 show. Like when I've got my styling clients now, they're asking me for particular items, and they're sending me particular items, and I'm IDing them, saying, yo, it's from this show, it's from this era, this is back when Indie Sleaze was in. And they love being enriched that way, one. And two, that is the item that they're going to covet more than just a black pair of jeans from any old show. Do you know what I mean? Because that company still makes that jeans, and they would never want it mistaken for a 2026 pair. They want the skinny jean from the 2006 when skinny jeans were skinny jeans. And I think that's really, really important when it comes to our consumer psychology, especially people on the more knowledgeable side of fashion today.
I mean, I think that's right in the sense that there are people who value the authenticity of the provenance, the fact that this is actually a boot made in Tom Ford era or whatever, what have you. And for those people at the top who want that, they have the archivists who have all the nicest and most perfect versions of these dead stock 1 of 50 items.
No, for sure.
There's that, and then at the low end of the market, there's eBay. You just grab what comes and what you can get, right?
For real. And I think that market is gonna get really, really big, just like the Jordan market got big in the late 2010s.
And there'll be re-releases, like right now what Gucci is doing,
of course,
with the super distressed jackies and what have you. There's an easy way for those with money to access the sort of visual culture of what that production,
exactly, the cool people are doing.
Yeah, or like Louis Vuitton and the Murakami re-release and stuff.
Exactly. But guess what? The fashion forward person, especially the one that at least I style, right? They're not going to me saying, oh, they want the re-release. Do you know somebody? Da, 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 da.
Yeah, they want the original.
Exactly. They're like, I wouldn't be caught dead wearing the re-release, because one, they know that it's not made well, because I either told them, or they're coming to me saying, oh, this thing was made terribly. So they have this higher level of value for certain pieces that are older. And this is the first time that is actually happening. But one thing that I can say is that the fashion companies, because of that, the fashion companies can't saturate the market like they saturated the market for Jordans and Air Force Ones. Because the reality is that a new Air Force One is actually better quality than an old Air Force One, because those things were made to be used within a year, and a new Air Force One that is someone's like from this particular collection has more value because it's newer and it's unworn. But people who wear in bags and wear in jackets and wear in skirts, they can still wear that denim. They can still wear that leather. They can still wear any whatever import fabric here. They can still clean that canvas. And there's so many videos of us cleaning these particular items and showing that we can restore them. But guess what? There isn't. There's people, or guess what there is for the trainers, right? There's people showing you how destroyed a 20-year-old pair of sneakers could be because they run their thumb along it and it crumbled to dust. So that's like kind of like the shift that I believe. At least this is my personal opinion. Nobody else needs to believe me. But the saturation will only add, the saturation by the fashion companies will only add to them coveting the older piece even more.
So let me add like a behavior of some houses to this mix. There's stock buybacks, you know, that you can do as a finance company. There's an equal thing you can do as a fashion house, which is vintage buybacks. This is what the house of Patek Philippe does. They have a museum where they buy back their pieces with provenance and that are important to the history of the brand. And then they can lend those pieces out to their most valuable clientele. Obviously, they can't keep them, but you know, if they have a great relationship and you purchase millions upon millions of their watches, they'll be able to lend you a 1901 manufactured railway stopwatch or whatever. They just have this museum of objects, and that's a way of accessing their heritage and their sort of value in their gray market that I think we're going to see some brands move towards.
Anastasia, what do you think about the topic? Because I know you wanted to have the discussion, and I'm great that we have this discussion. Actually, it's absolutely amazing.
The discussion in general about what drives different tastes and consumption. I mean,
just in
for
terms of
me,
like this bottom down versus top down influence, and kind of what you think about it. Bottom up, sorry,
yeah,
versus top down.
yeah. How the consumer, you mean, influences what the decisions. Yeah,
Yeah.
how things are. Yeah. So um, we said before that street influences fashion, but unfortunately, I don't see much on the street right now. If you ask me, like when I'm observing people, it's a very small percentage of people that really are educated enough. Consumers are not educated, in my opinion. I mean, I'm not talking about people who work in fashion. This is normal, but big percentage of the
Yeah.
consumers are not educated enough, and there is like in terms of quality, for example, probably in the past it was easier because there was not so much badly made things. There were not fast fashion brands. I remember when I was very young, when I was adolescent, and even for my parents, they used to find 100% cotton. It was the regular thing, for example, for sports clothes. Now you to find like a full cotton and even cotton inside that keeps you warm, like a fleece kind. It's like from Nike or from wherever, it's almost like, a mission to find like a 100 cotton thing. So maybe because in the past also uh, they had quality, it was like that, but now it's not like that, and but seems people have not shifted, so they don't know how to distinguish things. They don't know how to. So I don't see them much being inspiring into creating a movement. Also, subcultures are dying little by little. That's another thing. People are not expressing that much through clothes anymore.
That's so big. No, you
It
gotta talk.
becomes so. it becomes flatter and flatter and more homogeneous. And the danger I mentioned before about people like Lauren and other very wealthy people is like this capitalistic logic. And I'm not against money, it's not about that. It's just it's heading there where like individuality will become less and less. And it's a whole social thing on so many levels. In the end, it's going to be like I don't know, like an
I
uninspiring
100% agree.
environment. I see this all the time. And like, who are we going to count on? On the people that work in fashion? It is a very small percentage. So then who will end up guiding? But the wealthy people, because they will buy, luxury, they will buy LV, and the rest probably will be gone. I don't know. Like so many other brands will be gone. We see already many brands that cannot, sustain themselves. We don't have that big of a diversity in brands neither, to choose from. Um, when we talk about fashion brands, I mean, not smaller ones. But yeah, so for me, this bottom up, I really don't know. I think it has to come from the top. But from the top, I mean, not necessarily people that are financially wealthy, but creatives. They need to be, in my opinion, more creatives. They are the ones, as we said, the example of not taking the risk at Dior, even on the way of displaying the clothes. To me, this is very sad. Because if they don't do it, who's going to do it? Like, who is going to show, to create that kind of movement? Like, the consumer gets inspired, and maybe then they get educated, and then maybe, they feed back. So if there is no nourishment like that back and forth, and we only care about, okay, to how many people can we sell a bag? To how many people can we sell a skirt? Okay, we sold enough, and that's enough. That's why I said when money is the only criterion in fashion and in creative industries in general, we are heading for a very boring, homogeneous disaster, I would say. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
my take on this. It's a little bit pessimistic, but I think it's pretty realistic at this point.
No, I don't think it's pessimistic at all. And I'll tell you what, there's one major thing that is like, so it's something that I can't prove, but it's also something that I believe in wholeheartedly, and that nobody actually dresses like their personality anymore. There are people where it's like the punks used to be punk, and you could tell that they were punks.
Yeah.
The skaters used to be skaters, and you could tell that. And then when it became, the people who were street used to dress in a particular way, and the people who had street style had their flair, and then the rich people who always used to have this rich style, but now people can buy an old money look, buy 3 simple garments from Zara, and if you buy 10 of them,
Yeah.
then you're able to rotate a few, and now you've got a whole old money aesthetic.
And the reverse is happening too. There used to be a time when you could identify a private school kid.
Exactly.
But nowadays, prived school
Yeah.
kids wear Nike Tech fleece and like
Exactly.
shoes.
And they switched it. They switched our whole stuff up.
Yeah.
And it's like,
The
yeah, go on, Anastasia.
the example the example you're giving about punks being punks, it was because at the time people cared about things other than money also. Now everybody's obsessed about money, and people, when they have money, they just want to show that they have money. So there is no joy in experimenting for the sake of experimenting. That's why I say when you only are driven in thinking, okay, what is this going to give? Like we started becoming a society that we want to count everything financially. And that's very problematic. Socially speaking, it's very problematic because when the punks, they didn't care if they look, you know, actually it was the contrary of being wealthy. But now this we don't see anymore. People, they don't rebel against that. They just want all eventually, if they could, to have money. They're going in the same direction. You don't see that much of rebellion aesthetically. So when there is this obsession, money for the sake of money, it's going to kill all creativity for sure. And it's doing it already. Right? I mean, I don't know if you agree on this, but and then this is what I told I in the beginning, that I didn't expand much on this point. I have this feeling that people are like generally overstimulated because we live very fast lives, and they're tired of dressing. In the end, like it's almost like it's the last thing they want to do. Just put something on them, and I love observing people in the street and in the metro, and that's what I see. It's almost like they're forcing themselves to just put something and go out. It's really the opposite of it. Yeah, because you see bad fittings, no makeup, not hair done, and not all of these people are poor people necessarily. But even if you're poor, you can really be very decent also. So, and then, just black and sports shoes, and even as I told you, bad fitting. So it means you barely look yourself in the mirror when you go out. Why is that? What is the reason for that? I wonder what is the reason for that? Why you pay so little attention to that? Do you think it's something that is not I don't know. Why is that? Why,
Yeah.
why
There
do you
may
think
be
it's that?
to me, there may be an ongoing like schism between subculture and material culture. Where if you had a subculture before, you
Yeah,
had to meet physically, and so you go to create the tools to define your subculture from a material perspective, and that's just not
yeah,
necessary anymore. Everything's mediated digitally now, and so instead the sort of change comes to activity. Like in this subculture, they perform this activity, which some of which can be done digitally, or they do it by language, where you have so many neologisms coming up every week now because of how much subculture can kind of escape its boundaries and access to wider algorithms of the general population. So there's that level, and as soon as that happens, obviously the subculture dies immediately, and you got to move on and figure out something else to do. But uh, what I mean is that like the fact that like it doesn't come from subculture also maybe comes from the fact that materiality is more difficult in would say overdeveloped countries where the material manufactural capability and the ability of people to be to have access to factories and discarded productions and stuff like that that could cheaply manufacture new material subcultures, all that's disappearing. It's going to Portugal, China, Turkey. These places that actually manufacture our things are different places and are sort of more removed from like the people who are creating the most cultural noise and cultural product, right? And so that's also, I think, an element of that is that over the course of 20th century, the financiers moving everything overseas is removing the people who consume the product from the people who manufacture the product. And that's also a big part of it, I think.
Yeah, like
yeah,
my one thing that is like massive, like that's super duper massive, is like when it comes to not just people even meeting, as well as it's like the value or the psychology that the person had when they were dressing back in the days that have become
yes,
Pinterest material today, is they had a different mindset. They dressed because there was a necessity to look like that. Like the ripped tights wasn't just because um I wanted to create some ripped tights and fishnets, some ripped fishnets and all of these other things and have ladders in them. Because I remember when we were going to school, if you had ladders in your tights, you were considered so and so. But they were thrifting tights for a lot of these girls, and they had to wear these because that's all they had because they were kicked out. And then some people even become flagrants. Like, and there were so many reasons as to, and they were buying stuff in charity shops because they were countercultural. And with how I see it today is like, okay, there's this book that I'm reading. It's called Society of the Spectacle by Guy Debord, right? And they talk about these happenings, and this is where I get to your point, Al, about just like being in a material place. Is like culture happens when people connect. And when I looked up the new romantics, what I found out is in the midst of all of the things, in the sex, the drugs, all of these other things that they were talking about, the culture manifested, then the music came from there, and then they were on TV. It wasn't, oh, I want everybody to see this as soon as it happens because I need to get however many views on my social media. And this is the thing, right? People go to social media with their culture first. And if social media doesn't accept it, then they're gonna do something that's gonna get them the views. And then this is part, at least how I see it, of how we're homogenizing ourselves. Is because when you're truly doing something niche, people aren't going to get it. And it's not going to get you the immediate gratification that someone with a mind that, you know, doesn't have their prefrontal cortex, to be completely honest, and it's very impressionable at 16, 17, 12, whatever it is, that they want that gratification from their peers, because school is the thing. Like, school is their lives, and that's where their culture happens. I said a couple of points there, but yeah.
There's a lot of good comments coming through about this. Actually, the only likes your clothes can defo show is when you're wearing athletic wear. Al said also something good. Also, with everything being broadcast on social media, nightlife just isn't the same anymore. You can't go to the club and have a good time without someone shoving a camera and a torchlight in your face. Yeah, that is really annoying. People whose content is predicated on like invading your personal space and
Literally,
like privacy is like insane.
There
That's
used
some
to be
people's like content strategy.
there used to be one person with a camera that would ask if they could take a picture of you.
Right.
And that would be it. Now everybody has a camera, and if you're dancing, people want that as
someone
content.
can just start filming you and
their
turn you
Snapchat.
into content.
And it's like, brother.
Look at the way this guy's dancing.
Yeah.
He's just on TikTok.
There's the tinfoil hat version of this, right? Where like, due to, you know, all of the sort of money right now in startups like Palantir and like investment in big technology and data mining, how people live their lives, that like it's almost a sort of like pointed and on purpose act that people who have these sort of like big data services are trying to destroy subculture by very quickly exposing them to the you know, the sort of harsh limelight of the population and mass culture.
For real. Like, and that's, oh man, like I remember when the only circle you had to worry about was when people are getting out the way for you to bust your dance move. But now you have the circles of all of these flashlights, knowing that these are cameras. Now my sweaty body is on the internet because I'm dancing my heart out. you know when you're enjoying yourself with your little cousins and stuff, and then I don't know whether many people know this, but it's like, oh, dance for your aunties and uncles. It's like, do that dance for your and suddenly you got this little kid for all of these huge grown-ups doing like this dance move that kids do nowadays. And then they start laughing. That's what it feels like when someone shoves a camera in your face. It's like, this doesn't feel like you guys are laughing with me or you're enjoying the moment with me. And I guess that's like one of the major problems, is like we're not enjoying the moment with ourselves. Because I love the fact that we can document our lives and our realities, but that's only until after the reality is being made, right? Like, you need the reality to actually form to have something to record. And so many people start so early. It's like we're only ever recording what people want to see from us. Like we have nothing of taste or of value outside of that, because we need the gratification. And it's unfortunate, but at the same time, that is the nature of the beast. Like I was saying, it's like, listen, you're gonna record a subculture, but then once you record it, it's gonna blow up, and then people are gonna be like, why are you guys doing this? Like, you know, when you make an inside joke with your friend, like, I don't know if this happened to very many people, but when you make an inside joke with your friend on social media, and then suddenly that tweet or that message blows up, and then now the way you talk to your friend is the subject of criticism to other people. Yep. And it's like, wait, hold on a freaking minute. This is the way I talk to my friend. How I talk to my friend should not be the way that you think you can talk
used in context to, like, yeah.
Exactly. And it's like, bro, I need to anyway. Yeah, that's such a niche thing that happens on social media, but whatever.
This is a good question that we can answer. Do you guys think the creators of the past would have become as successful in our current social climate?
Yeah,
It depends which ones. It depends which ones.
Do you think?
also.
Do you think someone like, let's say, Alexander McQueen could be as successful if he was like, if he started his career now?
I don't
Yes.
see McQueen
Absolutely.
making videos about how he's making his patterns.
That's the
No,
thing.
it doesn't have to be that. Yeah.
Okay, what content would he make? Is my question. How would he get his first 20k followers on Instagram?
I think it's really
He'll
easy
probably
because
make
it's like videos
some-
staging shows, right? It's like this
Yeah.
huge sense of dramaticism, and it's I think very easy
Yeah.
to
No,
communicate
no, before the
in the fashion
show,
world.
before all of the shows, like, you know what I'm saying, like Highland.
He went to school and he met people, and they believed in him, and they gave him a show. That's what
Do
happens.
you know why I asked? I want to play devil's advocate. I think McQueen is super intellectual. His work is super intellectual, and I question if he would be given that first chance in the first place, because I think back then when he was becoming big, fashion was as intellectual as he was. Like, the way that journalists used to talk about fashion was more intellectual. The way that people used to cover fashion was more intellectual. The way that, I guess, magazines navigated fashion was more intellectual. That was like before, like, celebrity culture has always been a thing, but that was before like just the sheer like pandemonium of things like the Met Gala just reaching the stars. Fashion is bigger now than it's ever been. When I was younger, like, the stuff I used to wear, people were like, what the fuck are you wearing? Whereas now people will be like, oh, I've seen it on TikTok. It's different. So would the industry allow someone like McQueen to be able to showcase his skills for us to then be like, oh my God, he's amazing? Would he have the chance in the first place?
Yeah, I don't believe so.
think he would.
Oh,
I
Luke,
think
this
he
is a
would.
good point. No, because he wasn't politically correct. Yeah, that's very true.
Like, I
actually.
don't like, he was never like, people act
That's
like they
very
would
true.
love McQueen. They didn't even like McQueen back in the days.
Yeah, they didn't.
Nobody liked him. Like,
Yeah,
it's such a misnomer the way that we speak about him today. Is like, I don't remember any of this. Like, and he was such a loudmouth. I at least think he would have been known for his mouth before he was known about his clothes.
Right. Because everything he says would go viral.
Literally, like,
Fashion designer says F you to, like, they would
yeah,
cook him
remember
on the
back in
table.
the
Because people
day,
don't do that anymore.
remember back in the day when
Yeah.
they were doing that with Kiko. Now can Kiko
I
grow
remember that.
past his
Oh my God.
past his level now?
But that's because Kiko doesn't do that anymore, though. I literally remember a time when Kiko's Instagram page was his personal venting platform.
Bro.
Like, Virgil Abloh would reduce a collection on his story. He'll be like, fuck Virgil Abloh, this is what I fucking don't like about fat. Literally on his main brand Instagram page. There was
He'll be
literally a
venting
time
on
when that
IG.
happened. And he doesn't do that anymore. Because the brand is too big. He has investors.
I
Like,
don't
he just
know.
can't afford to be doing
To
stuff
me,
like that.
to me, it's about the strength of your brand, right? If your strength of your brand is that you're messy and you constantly have drama, you can just be Mo Olola and have a following like Mo Olola has a following. You know?
So
It's just very plausible.
a super niche following that doesn't go outside of the, I don't know, subculture that they're in, because that's exactly what Mo Olola is. It's like they probably sell maybe 4,000 or 5,000 pieces a year. And that's it.
She's retailed here in Tokyo still. She's an international presence. She has a strong voice with the people who are her clients. And
I think it's very possible. Yeah.
But
it
that's not
takes
how
one
people-
customer to bridge the gap, right? Maybe the next day we'll have her version of a Lady Gaga that takes her brand to like a different consumer base and sort of creates a legacy for a new kind of customer, like she did.
McQueen
right,
was
for
bigger than that, though. I'll be real. McQueen was way bigger than that.
Yes, but she also helped bridge to a different consumer and helped partly,
Isabella
I
Flo.
think, define the legacy of him in the mass market and for the general mass consumer.
The question is, so would Susie Menkes be like, okay, would a fashion writer like Susie Menkes be able to grow to the prominence that she did today?
Absolutely, she would use the tools of Instagram to grow her personal
Yeah,
brand
she
and her
would just
own
use
way of
So you think?
intellectualizing, breaking down how
Oh,
she communicates the collections. I truly believe so.
I think
okay.
editors wouldn't have any issue. Like someone
Yeah,
like Tim Blanks, the
Yeah.
way he talks, like yeah, he would have. It wouldn't
that's
matter.
intriguing. That's intriguing.
It's a bit different because I think it's the same tools, it's just a different platform. So it's like if you're a journalist, it means you're good with words, you're good with structuring sentences, it means you're good with creating narratives, you're good at analyzing things. You can just do that in video form. I think it's a bit different for a designer because let's say McQueen, if he was a designer now, he would have to do more things than he did. Back then, designers used to just focus on being designers, and that was
Designers,
it.
yeah.
Now you kind of have to be good with social media, you have to build a personal profile, you have to be a good designer, it's like too many moving parts.
Well, he
No, but
also
I mean,
collaborated a lot, right? And they'll be
Sorry?
like, he can't even make his own things. He's constantly collaborating,
Yeah.
like Virgil Abloh, like, and what's it, Kim Jones.
Yeah. I
no,
mean, what Luke
can
is
I
saying
just
is
add
true
to that?
too.
Yeah.
These internships are a lot harder to get. But Anastasia, what are you going to say?
Yeah, I was going to say that a perfect example, in my opinion, of the case of Alexander McQueen, if he would be successful or not, is John Galliano, who is older than McQueen, but when he took over Margiela, Margiela became known, and this is very recent. So it is very possible for a designer who is intellectual. I don't think that designers today are not intellectual. We shouldn't reduce it to that. Like, we shouldn't become so romantic about the past. Like, if today nobody's doing anything, it's. I think there are equally intellectual people today, editors as well, of course. The mediums have changed. Maybe you cannot be that outrageous, but that has to do with the society in general. It was a different era. People were expressing differently. Everything was different. So, of course, we cannot compare, but it doesn't mean that people are not intellectual anymore. Designers, I mean. And Galliano is the living example of that.
I partially
Isn't he?
agree with that though, because Galliano's biggest show was the last show technically,
The Margiela one, yeah. That was the
and
most
he was
viral.
at
But
Margiela for 10 years.
still, I mean,
I loved Galliano's
yeah,
Margiela,
yeah.
even though I couldn't publicly say that 10 years ago. But like okay, maybe love is a strong word, but I was like, I really, really adored it. And I thought he was a great designer, even though like, yeah, the culture was different 10 years ago. But yeah, his biggest show was 10 years in.
I think he actually fucked the money up because under his purview, he sort of, I think, overly leaned into some of the very popular signifiers of the house codes at Margiela. Like he put like the 4-stitch on everything from leather wallets and all these small leather goods, and he put the the number logo on a T-shirt for the first time. This motherfucker was probably not the one doing it, but he was nominally in charge of the merchandising that was happening that really pushed the Margiela brand and the tabbies and everything that blew it up commercially to the scale that Glenn Martins made sense as a creative director. Glenn Martins doesn't get there until what happened under his purview, happened to the house.
Though.
So to me, he's not a hero in the sense of what he did to the house of Margiela. But I enjoyed his collections, obviously.
Yeah,
it's interesting. I do slightly agree with Anastasia that he's an older head, but if he started out as a student, I wonder, because that means he would be just as brash, just as.
But
racist,
you can also shut the fuck up and print money, like Tom Brown. Tom Brown shut the fuck
when
up.
you're that great,
about him.
When you're that great, you want people to know you're great. And I know so many designers today that I can name that are new, they're great. And every behind the scenes conversation that they tell me is of them telling people that they're great, just give me your money and shut up and watch this.
And also, do you know what's funny about designers? And I have so many friends that are designers, so I can say this. Designers are the most harsh critics on other people's work. It's so funny.
Bro.
People think I'm harsh. I'm actually objective. My designer friends, they
designers
are
do not
savages.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I mean, even the ones that come out publicly,
yeah.
Look at what Walter Van Buren said about Virgil Abloh, or look at what Kiko Costadno said about loads of designers when he was using his Instagram to actually say what he felt until he stopped. Probably the investors were like, yeah, you have to stop that. Designers actually are the most critical about other designers' work, to be honest. behind
biggest
closed doors,
critics.
of course.
It's interesting though. I really enjoy it.
Mm.
I enjoy this conversation. It's interesting.
Here's a fun bit of conversation. Do you believe that fashion is a sport, in the sense that there is a championship of all like the retail money that there is in the world in terms of like fashion customers, and it's about your ability to either influence or carve out a slice of like the totality of the market? Do you think it's a sport, and that's like why designers are so competitive and willing to like sort of poke at each other creatively?
I don't. Well, there's two things. You said two things there. I do think it's kind of like a sport where you have to carve out your market share, which is like there is different leagues. Like LVMH is a league and Karen is a league, right? And then they have their big players, Louis Vuitton, Dior, all of their companies are under the umbrella. Those are the actual teams, right? And then there's the overall market share. So LVMH can be considered, let's say, the NBA in this instance, and Karen will be the NFL. And then maybe like tomorrow or whatever insert group here would be the NHL, like the National Hockey League, for instance. But on the other instance, it's like designers and artists are just competitive in general. A lot of them pretend to not be and talk about, oh, it's just about creativity, it's collaboration. But the people that aren't on their side, that they don't think are their friends, they low-key kind of despise sometimes. And I'm just saying that as someone who
everyone in fashion is compared. Like it's,
yeah.
I have friends that are content creators that like they see another content creator do well, and they've told me like, I can't lie, if I'm being honest with you, I'm jealous of XYZ person. Or I've seen people that do production. Like I went to the Celine factory, and the guy that is in charge of production at Celine was like, yeah, I'm so happy that our quality is better than Dior, and I would never give them our strategy because then it makes me look less competent in the eyes of Bernard
Same
Arnault.
company
Everyone's
as well.
competing for something, honestly,
Yeah.
in fashion.
And that's the thing.
But it's
like
in all industries like that.
Yeah.
in all industries,
This
you
is
said.
just human nature.
Yeah. That's the industries.
I mean,
But this
it's
is like,
everywhere,
I
you know.
think designers put it in a way where it's like they're not like the people who they collaborate with, or you would love to see them collaborate with, are two completely different people. Like their friends are their friends for a reason because they think like them. And let's say a designer comes out and says something disparaging about another person that was probably geared by a conversation with a friend that they've collaborated with before. And it's really got like, yeah. And like I could talk about this all day. This is low-key kind of insider baseball. But yeah, designers are definitely super duper competitive.
Yeah, but is that due to like there's sort of, you know, some different psychology, or is it due to the sort of idea that there is a zero-sum market cap? There is just this market for fashion. It's not going to really meaningfully grow, and it's about, you know, how much of that you can get versus other people.
It's
I
both.
also, yeah, what,
It's
yeah, I think
both.
it's both
It's
as
both.
well. Yeah,
I think it's also okay. Let me be like, let me bring like an analogy that's like so far left, but it still like applies. So like in reality, like in the real world, like if you think of like crime and stuff like that, like people get murdered for like, let's say $1 million, or like someone that tries to rob a bank for 500K is willing to kill people for 500K. So why do people not expect that when the Row brings out something that is being called the new Birkin, that Hermes is like just not going to do anything about it when there's like tens to hundreds of millions at stake? So of course there's like a competition, and obviously there's like animosity, and there's things that are being done to prevent this person from existing, because yeah, there is this kind of understanding that I have a certain amount of market share and I'll stop at nothing to allow someone else to start collecting my market share, which is basically what the Row is doing for like a brand like Hermes, for example. So obviously in their office, things are happening to make sure that the Row doesn't continue to succeed.
I keep thinking about this. I think I said this on a live before when we were talking about Matthew Blaze and JW Anderson, and like how their competition is probably the biggest competition happening in fashion. And like they like when I'm sure, yeah, like this is just me psycho analyzing, like none of this is real. I don't know these guys from nowhere, but Matthew Blaze 100% did not like that JW Anderson was getting favored by the market. And now that he's at Chanel, he's like, yeah, I freaking got them. He knew that Bottega wasn't enough. And he went to a bigger place with a bigger player, and he's getting favored more than JW Anderson. And he loves it. And it's not because, it's like part of it is because the company needs to be bigger, but Chanel has been bigger than Dior, right? But the other part is he's competing with the other greatest designer that we have in our generation. Like, we all talk about, like, don't get it twisted, I do believe those two are the best designers that we have, but who would they compete with? How do they sharpen their iron? And it's like, yeah, I think they fought with each other, but like on a arm's length basis, because they're trying to make the best stuff and they're trying to get people to buy their things.
Okay, so following up on that like idea, to tie it back into the BOF article that's still on screen, they're feeling if that it is zero sum, we're not trying to grow the market, right? These are demographics that have stated their preferences, whether or not they're behavioral truths or just, you know, personal values is secondary. They've stated their preferences. And we have literal things to target now to try to expand the market cap across these demographics, right? And so it's a question of like, do you believe that this competition will enlarge that market, or is it just going to cause it to shrink further as the sort of K-shape kind of widens the gap in accessibility? And also, like, the idea that it's impossible to grow the market is patently false, which is why, like, you know, Louis Vuitton brought in Virgil Abloh because he could access a much larger market cap because he brought in people who were streetwear enthusiasts into the mode space, right? And so it's obviously not impossible to expand it. So it's like, can competition and can this sort of like way of framing how we think about designers and who they have to be in the 21st century like actively grow the space, which is that something we're even interested in, right? Because if you grow the space, now outsider money comes in. You have, you know, more shareholders you have to report to like more quickly drive sales and so they can extract the financial value from the house, regardless of how long the provenance of it. It's just, do we even want that to happen? Do we want the market share to grow? And I think these are the interesting questions that we can ask that more relate to this BOF article.
Yeah, I mean, luxury brands are in real time trying to grow the market, but at the same time not lose market share. And it's like, you have to be careful of both. So like Gucci, okay, let me say Kering, for example, use them as a case study. They were trying to grow their market share. They launched Kering Beauty, and they lost sight of Gucci, which controls majority of their revenue. So because they were looking at all these different things, they neglected Gucci, and they lost so much revenue. Now they're in issues to the point that they sold Kering Beauty, like, to L'Oreal. So quite literally, yes, you can do things to grow market share and grow the market as a whole, but you also can't neglect the market share you already have, and you kind of have to play a game. Every brand is doing stuff to grow the market share. I mean, Chanel is investing in the boat race. You have Chanel investing in watches more. You have Louis Vuitton investing in sports more, and they're, you know, sponsoring stuff like the NBA. They're making the trunks for the NBA finals. They're sponsoring the Olympics. They're trying to get involved in the World Cup. They're trying to make the trunk for the next World Cup in the US. So yes, you can grow the market share, but there's also like an understanding, which is why brands have to protect the market share they have through whatever nefarious means they do behind the scenes, because they also understand that's important. They have to kind of take care of both.
Yeah, a part of me understands that they've got to grow the market share, and they definitely have changed their strategy from before, where it's like, okay, let's open a new market in the East. Let's go to China. And then it's like, oh, then, okay, we have this untapped market. Let's go
India.
to India.
India is the new one.
And it's like, all right, we understand that there's growth markets, but them hyper focusing on China did what? It shrunk their American and European market because they lost sight of what they already had. Exactly like I said, right? You can't lose sight of what you already have and growing in that place, because you need to be able to grow wider as well as add new customers. And if you're investing in adding new customers here, you're probably not necessarily taking care of the ones that you already have. So we've got to nurture the relationships, and you've got to acquire new relationships, right? And this is one thing that like I really care about, and in terms of like just being an artist and a painter and figuring out what is the value in these particular areas. So when it comes to customer acquisition and like the cost of customer acquisition, right, as well as the customer retention, these companies need to care about all of them along the wider basis. So having things like, let's say LVMH sponsor a lot of art things. So there's the ceramics that they sponsor, and then you've got what's it called, Karen, who does a lot of leather work sponsorship in Italy, and then there and craftsmanship, so on and so forth. And it's like there's a lot of craftsmanship awards that are under these companies, and it's growing their not just artisanal basis, but exactly like I said, it's like, okay, Louis Vuitton wants to be known more along the lines of victory, and they want to be known more about like their ability to have their proximity to great human beings. And a great human being has a Louis Vuitton trunk, or they have their trophy case and it's Louis Vuitton, so on and so forth. But then also catering to the more niche demographic of, let's say, the arts and the ceramicists and the architects is very important to them as well. And then now you're growing yourself, not just in, okay, the general people see Louis Vuitton at the Olympics, but then also the people who are super niche demographics see them at, oh, they're at the boat show, and then they're at the art exhibit, and they've got a Louis Vuitton person that is one of my favorite artists, so on and so forth, right? So it's like being able to nurture those relationships, but also acquire new ones with proximity to different types of human greatness. And when you're doing that, then you can get to pick up these different actors, not just, let's say, invite the biggest K-pop star, but now you have proximity to greatness within the Indian Bollywood scene. But yeah, it's like it's super interesting. But yeah, I love this convo.
Agreed. But I think we can pause it there because I don't want Anastasia to be here for 20 hours. So
No,
the
I would
last
just add a
thing,
comment on this, on the retaining
you can address
yeah,
that quickly.
yeah. And retaining the consumer, sometimes you have to take that risk, and you can have new consumers that might be a bigger percentage. This example of so many brands when they changed in the past creative directors, you might lose a part of the percentage of the consumers, but you might gain new ones. Also, there is always a risk. But if you want to try all the time to retain the whole amount of older ones and then create, is like it creates an effect with maybe even the way the brand presents itself, its identity, and its the retail experience. It becomes, as I said in the beginning, very confusing because somehow you want everything. You want to keep the ones you have and you want new ones. I'm not saying you should not keep, but sometimes I think they are a little bit lost themselves in that. And you can see it in the, like I said, in the Dior stores. You can see that they want to keep the consumers, but like they want new ones because why they hired then a new creative director, right? Like if you change your creative director, it's because you want new consumers, but then you might risk losing some of the ones you have. You have to take a little bit of that risk, I would say. That's what I wanted to add. Yeah.
Yeah. But on that note, let's quickly touch on the Prada collection. Before we even talk about this collection, someone asked in the chat earlier, is Prada still intellectual, or do people still think that Prada is intellectual? What do you guys think about that?
Prada stays intellectual as long as we keep talking about it. It being intellectual is a product of like it being a driver of cultural conversation from people who like to talk about this stuff intellectually.
Right.
To me, like that's what makes something intellectual or not. It's not necessarily the designs. It's about the sort of clientele and
Conversation
commentators that are willing to engage with you in that manner, and your ability to sort of bring that out of people or fund people and bring people to the point where they can access your brand in this manner.
Interesting.
Yeah. Is Prada intellectual? I don't think it is at this point. Um, yeah, because I think we discussed it. It was we mentioned that in a previous slide that sometimes they stretch it in the in the brief to in the press
Yeah,
to
sometimes
say
it
what they
does
want to
feel a bit
say, but
manufactured. Yeah.
yeah, it's like the same when you see art pieces, there's not much there, but you create a whole narrative and concept around it when you go to galleries and things like that. You say, oh, maybe it's meant like this, but actually it doesn't mean it's like a little bit empty. So it's better to be honest and say, we're creating clothes and it doesn't need to be intellectual in that sense, neither, You don't
I think that
necessarily
When we say, not to cut you off, Anastasia, when we say intellectual, do you mean that like they are worth the deep dive, or they're having
No,
an
not that.
academic conversation? Like, when we
Yeah,
say,
Yeah.
it's more the academic conversation, not
that
necessarily
academic
yeah.
conversation.
okay, so I think Prada are having an academic conversation. Do I think that that academic conversation has the most value to me? No, mainly
Yeah,
because like
not necessarily.
if somebody wants to have a deep conversation about something and like wants to have a well studied conversation with great references, then yeah, they kind of are like intellectual in that way, right? But
Yeah.
is it something that is referential to me as somebody who likes to analyze things? Then I guess the answer will be no. So then they're going after the audience that likes to do that with their clothes, for instance. And that is kind of like my my little cop out. No, it's not a cop out, but it's like me saying yes, they are, but only to a certain demographic. But I don't think like their clothes, what they're actually delivering is actually intellectual. Because like when I look at it, like they don't hit that aesthetic appeal of something that is giving me intellectualism. Like and this is my last one, and then I'll give it back to Anastasia. It's like with Demna and Balenciaga, for better or for worse, Demna was having an intellectual conversation. And as much as it was repetitive, he was still touching on the same points that were worth delving into. And he was making interesting looking things that were like, why is he this? That always asks you to beg the question, why is he designing like this? And that's what sparked the conversation. When I look at Prada's recent collection, this does not spark that style of conversation for me. And that's kind of like my barometer for that.
Yeah, I agree on this. I mean, also what we define as intellectual is like that's something that has depth, That means there are multiple layers to it. For clothes, of course, they don't necessarily need to be intellectual to be attractive for us to want to buy them. They can just be, I mean, it's not a necessity neither that all designers should have an intellectual approach. I agree with you. Demna did that. It was even more political, I would say, than intellectual in Demna's case.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Yeah, I think
So,
it's a branding thing. I think from
yeah,
early days of Prada, people have seen Miuccia Prada as an intellectual, and so it's just stuck. And I think even when sometimes they try to keep that as like a brand thing, and it seems a bit contrived, and it seems like they force it through show notes or the way that they talk about like really mundane elements of the making of clothes. Yeah, it then that's why that question always comes up. Like, is Prada intellectual? But I also like what Al said, that kind of something being intellectual can also be predicated on the fact that intellectuals talk about it, and people that talk about fashion in an intellectual way. If you're kind of
yes,
engaging with Prada and having these kind of conversations, you've kind of put it into an intellectual context.
true.
if you go back to the Instagram page, the actual bio of the Instagram page is thinking fashion since 1913. Look, it's marketing, right? But that's the brand. That's the world that you want to buy into if you want to buy into being a product customer.
Is it
Right.
interesting?
Because Another thing, as an aside, I want to say, make sure that you go through their messaging, and if they ever bring up craft, they're not intellectual. Because I think, to me, like, what defines an intellectual brand is its sort of relationship to the clothes is conceptual material things versus it being about the craft of manship of the actual materiality itself. It's about the
Right.
idea that
Wait,
more
why
so
can't?
than
Sorry, not to
Yeah.
cut your point off, but like, why can't craft be also that?
because to me, I
Craft
relate.
is very pragmatic and like it's a very you
With
know what I mean? It's like
Like,
yeah.
someone who's craft. Okay, when they say artisanal, would that be like a middle ground
I don't-
between that?
I would
don't
say
think artisanal
artisanal is opposite
intellectual.
of
Yeah, I don't
intellectual.
think it's intellectual.
Artisanal
The
is the
at all.
opposite of
materiality
craft.
of the material, actually, I think
Something being artisanal is like when I
Okay.
think of an artisanal brand, I think of like a brand that explores materials in very unique ways. So
Interesting.
I would say
No,
that's still in the realm of like craft
but
rather than
well, I don't want to get into the weeds, but I was just thinking on artisans, craftsmen,
yeah,
like they work with the craft. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. It's just a messaging thing. I just wanted to know. But yeah, sorry, Al, I didn't know whether I
Yeah,
cut your
I'm
point.
not saying that Prada's clothes are not well made; they just aren't. They're increasingly not so. But the idea
Shout out to Miu Miu.
of the idea of like
Yeah.
Prada presents itself intellectually is that it can give a value proposition for their brand that you are participating in the consumption of a fashion product driven by a conceptual artist's way of thinking. Of this is the concept first, and we explore it through the materiality of the collection more so than having to deal with anything what they call sub-symbolic, right? Like the clothes, the stuff that you buy in the store is sub-symbolic to the intellectualism of like the design. I'm
Right.
Can I
currently
just
right now. Yeah, go ahead.
one more thing that just came to my mind that when we're using the word intellectual, I would say that intellectual collections or designers are also those that have an emotional aspect to them, something that you see and it moves you, For me, that's also very intellectual because that means there are layers to it, there is depth. It means something, it's meaningful beyond clothes, as we said, conceptual. So I would equally then something being intellectual with something, it moves you in a way, If you think about all great designers that were intellectual, they were creating emotions to people. They were not like McQueen, Margiela, this kind of
Right.
Salayan, it was mentioned in the comment, this kind of brands, They move you because they give you something that has more substance beyond clothes. So I would say that, yeah.
Yeah, to me, the most intellectual a fashion brand could ever be is if they just released the designs and never manufactured any of them. That would to me be the
True.
most intellectual thing.
Which is basically what Rei Kawakubo does slightly at her main line. It's like the whole point of it is just to like tell a story through clothes with little to no intention of selling much of it.
Yeah.
Or the fact that like her product is the luxury is secondary to the design and like the intellectual inspiration
That's
of
true
the silhouette.
also, because she will use polyester because it's kind of achieving, let's say, a certain form that she wants over the quality of like the polyester being bad. Like she doesn't actually care about that.
Yeah, and like that's like why she has me as a customer. Like my fucking comm jacket, it's fused with glue instead of stitched like a traditional tailoring. And like if she did have hand stitching and the canvassing instead of gluing the canvassing, it would have added another $1,000 to the MSRP, and I wouldn't have been able to afford it. Right? Like, and this sort of prioritization of design over luxury is something that speaks to me as a customer of intellectual brands.
Yeah.
Agreed. Anastasia, quickly, what did you think about this Prada collection overall? Kind of what were your thoughts?
In general, there is coherence in Prada in every season. More or less, I like what they do, but like recently, I'm not particularly, shocked or surprised. But they stay, in my opinion, always in they are always interesting in their details, certain things, but not. I'm not overly excited, you know. This thing with the cuffs was particularly funny because you're going to
They're
have a
talking about the
high
stain
price,
cuffs that everyone was
yeah,
talking about.
a high
Yeah.
price tag for something. First of all, it has been done already, like treatment of clothes. It has been done many times. But besides that, um, it so contradicts the fact that this is usually people that don't have the means that would wear stained clothes, or like working class people. So it's so interesting that you are putting that element, but then the price tag is very high. You know. It's almost comical, and it's not even really treatment to create interesting texture. It's really just stained, you know. Um, yeah, I don't know what to say to that. I feel that they missed the point on this one.
To me, like intellectually speaking, stains are low hanging fruit, right? Because you can very easily draw
Yeah.
like the line from we like to buy distressed clothing because it shows provenance of wear to provenance of wear that is undesirable in the form of like stains or mold or something like that is equally like cognizant with the process of wearing, but like we value one over the other because the other feels unhygienic regardless of whether or not it was produced in a factory. Like that's an intellectual way of thinking about the design, right? But it's like a very low hanging fruit thing. And it's too accessible, which to me means it's a weak product collection because if you're judging it intellectually, if it's all low hanging fruit and you can easily understand the reasoning behind it, there's not a lot to digest and get lost in and enjoy. Which, and to me, enjoying a product collection is going, whoa, this is like kind of ugly. I don't really understand what Miuccia's doing. And it
Right.
takes me months to figure out like really what she's doing with the styling, with her attitude and her approach to like referencing both workwear and cinema and all the other things that are kind of in her bubble. And that's what I like about Prada is because you can do that. But if you can get to it immediately, if the format can be figured out in like a week, that's not a good collection.
In the realm of like it being an intellectual brand, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's like what you're saying is so true because earlier Prada, it was like kind of confusing to understand because it was like, why is she mixing patterns that don't make sense? Like, why is she mixing colors that don't make sense? Like, that's why it's ugly. But then people are trying to understand it's ugly, but it's like kind of chic. It's ugly chic. It's kind of ugly and terrible, but it's also amazing and it looks good. Like, what the hell? That is actually quite intellectual. But I think now, which is why I always say it kind of feels forced, is like, you look at a collection, you know that it's kind of like this theme of like deconstruction, reconstruction, but instead of kind of what we associate with deconstruction, reconstruction, like exposed seams, big stitches, all that kind of stuff. Instead, they've just taken elements of clothing and put them in different places or kind of changed kind of what we associate with clothing. So like the bucket hats, one side is longer than the other. It's kind of off center a bit, or they've taken the storm flaps off of a trench coat and put it somewhere else, or they have these like removable cuffs that are kind of separate that are also stained. So it's kind of like deconstruction, reconstruction, but done in a very simple way and not really that intellectual to me, if I'm going to be honest. And it's like all very obvious to like sight. And that's why as time has progressed, I really struggle to understand what the hype around Prada is the more that time progresses, because it's just not very I don't find the ideas very interesting or worthy of like
Yeah.
acting like what they're doing is like so supremely intellectual.
I agree.
Leo says, so this is more in the ugly chic side than the intellectual side. Not necessarily, but yeah, this is such a good point though. I believe that Prada is a victim of trading intellectualism for marketability. 100%.
Oh yeah.
100%. But even like what Al said earlier about the marketability, like even in their description, it's like thinking fashion since 1913. It's kind of like they're trying to force you into believing that they're intellectual as like a brand signifier. It's like if you're intellectual, I don't really think you need to convince people of that. I don't really think you
Yeah.
need to like weave it into your marketing. I think people just really understand oh, this is like really intellectual, the way that they go about things. So the fact that they feel the need to kind of turn that into a market signifier to the point of putting that in their brand bio says that it's just a marketing tool that has been used to market Prada and what it represents.
Yeah, I totally agree with you on this. I still feel these cuffs are a miss.
You don't like the
Yeah,
stained
because
cuffs.
no, but not that I have a problem with staying. Well, I do, but it's just it's yeah, it's just that you're gonna pay a lot of money for something that looks like it's worn. Okay, maybe that's the concept. Yeah, that's the concept. But what? I mean, this is not like really a very interesting concept.
Yeah.
That it looks like it's worn, but actually it's not worn. And then on top of that, the cuff has. I think the cuff button is. You can tell it's a high-end shirt, kind of contrast there. But yeah, they're working on these little details. It's almost like they're trying to find new ideas, but they cannot make it big enough. It stays on the details, and then you see little things, and they try to pull it to make it look like it's more important than it is. Actually, yeah,
All right.
yeah.
Yeah, and a lot of the cuffs are supposed to look like it's like moldy and stuff like that, but that's just like
Mm.
the dye treatment. But I find it interesting though that in fashion, like we really focus on some of the most mundane things. Like this was such a big story on social media about the stained cuffs and like Prada having stained cuffs and what that means for society as a whole. I just found the whole conversation really, really fascinating. Like super, super fascinating.
Well, then it worked. It worked intellectually. If they talked about it, it worked. You've been
Especially
silent.
because so many brands have done it before. Like so many brands have used that as an idea. Like it's not even like remotely new or fresh in any way.
Yeah.
I mean, like Prada is using it to me. Like I think is speaking about like class and like work and intellectual work, and that being under attack by AI and all this sort of stuff, right? Like there's some stuff that they're accessing because they're Prada doing this particular thing about the cuffs. But there's like the way you use like wear on clothes or damage on clothes to tell a story in your brand can be very different and depends on the material. Like I'm thinking of this Korean brand. I forget their name is, but their whole shtick behind their brand is that they take like workwear and they sun dye it, sun destroy it, sun bleach it,
Right.
in the sense that like about time and like not time in the sense that like this garment has been worn, but maybe it's been left up in a shop window and damaged by the sun because of its exposure to the sun in that manner. They're not worn in other ways like with sandpaper or anything. It's just sun damage, and it's like it's sort of meditation on time because like sun damage only happens due to UV exposure over a long period of time.
Yeah.
So they're making time as like a house code into the garment in that intellectual manner, right? And so the manner of
Yeah,
damage,
that's a very different thing.
like how you talk about it, it's specifically like the hygienic element is like particularly powerful and super blunt. Maybe even shallow, kiddie pool shallow could be a way of describing like the ease of accessibility there. But it obviously escaped just the fashion sphere and got, I would say it was a crush, actually, we'll say. Maybe, that's shallow and slow hanging fruit. And that's why so many people, were energized to talk about it and join in on the discussion.
And we're able
right?
to. That's a
But
good point.
that's that.
That's a very good point. The fact that people outside of fashion could understand it enough to relate to it in such an easy way kind of says a lot about the mode in which they go about trying to form this intellectualism. Because, for example, like the Korean brand that you said does the sun dye treatments, that's not going to reach the broader audience to have like a deeper conversation about it. It just won't. Like people are just going to see a garment that looks bleached, sun bleached, and not really say, or it looks faded in a certain way because sun normally like interacts with the dyes and makes like especially blacks look faded. That's the only thought they're going to have, and no conversation will be coming out of that unless you actually understand it as a house code and you're like part of, the target audience of the brand.
Yeah.
The marketing worked. That's funny. Wait, everyone's so afraid of being corny these days that it just loops around into corny marketing again. Just be yourself. That's more sustainable in the long term. Agreed.
Yeah, but what if your
Agreed,
whole
agreed.
personal identity and the identity of your brand is based around corny marketing? What about that, huh? You ever think about that?
Even like this technique that they use to kind of make it look kind of like the outer layer of the fabric is ripping apart, and what the fabric you're seeing under is kind of like the inner lining of the fabric type of thing. And distressing. And I find that a much better way of kind of trying to illustrate what they're saying than the stain cuffs, personally.
Yeah,
Stuff like
definitely.
this.
Yeah, but again, this is sort of like easy, not easy, but like low hanging fruit. I'm not going to necessarily call it shallow because
Yeah.
like you can have like I think ways of using that as a vehicle to discuss intellectual ideas and topics and concepts, but like it's just such low hanging fruit. Like Daniel Ashram has collections, the sculptor has collections like with Pokemon, and he makes like Pokemon figurines where like it's broken apart and it looks like it's a deteriorating crystal and whatever. I don't know if you know those, but like it's just like it's such an easy and like accessible way of doing it that it feels not necessarily intellectually dishonest, but it's cheapening to its brand's own sort of ethos of intellectualism.
Right. And I think to me that's the issue I've had with Prada, because I don't necessarily have an issue with the products. It's just this insistence of how intellectual the brand is, like by them and by everyone around it and everyone that talks about it. And I just don't understand what's so intellectual about
It's a
what they
recession
currently
indicator,
do.
man. They've got to move those black turtlenecks. It's tough
Like
out here.
I saw a TikTok the other day, and the person was talking about like the different kinds of people that wear different kinds of brands. And the person was like, you would only wear Prada if you're like a poet or a really cool artist. And I was like,
Oh my God.
no, I think you'd wear Yoji if you're that person, not
Yeah.
Prada. Like, but it's just because of that thing. Once again, it's like this artificial kind of mirroring of what Prada is supposed to represent to people.
Yeah.
To me, I think Prada is valuable not because I buy their clothes, but because they, have an ethos of being conceptual. And I think that's a positive thing. And when they do good collections, I'm very happy for them. And when they do like sort of shallow collections, I go, ooh, the pocketbooks are tight. And, to me, that's what I get out of interacting, with their brand. The turtlenecks, I can buy, Raf's Calvin Klein turtlenecks at a much cheaper price on a secondary market. It's the same stuff materially. But I think Prada is particularly interesting because I started thinking about them and their sort of positioning in their customer base as like a white collar workwear brand. That's really where you find Prada is like the Prada briefcases and so on and so forth, because of their ability as like a luxury product. You have these sort of very hard wearing things, right? They're a leather goods company originally. They're they make nylon things, and these are sort of things that kind of withstand the wear of like using it in your daily life, as somebody who works in an office, right? And they're sort of laying kind of the product that they move like is sort of very situated in that. And then on top of that, you have this sort of intellectualism of their ready to wear line, which again, most of that is not what moves in stores. And so like I kind of look at them more in the same space as Tom Brown, where the fact that you can't buy any of this stuff, or like the fact that like the sort of craziest ready to wear elements are not accessible to their main customer base is as being okay, because like that's they're really contributing, I think, to the culture in that manner. But when they have to sort of stoop them, I'm not going to say stoop themselves, maybe they just didn't have any ideas this season, but like the fact that they are easy to communicate means that there's just less that they're contributing this year. And if like the trend continues and they just get dumbed down as Miuccia kind of takes a back seat, I don't know. It loses worth as a brand and they fall off. You know,
Yeah.
brands fall off, and that's fine. We should let companies die. That's I'm not you know, team bailout. So yeah.
This comment is just hilarious. Like, the real intellectuals are staining their clothes and keeping them that way because they don't know how to do their laundry. Yeah, that's so true, because it is like a very common stereotype that intellectuals tend to be like very messy and like all over the place because they spend all their time thinking and don't have time for anything else.
Yeah, just thinking all day long. Yeah. Such a stereotype. So funny, this stereotype.
But that's kind of what I found really interesting, even like the discourse that was being had around this collection. Like, I remember what was like people were asking if like this collection was like rage bait and like all those kind of things because of the techniques that they were using, which I found like really fascinating.
I mean, yes. It, like, conceptual stuff has to be rage bait. It's got to like conceptually draw out emotion from you. Not necessarily rage, but you've got to have some sort of response to it. And it's got to. And Prada historically has been challenging. You know, it's got to be challenging aesthetically on top of all that. And the fact that to the trained fashion eye, this is not challenging aesthetically. It may even be, you know, conservative or reductionist in the sort of oeuvre of Miuccia's work. You know, it's kind of funny. Sometimes you add a bigger audience and like the trend changes, you know, of what people's, I guess, response to something is.
What was Leah saying? This is the one people are questioning. This particular collection. Yeah, this is literally the one. But yeah, all in all, basically all of this to say, I didn't like the collection. I thought it was super low-hanging fruit. I thought that all their ideas are like very commonly used ideas in fashion, like extremely commonly used ideas, like the kind of ideas that like when I review graduate designer collections, there's at least 5 to 10 designers have with these kind of ideas every year. On top of kind of like when you, let me show you guys the show notes. On top of like this, like, without erasure, new ideas created bearing echoes of a collective anterior. It's just
the way you read it.
It's because obviously I'm being sarcastic, but it's not based on what we see in a collection versus what they write about themselves and how they like to talk about. Like a persistence of universal human values, values of civilization, culture, meaning, intelligence, care, may be conveyed through clothes. Carrying impressions of life, they underscore the significance of duration. To remember is a sign of respect. Now, the problem with that is that a stain is not necessarily like a significance of duration. Because unlike, let's say, like what Al mentioned, which is like, you know, sun treating something is a permanent thing that happens to clothing. The only way to get it back to normal is to re-dye it with the original dye. Something like a stain is not really an indicator of necessarily time, because a stain happens and then you're like, yeah, I'm going to clean it. I'm going to put it in the washing machine or give it to the dry cleaner. It's not, it's the worst way to kind of try and indicate time. And they've literally said that in the show. It's literally the worst way to kind of use it as an example of like, this is how we interact with our clothing and how our clothing changes with time. Something like a stain is like the worst way to do that.
Yeah, 100%.
So that's why, like, there's just such a disconnect. It's just such a disconnect.
To me, reading an artist statement is the most cringeworthy shit in the world, because it's like obviously an avenue of marketing where the actual product that you are showing cannot clearly communicate itself. It's such that you have to supplant it with words to explain yourself, to justify yourself, right? And with the best art statements do is that they don't fucking mention anything that you would ever think of regarding the collection. Like, how could you possibly, tie this to like the history of colonialism or something like that? Because the reason why they do that is to widen the scope of what you now believe the artist is capable of, right? Because you couldn't make that connection yourself. You now have this sort of, I don't know, created reality that the artist has slapped this through from so many angles that it can encompass the breadth of what's encapsulated in the artist statement. And like, to me, is that intellectually dishonest, or is that a way of like providing added value from the conceptual artist to like something that they may not even been thought of when they were making it, but something that they could apply post haste to the collection, such that to expand the range of what it's intellectually or conceptually involving itself with, right? And the idea of doing that after the fact, where it's not your initial inspiration that you're trying to communicate, but also possible other avenues of intellectually approaching the conceptual artwork or what have you, that to me is like a value add, is annoying, because you're like, how do you get here from this, right? And they didn't. They just came up with it afterwards to expand, the value of what they were doing conceptually. And to me, like, that feels a little bit intellectually dishonest, because it isn't a clear communication of the route that you got to the collection with. But it at least expands the scope of thinking and ability to talk about and have a conversation about it. The problem is when you get shit like this, which just feels totally dishonest, and it doesn't ring true. And so it's a humongous danger to me to ever read an artist statement or even to put one out, which is like, why I always say, just make what you're going to make and shut up and never discuss the reason.
Right. Ray Kawakubo style.
Well, even she puts out like a word. She'll put out like a word or a theme, and that's usually enough for people. And usually she does what I said, the good artist does, where it's a value add, where you're like, how did you get there from this word? And you can start thinking about it, and it's a vehicle for like, driving further intellectual stimulation from the work.
Do you know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of something that I read when I was studying fashion journalism. Let me put it on the screen. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, it's this. So there's like a paper called like Prada and the Art of Patronage. I'm not sure how many of you have read it, but it's like basically talking about how, Prada, like Miuccia Prada has aligned herself with art and the art space by buying into it, but not really necessarily involving herself in art other than just being a patron of it, and then using that as a way to kind of associate Prada with art and intellectuals, essentially. And how like being a patron of art has kind of turned her marketing or her personal brand into being seen as someone that is like very intellectual, like art forward. And I find that really interesting, because I think it's like, it kind of speaks to this like contrived way of gaining access to what is deemed intellectualism, if that makes sense, in a like very commercial, capitalistic way. And it just reminds me of it. It's like when you read stuff like this and then people start talking about Prada being intellectual, it's like, are they intellectual, or have they marketed themselves that way?
Yeah.
I mean, she paid for a space to do that, right? The Foundation Prada, I don't know if you've been, but like it's like there's sort of like private. But the specific kind of art that she collects is conceptual, I would say. I mean, you're not going to find like old Italian masters, even if she's in Italy. You're going to find like Jeff Koons, people like what's her face, Louise Bourgeois. Like it's all conceptual stuff, because that's what she wants to align her brand with. And is it like is it cheap that she's just a collector, or is it like the fact that like there's all that stuff you get to see for free, not for free actually. It's like a nominal fee, but it's not like $25. Like I've been to some art exhibits in Korea that were just art, had no sort of association with any sort of commercial project, that they cost more. The Prada stuff like sort of pays for the marketing arm, which is this sort of intellectual art foundation. But there's that. But there also is a free library that you don't have to pay to get into. That's got like reams and reams of books in different languages about like cultural stuff and art and stuff like that. You can all go there for free and use their free Wi-Fi and do all that. There's a cafe that she had somebody design. And like all that stuff is real. It is actually functionally a piece of like the sort of art community in Milan. Like it does exist. Whether or not like you feel like it's cheap that she just used like the fashion money to buy into that, is secondary to the fact that it exists and people like it and use it.
Right.
And she doesn't do this shit where like she like flies everybody out to a remote location like YSL every year and like forces journalists to like, you know, use all the carbon and jet fuel and all that stuff. She has her shows at the Foundation Prada. You come every year. It's the same place. It's nice.
Yeah. It's like, to be fair, I actually love Miuccia Prada. I'm a fan of her, but I do think that she's always been like a walking contradiction. It's like, what was that thing that Dana Thomas said about her in How Luxury Lost Its Luster? Like how she was like an activist and like she was trying to be like a communist, but it was like, albeit Yves Saint Laurent wearing, parents own a Rolls Royce communist. It's like that's a literal living contradiction. So it's like I've always found her to be a bit like anything she tries to represent, there's always like an inherent contradiction when you look deep enough into it.
Well, like I keep going back to Damien Hirst, but Damien Hirst, like famously, like when asked why he made a diamond encrusted skull, said, "Well, you know, I make work about stuff that is about the world around me, and what's around me is money." Right? It's like, regardless of where she started being a communist or a student activist or whatever, like her customers are the fascists of the world, are the leaders of the world, are the capitalists of the world, are the extractors of the world, right? That's who is she is surrounded with. And the idea that like she even bothers to connect to the intellectual, the artistic community outside of also, you know, surrounding herself with fascists, I think, you know, it speaks to like, I don't know the complexity of her character, but at least, you know, the sort of, I think, need to be perceived, or or maybe her personal want to participate in those circles. Like regardless, you know, the telling thing is what she has in her own home. I saw a picture on Instagram the other day about like what art she actually keeps in her own house, not at the Foundation Prada, but she like owns, like, you know, is comfortable like living with. And there's like a bunch of stuff from like Italian futurist fascist artists and stuff like Leo Fontana and all these like big blue chip names, like a bunch of fascists. And that's what she lives with. So
yeah. It's just so interesting. But I do think that like because I do think Miuccia is intellectual. I think maybe Raf isn't as much. So like that's why Prada's where it is, because I do think Prada used to be intellectual. But that aside, I think, so the thing about like the communism and her being an activist when she was younger, I think there's like levels to it. So it doesn't necessarily negate all her efforts, but it's to say that like there's a level to which you can claim that you are something. So for example, Demna used to make a lot of critiques about general society and how much he hates it and how much he hates the fashion system, while also benefiting highly from the fashion system and enriching himself within that system. So someone can say, well, there's a bit of a contradiction there. And he can argue, well, we all exist in the system and therefore we all have to we all play a part, and therefore me critiquing it doesn't negate the critique. However, if he was to his core, if that's how he felt, he would just quit fashion as a whole. And that would be like the final level of the critique, right? But he's not going to do that because he values how much fashion enriches him personally to ever make that final step to say fuck you to fashion completely, if that's what he feels. So that you always have to like critique it to like a certain like element. There's like levels to how much people claim that, you know, they carry certain beliefs.
Yeah.
In Italy, it's called Kashmir communist. I didn't even know that was like a thing, like a phrase that people use. That's hilarious.
In America, we call it champagne communism or champagne socialism, right? But to me, I think like that's unfair, because to be inundated with ideas about politics or intellectualism or philosophies of thought or any sort of like access to that, you need to have a high level of education. And you have high level of education either because you're either very fortunate and you have access through scholarship or whatever, or you're fucking loaded, right? Especially in America, education costs, you know, an arm and a leg. And so the idea that just because you come from a class of privilege, or that you've got a lot of money, that your opinion or your political like beliefs are somehow compromised is, I think, I think it's just wrong.
I
Right?
don't think it's to do with like where you come from. I think it's more to do with if you're actively still participating in the things that you claim are creating all the issues in society.
Right, but luxury is not politics, and you should not confuse the two.
Right.
You know, luxury is just not politics. It doesn't matter if like, you know, your cashmere sweater was like harvested by poor people and like processed over 15 years by somebody's uncle, and you got it for $15 after the uncle died. It doesn't matter. It's still cashmere. It's still luxurious. And it took a lot of time, effort, skill, craft, and et cetera to manufacture this very exclusive item. That is secondary to your political beliefs and the fact that you like having something nice made out of cashmere. It to me, like, intellectualism, political, you know, leanings and all that is totally separate from.
You think it's separate? I don't think it's completely separate, because I think that the luxury industry is kind of like an indicator of like where we are as society. So like, for example, part of being, let's say like you're a deep communist, right? Then luxury is kind of like an indicator of kind of what you fight against, because there are aspects of luxury that literally the only reason why certain people can buy like a car for 10 million is because of like the disparity between like incomes based on a capitalistic system. So I think it's still involved in there. I think that luxury still plays a part in all of it.
To me, it's so hard to make that argument for material culture because, like, for instance, what if you grew up poor and you had to have 3 generations of people in your home because none of them could afford their own separate homes, right? But because, you know, you're all living together for economic reasons because of your poverty, your grandmother, who has nothing else to do because she can't work in the field, can like knit for 15 years straight one beautiful thing that she like gathers, you know, materials from that are very piecemeal that you have from, you know, your one goat that you have in your village, right? She years ago, in 1 year, she gets it up to add just a little bit more. And in the end, you have this incredibly luxurious piece of material object that would be thousands to like just commission for somebody to do. But because, you know, you've supported, you know, the ability of your relation of this person to like make this thing materially, due to, you know, the survival circumstances of, you know, paying for their food and lodging because they couldn't support themselves otherwise. Because of that, you've crystallized that craft and that time into a luxurious object. And the fact that like a poor person could have, you know, access to this and not want to sell it for money in an economic exchange does not make their you know, ownership of that luxurious item in any way problematic, in my opinion.
Oh no, but that's actually even better, because them not wanting to sell it is not wanting to participate in the culture. Do you see what I'm saying? So actually, I would say that actually showcases that they believe in, like, if that was kind of like their viewpoint politically, if that was like their stance, they would actually showcase that they believe in that more. I always think that like your personal actions should align with whatever if you're claiming to be. So for example, like, I've never come on my live streams and been like, I am the bastion of sustainability, so people don't hold me to that standard. But if you're Stella McCartney and you're seen to be, you know, like using real fur, people are going to have an issue with it because of how you've branded yourself. So if Miuccia Prada in her case was literally, I think she was a member of the Italian Communist Party actually. Like, if you're a member of the Italian Communist Party, I think your lifestyle and like the decisions you make in your life should align with it. Otherwise, there's a contradiction that can be critiqued.
Right, but usually when people say cashmere communists or champagne socialists, they're referring to their personal mode and taste of personal consumption, not what they're producing on a industrial scale. Right? Somebody being called a champagne socialist does not mean that they make champagne. It means that they consume champagne and they enjoy luxurious things. And somehow there's this false, I think...
What, their ability to enjoy luxurious things kind of negates,
the fact that like they enjoy luxury is somehow a moral weakness or a sort of contradiction to their political beliefs, which, again, like I said with my example, could not be farther from the truth. The idea that you would enjoy the luxury of your grandmother's quilt over $15,000 or whatever does not make you, you know, somehow illegitimate in your political beliefs.
Yeah, agreed. I think your issue is more with like the branding, like what it means to be a cashmere like communist. It's basically negating any idea or statement you have to say about communism because you're a cashmere communist. Like, how could you understand? But on the flip side, I would say if that cashmere, what the person that's being called a cashmere communist, let's say in this case is Miuccia Prada, if that person is kind of living and existing in a lifestyle that kind of contradicts what they claim their belief is, I definitely think that kind of negates their viewpoint or their position on what they claim to believe.
To me, it's about, personal consumption is one thing, and that's where the language is like sort of attacking is your personal consumption habits and tastes. And then like your industrial like output, what you choose to put your labor, your capital, your financing, what you choose to consume and from whom, that's a different sphere. That obviously you can attack. But your own personal taste and your own personal consumption versus what you output into the world, like I think the output's the only thing that matters.
Yeah, agreed. Look at
me,
Miuccia Prada
with that
forcing
last
us into
collection,
intellectual
Miuccia
conversation.
was just adding trash on the pile. It's not very good consumption.
But yeah, I think, I don't know. When last did I like a Prada collection? I need to actually think about that. Let me go on Vogue Runway. Because I just found a lot of like the ideas to be a bit contrived. Let me actually have a look on Vogue Runway. I'm actually curious to see. Luke said mid 2010s. Interesting. Okay. Okay, the concept of the shirt, I remember that. I remember when they were doing like this was when they were doing like the concept. This was like earlier Miuccia and Raf. This was like the whole concept of like uniforms. And what uniforms mean in society. That's why they had like the school uniform, like the workwear uniform, all that sort of stuff. I do think they kind of over intellectualize that stuff too. Let's see. I remember fall winter 2018. I liked that was like the whole nylon thing. I like that from a product perspective. And spring summer 2019, I really loved that from a product perspective. Intellectually, probably not so much. Okay, I'd say some of these collections I really love. Like Resort 2018, I really love. Fall winter 20. I'd say about here is like these are the product collections that like I could defend into the end of the ground. So that's very
Fall
interesting.
18 was like the top.
Yeah. Those were like, okay. So that's how far back I had to go. Luke says fall 2015. Interesting. Yeah, the scaffolding collection, that was this one here, fall into 25. That's this one here.
That was not bad at all.
Yeah, it's not bad. That's the one
David
that had
Lynch
the
show.
yeah, the little like cowboy boots that they had to and like all that sort of stuff, and that was on the Menswear show. I remember this. Yeah, it wasn't bad, but like there's not much because the collections I'm talking about, there was actually like a level of intellectualism, which is why I can defend it into the ground, because I feel like there were just much bigger statements being made in general about everything. But yeah, interesting. But yeah, any more comments about Prada in the chat before I take my leave? We've been on this live stream for a very long time. Oh my God, over 5 hours. When last did I do this? I can't remember. It's only right though. I haven't streamed in over a month. I've been like so busy running around everywhere. So brands do not value YouTube, unfortunately. Because I posted a few times during Fashion Week on Instagram, and then every brand is like, let's have a meeting. And it's like, I've been doing the exact same thing on YouTube for like years, but okay. Normally during the streams, I have to like timestamp everything, so I know when like each timestamp is. So I just did that last timestamp for after hours. Hello. Anastasia, any final thoughts about Prada? Can she hear me? Hello? Okay, I don't think she can hear me. More streams, less sleep. You guys don't want me to live. So it's something I'm trying to figure out about streamers that I do not understand. I really want to know how, like, maybe because they don't do anything else, but like how streamers possibly stream every day. It's like not possible. Like during Fashion Week, you have things from early in the morning to late at night. I do not physically know how I could possibly fit in streams. That's why I end up not streaming for a long time, because I'm doing London Fashion Week and then Milan after and then Paris after, which is effectively 4 weeks in a row.
Brother man, it's producers. Just get producers.
Right. So they just do everything and then you just have to hop on. You just have to make it onto the stream. Interesting. Am I going to the Met Gala again? I don't know. I never know until they invite me, which normally happens like a couple weeks before, most times. So I have no idea right now. They don't do anything else, that's it. Yeah, that's probably why. I don't get it either. I wouldn't even want to have to perform that often in life. Yeah. I watch a lot of streamers. Okay, so they genuinely don't do anything else. How is that even possible though? Maybe because I just work in fashion, so it's just hard for me to understand. Because I like do marketing work and I'm like writing and I'm doing like all these different things. I can't imagine just like you wake up and then you stream for 8 hours and you go to bed. You should let people be a fly on the wall during Fashion Week. What do you mean, like during like streaming? Or do you mean like bringing people with me? Like in what way do you mean? Said also I was joking, if you become a full-time streamer / yapper, you'll become washed and detached very quick. I think another thing, a big reason why I have a lot of insight to give when I do come on the streams is because I do work in the fashion industry. I think if you're just a streamer, at least doing what I do, then a lot of the insight is lost, right? Because I talk to the designers personally. I go to the runway shows in Milan or Paris or London or wherever. I go to the Reese's. I see the clothing up close. I can speak to a lot of the clothing because I've seen it in person. Like I have these meetings behind the scenes. I do think that, yeah, if I was to just be a streamer, all of that nuance and like understanding of the way the industry works is kind of gone really quickly. But it's just about like finding the balance, which I struggle with. Also, I was joking because the bag is so good. Top streamers make 200k a month. Yeah, that's true. But I'm not very maybe greedy is not the right word. But I don't ever feel the need to make 200k a month. It's just too much money way more than I would need. If there's like a certain number in my head that if I made it, I would be like fine forever. And it's definitely not 200,000 a month. That's way too much money. So I don't even value. I guess I have a value for money in the sense of like comfortability, but once that is like done, I don't care about it anymore. And I would rather learn more about fashion and meet other people. And I value that over making more money, if that makes sense. So there's like a ceiling on earnings from streaming to where like I'd rather prefer to stream less and meet people more and just be in society more and interact with people. Because streamers look like, some of them have like health issues because they're like streaming all the time. They don't really sleep. They don't exercise. They don't eat well because the only time they eat is on stream. So it has to be something quick. They don't have time to cook. It's just a bit crazy.
Also, the people who are making 200k a month, they have staff. They have a manager. They have producers. They have so on and so forth. And the reason why they've got to that 200k a month is because they're able to take like the distributed tasks and work, actual labor, and support, a sort of stability that would allow them to create content for as long as possible to reach the sort of viewership that would have that sort of income, right? Once you get to even, I want to say 50k a month, you got to start, delegating or else you just won't be able to sustain. You'll burn yourself out because it's so much work for one person.
No such thing as too much money. Just ask Tom Ford.
Tom Ford is walking away from money. He's selling his ranch. He's selling everything. He's just making movies because he likes making movies.
Yeah, but I guess he has so much money. It's like it technically shouldn't be able to run out. Like when you've made $1 billion, like you just shouldn't be able to spend that kind of money if you're investing.
I mean, tell that to what's his face, Francis Ford Coppola. He made The Godfather, turned that into a vineyard, and then lost his vineyard making his next movie. Right? He's now selling his watch collection because the vineyard doesn't even cover the debts that he made.
Yeah. No, it was actually insane. Tom Ford managed to do that. Like he's truly the American Armani, probably the most important American designer of the last 50 years. I mean, compared to like Ralph or Tommy or Calvin Klein, or like there's a lot of important American designers. Yeah, Rick, Ralph Lauren. I mean, there's a lot. He's definitely one of them. He's definitely one of them. But like the most important, he said Tommy's the shit under my shoe. Yes, but like it's about impact. Like Tommy has made a lot of impact in American fashion. So when you say most important, you know, it depends what your metric of importance is. Or like what your metric of influence is. That's what it depends on. Also, now we're in after hours. You guys can shoot me any questions that you want to ask before I decide I'm too tired and then I go to bed.
We are on a marathon of 5 hours.
I know. After streaming for 5 hours, I'm still going. This feels like COVID times. During COVID, I would stream for like 12 hours sometimes. I did a stream for 18 hours once. I still can't believe I did
No
that.
way.
Absolute insanity. Do you have any thoughts on Kai Cenat? Speaking of streamers, when you're asking me about Kai Cenat, do you mean his brand or just him as a streamer and as a person in general? Like, what's the question? Said the theme for the exhibit is asked this year anyway. Next year, if what Dana Thomas said is true, it's going to be an all-timer. That's true, actually. That's true. Also, I didn't get an answer about this, like, because if you're talking about invite people, I always invite people to come to Fashion Week with me. Actually, funny enough, this London Fashion Week, there's a fashion journalism student at CSM who I'm taking to London Fashion Week with me. And it's going to be like her first London Fashion Week and all that sort of stuff. So I do bring people with me normally to experience it with me, especially if like they want to work in fashion. And so it's kind of my way of like giving them like a step into the industry in a way. But I don't know if brands would like let me just stream. I don't know if they would allow that, to be honest.
Yeah, backstage chaos is sort of like the accepted norm, you know, for a show. So if you don't have like tight control over who's back there, I don't know.
Yeah. Raina didn't invite me. I don't know if he did. I have to check because I don't even handle my own invites for Fashion Week. You know what? Let me actually check that. I feel like he did though. Let me see.
No, to me, what would be the biggest like value add is not necessarily any access to shows, but to showroom resees. Showroom resees are like just the most fascinating things for me because you can get up and close and personal with the details of the runway samples, and that to me is like the
Luke, I do have an invite, so yeah, I don't. The only thing that happened with me and Maximilian Reina was that last season I got invited to the show, and when I got there, they were like my name wasn't on the list. And one of the big reasons I went to his show was because one of my like mentors in the space, maybe she's not my mentor, but it's someone I look up to in fashion. She's like done really big things in fashion. She was like, "Oh, you should really look into like this emerging designer, Maximilian Reina. I'd really appreciate if you go to the show, and he really wants you to come to the show too. So I was like, okay, cool. So I went to the show, and then my name wasn't on the list, and I traveled all the way from Kent. So I was pissed off about it. So I posted about it on social media, and then Sarah Moa felt bad that my name wasn't on the list, and then she had a word with their PR, and their PR were like scrambling. So there was like drama about it, but it wasn't like I wasn't invited or anything like that. My name just wasn't on the list. And am I going to his show this season? Probably not. Because I don't just want to travel and then not be on the list. Like, that's a waste of my time. Let's see. Oh, his pivot into fashion. I was even gonna like turn this into a stream topic at one point, but I'll just like touch on it quickly. So my problem with anyone can start a brand, by the way. I don't think there's a problem with him starting a brand. I think the issue is like a lot of what he does seems very performative. Like, he's very, first of all, the aesthetic of his brand just looks like a mixture of a lot of the popular brands right now in menswear. So like Demna's Balenciaga mixed with a bit of Rick, mixed with it kind of has that vibe to it aesthetically. I don't know about the validity of him like streaming, or well, not even streaming because he barely streams anymore, but like him filming him sat beside like a woman at a sewing machine as like an understanding that he's learning about fashion. That's not necessarily, as someone that has worked in the industry and I know how to make patterns, that's not how that goes. That really isn't how that goes. The learning is not when you're sat beside a technician. The learning is when you go home and you experiment for yourself. So I think if it was about him learning so much, it would be him at home on the floor, figuring shit out and being like, oh shit, I did this stitch wrong. This is how I figured out how the stitches. So I don't know, like everything he does as someone that works in fashion, it just seems very, it just doesn't seem genuine, to be honest. Can that change soon? Yes, as he learns more about fashion and the way the industry works and the way that like designers work. Can that change? Yes. I don't necessarily have an issue with his brand. I just think right now there's not really much to talk about because I haven't seen anything really necessarily interesting about his brand. I think what is more interesting about his brand is kind of what that means for fashion in future. Because Kai is so influential and because he has such a big audience of like the next generation, if that makes sense, that really changes my understanding or makes me intrigued about what that means for people that will want to make brands in the future and how they navigate it and how they think you're supposed to navigate it because they look up to Kai. So if Kai is with Law Roach, maybe they might think, okay, to start a brand, I need to be with Law Roach, or like all these different things. It might change the way that you understand building a brand is, which is kind of cool. Because I think when I was coming into fashion, there was like a very specific understanding of how you go about building a brand. And then as time has changed, that understanding has changed with the time. So that's the more interesting conversation to be had, personally, like kind of using streaming as a vehicle to build an audience to launch a brand is quite an interesting story. But yeah, the clothing itself, I don't really think there's anything interesting. I'm not sure, Al, if you have like anything to say regarding Kai Cenat's brand.
Kai is just like a guy with money. And he's target customers himself, which is why his stuff looks like everything else on the market, right? Like, because he's comfortable with like a particular style, and he's like, this is, what I feel comfortable with. I want to make that accessible to my audience, and so I'm going to make some of it myself. Because why would I give money to these other guys when I could be making the money myself, right? And to me, like, there is something courageous about doing something like that, where the product is so differentiated and so based off of your personal taste, versus something like Mr. Beast, who just makes chocolate. Like, chocolate is just chocolate. There's nothing particularly Mr. Beast about the chocolate that he sells. It's just chocolate, and the fact that like his name is behind it means that like he has like a more direct ability to market to his customer base. But it isn't something that reflects his own personal taste at all, right? Like nobody's. I don't learn more about like Mr. Beast's taste because I've eaten this chocolate. But if somebody buys his clothes, I think that's a pretty one-to-one access to like Kai's personal taste in his wear and what he daily likes to dress as in his personal style. And so there is, I think, something commendable about that outside of like obviously the environmental impact of manufacturing more crap and clothes and whatever. That's just, based off of stuff that already exists in the world. Secondary to that, like if you want to compare, celebrity fashion lines, like there's the row, right? Mary-Kate and Ashley, I don't think are sewists. They may not actually know much about the physical construction as much as they have literally just consumed so much that they have a very clear understanding and ability to communicate to their design team, the needs of their target audience, which is themselves. Again, they make stuff for themselves, right? And it's a similar thing here. And the question is, obviously, how good is his design team? How much of the product can you communicate to the audience that would actually be interested in this, right? Like if models, couldn't understand what Mary-Kate and Ashley were putting down and they did not wear the row off duty, then it just wouldn't have worked. But if he can communicate to his audience correctly, this is how it should be styled, and this is how I think about it. And this is my personal ethos as expressed in these products. Then he'll be successful, and then maybe from there it will evolve and mature into something that has a distinct voice. But right now he's doing what S. Scott Fitzgerald did, which is just pull up like literal copies of his favorite authors and type them out. Just copy, right? And you're seeing him learn in real time and develop, I think, his voice in real time.
This is the performative shit I'm talking about, though. On the screen, it's like he's watching a YouTube video of like them explaining what LVMH is.
Because right now he's at the stage where people would rightly question his actual, knowledge about anything. He's just a consumer. He doesn't know anything about anything, right? And the fact that he's very transparent and, in real time learning is part, I think, and parcel of like the sort of brand that he's built as a streamer, where like his sets are not like, crazily like lit nylon things. They're on purpose, very like suburban bedroom coded, right? Even as they are built on sound stages, they are still coded in a way that's like, I think, more accessible, if that makes sense. And this sort of like vulgar accessibility is, I think, part and parcel with the marketing arm of his company, which is what you're watching right here. Just marketing. Right. This is a narrative that he's building around why, you might want to support the brand, even as, he's very explicitly saying, I don't know what I'm doing.
It's just because this is my issue. To him, but once again, different target audience, but like to him, it's like I'm showcasing, I'm learning, but it's like to a fashion audience, we don't want to see you looking at a video of what is LVMH. Like that is so rudimentary. That's the kind of thing that you're supposed to research at home, not in front of the camera. Like here.
But his literal set when streaming is based off of his home. It's on a soundstage with professional lighting, but it's based off of his home. So I agree that it's performative, but it's just marketing. All marketing is performative. They brought in lights. A lot of Kai's content was built on top of acting ignorant during his creating these outrageous situations.
That's funny. Although I wouldn't say that Kai is being deliberately ignorant. I think he actually just doesn't know. Because like when he went to Paris Fashion Week and he had his like that was so performative. He had that like notebook of all his like journals and shit. And he took it to a Paris Fashion Week show. I think he went to 44 or something. That was the most performative shit I've ever seen in my life. Like the most intellectual, the most forward-thinking designers would not try and bring their like a book full of their ideas to a runway show to showcase to people that I really do this shit for real. I have like a book with all my ideas and it's just so performative in such a mundane way. It's just like I don't even know where to begin with that, to be honest.
He's a cartoon character. He has to externalize and use theatrical like movements to do everything because he's doing it for his visual practice as a streamer, right? This is literally his job, is to performatively do everything. He performatively plays video games.
Oh gosh. The only problem is that in the streaming world that works. In the fashion world it works against you. Because in the fashion world, being performative about things that are mundane comes across like you're overcompensating for something. It comes across like you're not a good designer, so you're overcompensating by showing people that you have a notebook full of your ideas to kind of like prove to us that you have really creative ideas, or you're constantly thinking about fashion when we know that's not the case.
Right, but this isn't part of the internal brand Bible. This is a piece of advertising. This is this is marketing. Right. It just isn't. This performance is for his customers. This is what he's providing as a service to his customers. It's not. It's not anything to do with the industry.
Yeah. The problem is Kai was performative to begin with. He's known for not having any genuine interest in much of what he does. We have no clue who Kai is because he never let us see who he is. Is that true though? Because I haven't watched enough Kai to make that kind of statement. Like he's known for not having any genuine interest. Is that like a known thing? Like guys in the chat, if you watch like Kai, like if you watch Kai a lot, let me know if that's actually like a very known thing. I can't really make that kind of statement, to be honest.
And even if that's true, I think that there's something noble in, in your professional capacity, trying to meet the wants and needs of your customer as they are, right? If your customer is expecting this from that because your customer is literally 12-year-old boys, right? If this is what they need from you, and you're servicing them more so than like, you trying to have your own like personal philosophy of like what ideas he wants to do versus just actually servicing his customers, then that's like a very dangerous thing you can do for a business and your industrial production. And this is an industrial production. He has producers, he has like staff. This is a company, And the idea that a company would actually be able to pivot to meet the needs of its consumers is, I think, good.
Wait, what did someone say? There's a meme that he has a taste stylist because he only likes things that he's told to on stream or paid to like. Oh, that's a bit crazy, if true. Someone says they are content brained. What does it mean to be content brained? What does that mean? I'm so curious. That's crazy. But yeah, not liking anything that like, unless you're paid to like it or whatever, just means like, I mean, it's his job, so it makes sense. But also, that's the problem. Like, he's a sensational streamer, like probably one of the best in the world of all time. You could make that argument. But like, the problem is the strategies that are required to progress in streaming, championing your sponsors, like being good for sponsors, being like safe. He's known to be safe for all the different sponsors. It doesn't work in fashion because in fashion, you need to have a very distinctive point of view. You can't be everyone and everywhere. You can't be that kind of designer. It doesn't work.
I really don't think it's for anything but himself. Right? That's why I said my first thing I led with was I believe he's his own target customer, which is different from his streaming, in which his customer basically decides for him, or his corporate sponsors decide for him, And the fact that he's going with this versus what's currently very popular right now with like the super preppy stuff, I don't see him selling quarter zips, for instance. Like, there is a point of view here. It's just not a very special one. And the hope is, if his customers support him and his products, that it will eventually develop towards something that's more distinct.
Yeah, I think it's also optics. It's like, so optically, it doesn't help when we know that you wear Rick Owens and like you wore a lot of Demna's Balenciaga, and a lot of like AMP members wear a lot of Balenciaga and Rick Owens, and then your brand looks like Balenciaga and Rick Owens. It's just, it doesn't help. It
Okay,
really doesn't help.
This is an unfortunate comparison, and I don't mean this in any negative way outside of the obviously negative ways, but like when Yeezy first happened, the first couple of seasons, you were like, oh, this is just Helmut Lang. This is just X, Y, and Z.
True.
You know, it's so transparently obvious what his points of reference were. And then eventually, I think by the end of his, you know, ability to produce, like it was very distinct. It was influential even in terms of like, you know, people downstream were not downstream, but like there were actively contemporary lines, like say entire studios or whatever, that literally existed because their aesthetics were derived from the Yeezy aesthetic. It did
including
eventually evolve
Skims.
something very specific. Yes, exactly. Right. And so I don't think it's completely unfair to say like the first collections being totally derivative doesn't mean that it's going to get anywhere. It's about like his celebrity and his like bankrolling of the Yeezy venture gave him the runway to eventually get to where he was able to be a distinctive voice. And whether or not he really loves fashion this much to develop such a voice is something we'll find out, because there's no way of like getting that information from the marketing materials he's putting out.
Yeah. It kind of reminds me of when Beyonce tried to get into fashion. Kai's no Beyonce. Yeah, Beyonce's fashion endeavors didn't really work. And the problem is because like Beyonce is a superstar, like A-list celebrity. But that still doesn't help you in fashion, because it's not like, to get big in fashion, it's not just about fame. It's about certain prerequisites that we're talking about, like with Kai and the way that he approaches things. It's like your approach. It's like Beyonce has been known to wear certain things that go viral, but in general, when you think of fashion icons, Beyonce is far down your list in terms of like A-list female celebrities that are iconic in fashion. Beyonce would not be on most people's list. Like, you're not going to say Beyonce before you say like Lady Gaga. You're not going to say Beyonce before you say Rihanna. So it's like, that's the problem. So it's like a way of thinking. She's already, so her not being like one of the big, let's say fashion icons already showcases that her level of interacting with fashion is not enough to make people see her in a certain light. So why does she think then as a designer, she would be able to do that? And that's why it didn't work. It's like you either think that way or you don't. You either have that level of thinking or you don't. Which is why with Kai, the way that he's approaching his brand is an issue, because A$AP Rocky, or like, let's say, I'm trying to think of like really influential people in fashion, like Kanye West, or like A$AP Rocky, or like A$AP Nas, or like, I don't know, who else is influential in like fashion, especially menswear, because that's what Kai is doing. They are not going to wear something that a lot of streamers are wearing. They want to be the first to wear something, and then everyone's like, oh, the reason why I wore Bottega Veneta in the 2010s is because Kanye West wore these Bottega Chelsea boots. The reason why I wear Andamina is because in Fashion Killer, A$AP Rocky was rapping about it with Rihanna, and I wanted to know what that brand was, and I got into the brand. So it's not, you have to approach your brand in a way that like the most influential people feel like, oh, this is really cool, and this is something I want to latch onto, and then you can have a level of influence across fashion, which is not the way that he's approaching it.
I think the influence in the fashion category is secondary to his ability to sell to his consumers. If the consumers buy, you know, the opportunity that the label provides, I think will expand such that like he will be able to attract the correct talent to evolve his brand, right? Because I don't think Kanye knows how to do pattern cutting or really much of anything. I think like he's obviously was historic, I think, horrible to his designers and constantly rotated people out with like lots of turnover within the Yeezy company, and all this stuff. But like there was eventually it got to a point where like the correct people were in place to create something distinctive. And that might be because Kanye's smart enough to get out of the way. And maybe
but he
Kai
also has
isn't.
a certain taste level. So like Kanye West hired Demna before Demna was even a known designer. So like Kanye West also understands fashion to a level where he can see talent. Kai has means, not as much as Kanye, but he has enough means to be able to hire whoever he wants on his team. But he doesn't have the wherewithal to know where to even find them. Like, I don't think Kai Cenat knows what the Royal Academy of Fine Arts is in Antwerp. I don't even think he knows what Antwerp is. So that's the problem. It's like, that's the issue. It's like the
man has
between...
not heard of Belgium.
It's like, if you can't make patterns or you can't sew or whatever, you have to have a certain taste level and understanding of fashion that allows you to get out the way and put the right people in place. And just like obviously sprinkle your vision on top of it. But Kai is nowhere near being at that level. The people that are at that level are people like Tom Brown or Kanye West.
But he has a longer runway because of his audience and his connection to like his the youth, let's just say.
Right.
And an online like gaming culture and what have you. He just has like this audience that will give him the runway where if he sustains his level of interest, eventually just from fucking osmosis, he'll figure something out, or he'll have hired somebody who can point to like, you know, students or what have you and do this. It's just a matter of time and having, you know, paid his dues, so to speak, before I think real talent like will want to work with them, because then the real talent will go, oh, you're really in this for the long haul. This isn't some 4-season thing.
Yep. But that's why I found this kind of connection with Law Roach really interesting, because I always, when I see stuff like this, I'm like, does Law Roach genuinely care about mentoring Kai and helping him to understand fashion? Or is Law Roach there because Kai Cenat has a huge audience and is helping build his personal profile? It's kind of transactional. Kai is using Law for credibility in fashion, and Law is using Kai to build his profile. Because if it's a transactional relationship,
he could usually be paying Law $15,000 an hour for consulting, which is real. Right. And like, if Law is a professional, he'll do his best for him to get his money's worth, right?
Yeah. Because Law knows all the stuff we've talked about. Law, I would think, would know all the stuff that we're talking about. So Kai is one step away from all this information if Law tells it to him. But it's just a question of if Law tells this information to him or not. That's just what it is.
Yep. And, you know, I have no insight on, like, how he treats his staff and, like, how he develops his ideas, his development process for his regular streaming or business or anything in general. You just have zero insight into that. I just wish him luck as, like, a young person who's obviously interested and has some love of the game, right? I think that's transparent versus Mr. Beast, who has no love of anything and just cares about widgets. The more faceless, the better.
Mr. Beast doesn't love anything. He just loves money. So long as he can make money, it's all good. Yeah, ultimately, it's too early to make a call on Kai's fashion venture. If he drops this because the views aren't there, then yeah, it's probably all a performance. Yeah, I wish him well, actually, because he's making an effort. I just almost like, kind of like hope he gets the right mentorship, because he has the means to do what he wants to do, but I don't think he has the information. So I'm actually hoping for his own sake that he gets the right information from people around him. And like, the only person I know that could really give it to him from what I've seen, based on everyone he's around, is actually really Law Roach. Because everyone else he's around is not really from that world. It's not really from the fashion world.
He pays the right consultants, he can get the right answers, right?
True. But it's also about asking the right questions with consultants.
No, you just actually have to just pay more for the consultant's time, because then he has to explain to you what the correct questions are.
Right.
You know, if you're a good consultant, you actively want your customer to have a lot of success, because they'll buy your business in the future, or they'll grow with you, or you'll be able to, you know, enter into some profitable venture. Nobody's like trying to sabotage you off the rip, especially if you're a paying customer.
I don't think that it's not about sabotage. It's about like, okay, for example, in fashion, like you have all these different like PR companies like Lucien Pagès, KCD, Color Otto, blah blah blah. Now, it's quite known that the big PR companies, let's say like a Lucien Pagès, if they sign you as a small designer, they're not really going to focus on you because you're not paying the big bucks. Like the people that are paying the big bucks are keeping the lights on in the office. So you'll be number 50 on their list of priorities. So even though you're paying them, they still don't necessarily have your best interest at heart because all their energy, time, attention, and resources are going to their top 5 clients. So it's kind of like, that's what I mean with a consultant. Like Kai could be paying a consultant that's a really good one. Like Lucien Pazez is an extremely good PR company. But if he's low on their list of priorities, he might not get kind of like the information he needs versus if he worked with like a consultant that isn't as good, let's say comparing that to a PR company that's not as good or has the resources of a Carla Otto or a KCD or a Lucien Pazez, but they have your time so they can really tell you and really like, you know, usher you into the fashion world properly.
Yeah, I mean, like that's just an ability of you being able to convince like another professional to believe in your vision, to believe in your audience, and to believe in your potential, right? And you know, he's a professional communicator. I bet he can do that. I bet you that there's, even if like it's not like, you know, the head honcho himself, there's somebody at these massive PR companies who believes in, you know, the exercise of trying to say market something to a mid-range gen alpha, you know, clientele, and maybe even use it as a learning experience. Like, how do you market to gen alpha and so on and so forth. They could do it for a variety of reasons, and Kai Cenat would not know the reason why they're doing it, and you know, when their priority shifts or what have you. But hopefully he has a producer or somebody in a circle who could be like, these guys are doing good by you and these guys are not, and navigates. The guy has a lot of money. He has a lot of room to like learn.
Yeah. Like, yeah. It's because like I genuinely wish him well, just in general, because I think that like he has the potential to do something big in fashion. It's just, once again, it's like, do you have the right info? Are you speaking to the right people? Do you have the right consultants? Are you hiring the right team? Which he probably won't at first because he doesn't have the info, and that's part of it.
And you have the love of the game. Do you actually want to stay in it and put up with all the bullshit and pay all these outrageous, you know, numbers, right? I'm thinking of, like, for instance, Sterling Ruby. Sterling Ruby, who collaborated with like Raf and all this stuff, he was sort of entrenched in the fashion world. He obviously liked it, but he didn't like it enough to stick around. He's not still trying.
It's like, I like Raf, but like that's hilarious. No, it's true. Like, because when you're passionate about something, you should be willing to do whatever. And if it's either you see it as like that's what you love or not. Like, it just is what it is. Right, Luke says these people. Who are you saying has no integrity?
People who have bills to pay, who are his consultants, the industry.
I was like, who has no integrity, sir? But yeah, anyway, in a nutshell, there's a kind of like my thoughts on the whole like Kai Cenat, Vivette kind of whole thing. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought about it. But I'm wishing him the best. I actually wish him well. Luke says, I would not compromise my creative morals for a paycheck. I'm not going to lie. Everyone has a number. I'll just leave it there. I'll just leave it there. It's always easy to say when you've not been put in a position where your integrity can be brought into question. So like, it's easy to like, you know, it's easy to not have like millions thrown in your face and be like, I would never take millions, versus when like the offer is on the table, like someone is like, we will genuinely give you 50 million if you do XYZ. It's like two different things. That's why I try not to judge people too much that like falter, especially for like huge numbers of money, because it's like they have families and kids to think of, and like people are suffering and people are struggling. So it's, I don't know. When people say I'd never compromise my creative morals for a paycheck, I don't know. I don't know about that. Be careful what you say. What does it say about me that I want him to fail and I think he'll... Damn! Damn! Why do you want him to fail, though? Like, why? All artistic fields have a number for most people, particularly those who rely on their craft as a primary source of income and not a secondary or third. Yeah, 100%. Like, I'm not even, like, better than anyone else. Like, I'm trying to think of what would I have to, like, compromise my integrity for doing what I do. Because I just talk about fashion, so there's not really, like... I guess me compromising my integrity would be, like, Dior would be like, we're going to give you 10 million to only ever say positive things about Dior moving forward. That would be, like, me, like, giving away my integrity. And I guess I wouldn't do it for 10 million because, once again, I personally don't need a lot of money to, like, do what I want. Like I said it earlier when someone was saying that streamers make, like, 200K a month. However, there is, like, because I don't value it, they would have to offer me something outrageous, which wouldn't make sense for them to offer because there's no ROI. Like, they'd have to give me, like, $1 billion for me to do that. But that doesn't make sense because there's no ROI on spending $1 billion for me to only say, like, positive things. So it's very almost damn near impossible for me to sacrifice my integrity in that specific way because the finances don't work for that to be the case. I don't think it's fair to knock on Kai when we have the row being even worse in terms of copying without making changes. Yeah, but so the difference with the row is that they understand the way that the fashion market works, and so they've utilized certain strategies and techniques despite copying others to, like, almost kind of have a successful brand in spite of it being obvious who they're copying.
Oh, here's
Whereas
a question. Do you think that there's, like, room in there? Because I think he's going to go D2C instead of, like, trying to get a rack at Selfridges. Do you think there's, like, a bit more room there?
There is, in a sense, but I think it's two things, right? So I always think because his consumers are most likely going to be younger, those kids have grown up looking and wearing Rick and Balenciaga and all those kind of brands that are popular for, like, younger kids. And they might ask, depending on the price point, they might ask, why would we spend this much on Kai's brand when we know he's not a designer? We know he doesn't really know much about production, when we can just buy Balenciaga instead. So it's like, how does he navigate that? Considering the way that he's communicating his stuff now.
The same way the Coach does, by sort of serving a sort of middle market that kind of works because of the margins and the fact that maybe he doesn't want to go wholesale, right? Like the fact that, like, if you skip wholesale, you could probably be at a price point where, like, similar to Coach, you know, where, like, instead of paying $800 for French terry sweats at Balenciaga, you can get $400 ones that are inspired by Kai's love of Balenciaga and still feel like you're getting an authentic product because the authentic experience is through Kai's, like, you know, journey on fashion and not directly to whatever intellectual thing that Balenciaga is trying to do, right? He may not even understand, like, the intellectualization behind why he likes that particular garment from Balenciaga, but he'll process it in a way that accentuates what he feels like his customer base needs, and he'll be able to maybe serve it if, I think, hopefully he gets his economic thinking and customer product design and marketing mix all correct. That will hopefully be of some value to his customer. Again, it's Gen Alpha. I've never, like, even touched the product marketed towards Gen Alpha, so I have no idea what they like and what they buy.
Neither do I, to be honest. Honestly, I don't think he's bad for you either. Did anyone say Kai is bad? From a streamer, I think all his friends are bad. Like, Rakai, and who's the other guy? I think all of Kai's friends always get him into trouble. He's like everyone else is the weakest link, and he's like the strong link, actually. That's what I've always thought. Wait, Luke wants him to fail. Let's see. Because he's not a designer and he can't just become a designer. This is just a dumb venture for a dumb, irresponsible person who's rotted the minds of young boys and men. He's trash. Damn.
Okay, here's a question I want to give to chat and the youth. Like, is it better if we have no idea who the background of the guy with the money is, and we just and the brand just like cooks like, and you know that it's a faceless money guy? And is it better than if there's actually somebody you know? Like Omar Freedy, for instance, right? Like Omar Freedy is some shadowy Middle Eastern financier, and like it's a Japanese design duo who does all the garments, and like he's a totally silent partner in the process. He's not in any of the PR or anything, but Omar Freedy is the name of the brand, and all the money goes into his pocket. Like, is that better?
Yes. Yeah, because it's all marketing, right? So it's like
it's less annoying, but I don't think it's better.
Do you think so? Because it's like, I think it just depends. It's like if I started a fashion brand, people would not think I'm like the best designer in the world, but people know that I've been a pattern maker before, so that counts for something. They know I've been around fashion for more than 10 plus years working in the industry. So like there's a certain level of understanding of the way that the ecosystem of fashion works that people understand. They've seen me visit like factories of big luxury brands, so they might make the assumption that Ayo's brand, the quality is going to be decent because of that. So there's like a lot of assumptions that work in my favor, so it would make more sense for me to be the face of my brand. But like, you can be the face of your brand and it can work against you. And in those situations, it's better to just be like the background financier who just like funds it and then makes the money off it. So I think it just depends. You have to weigh up, is it a net benefit or a net negative to be the face of the brand?
Yeah, maybe that's the case, but maybe it's not the case with Gen Alpha, right? Like it just may be like that. That's the best way of communicating to them is, being a children's entertainer,
Yeah. Let's see. I don't know. For Kai, it's more like there was no struggle for it. Like he woke up one day and wanted to do it. There was no build up, and funding is different from being the designer. Yeah. I also don't think you have to like struggle to do something. But that's another thing. It's like, I don't necessarily, sometimes you can be good at something and never have to struggle for it. Like there's a lot of couturiers even that were from like aristocracy. Like Christian Dior was from a rich family. Elsa Schiaparelli was from a rich family. Like, but they're really good at what they do. So I don't think it's necessary. And then you have people like Cristobal Balenciaga that wasn't from a rich family, or like Coco Chanel that wasn't. I think it just, if you're good at something, you're good at something. You know what I mean? Okay, not struggle, but there was no interest prior. Okay, fair enough. I see what you mean.
I mean, he bought the clothes. He likes wearing those clothes. There is interest. Again,
maybe just not from like a
after
deeper
like
level.
4 seasons, right? Yeah. Like if he has the love for it, he'll stay in the game longer than what is it? There's this quote that's like, the market will stay. The market will stay not rational longer than you can stay solvent. What happens if you can be solvent for longer than you can be bad?
That's funny. Just hang in there for as long as possible. Honestly, is he bringing anything innovative or new? I mean, we don't know, but from what I've seen, it just looks like we said, a mixture of the brands that he wears and buys. But we don't actually know until like we get like a proper full collection. There was like a collection that leaked that was like a scam apparently. So like that happened, but not like officially from him. In fact, him showcasing of his thought process, perhaps like there has hurt Vivette before any. Yeah, that's why I said that like he needs better advisors, because like it's okay to show the process, but it has to be things that are more important than just looking at you watching a video that says LVMH. Louis Vuitton, Moet Hennessy is just like there has to be better things prioritized when the camera goes on to kind of document that you're learning about fashion. There just needs to be better things that you're looking at than that. Like it's just not. That's not selling it.
I mean, but there is like an element of like a part of his brand is that he was somewhat deprived from like a high class education to the extent that like I think on a separate channel he just records himself 20 minutes a day reading a book out loud.
Yeah.
Because he wants to like increase the level of his vocabulary and like the sort of kind of media that he consumes. Whether that's performative or not, he's actually doing it. And there is a record and receipts of him doing this for 20 minutes a day, right? And so failing upwards is part of his brand. So
Right. Right. His audience is also so young and will grow in age as well as money. He can play it similar to how the Rose early audience knew them from before. Okay, fair enough. As they matured in the industry, it was perfect timing for their audience to have money and influence in fashion. Yeah, although the problem with the Olsen twins though is that they were always ultra celebrities, so their friends, their personal friends are people like Paris Hilton and like shit like that. So there's always like an inherent advantage because all of their friends were involved in fashion as well as them. That's not Kai's situation.
But like just how like Kanye first started his wave by gifting people Yeezys, he'll be able to gift like the entire, top 10% of Twitch his clothing. And they'll be forced as a point of PR to interact with the garments.
Right. Would you take the job of advising Kai, and if so, would you tell us that you did? Yeah, of course. Of course. You know what? People don't know this, but like, I'm actually a consultant. Like, people might not know this. I literally consult for like everyone from like luxury brands to like, there are celebrities that I'm like the consultant behind their brand, but you wouldn't know because I signed an NDA, so I can't tell you who it is. But like, so yeah, I definitely would. I think that would be a lot of fun because I think that once again, there's a lot of information that Kai needs that he just does not have access to. Like, when you hire for your brand, where are you getting the talent from? Are you aware of these where talent is incubated in fashion? What are you looking at to look at the new talent? Kind of what's your influence, the way he thinks about fashion, the way that he goes about creating collection? Like there's so many things that he just needs to understand. This is like Lauren Sanchez trying to start a fashion house. Nah.
If she does, I wish her the best. In the same manner, exact same manner, right? I have no idea what she's contributed to this earth, what her values are, and whatever, what have you. If it increases the amount of people who can pay their bills and get healthcare, and get a house,
right?
Hopefully, it's one of those like super like high-end couture houses where there's very little environmental damage that she's doing. Maybe she makes 6-figure gowns and nobody buys them, but she keeps an atelier employed, and we all get to eat and go home at the end of the day feeling good about ourselves.
Right. Oh my gosh, that's funny. Also, by the way, for guys in the stream, because I was like bored for a really long time, and people started to think that I didn't have the ability to like grow hair on my head because I was bald by choice. So I decided to grow out my hair just to let you guys know I'm not balding.
You look good, man.
Thank you.
Skin is glowing.
Thank you, sir. Can you recap what we are discussing? We are discussing just Kai Cenat's brand, essentially.
Celebrity brands in general, I would say.
And just, celebrity brands in general and like all those kind of things. Someone is telling me to get locks. Maybe. I need to grow my hair out more to get locks, though. So
I will say that I feel more positively about Kai's brand, just as him being a young person and like him having a very unique like way of marketing to a demographic I know nothing about. This one like Ferrari. Like to me, like Ferrari is much, much worse.
Yeah.
like regardless of the fact that like their designs are more tasteful and they have like an obviously defined aesthetic due to like their heritage from motorsports and everything. Like it just makes sense as a brand, but I also hate it more because it's so transparently a trash grab.
That's hilarious. Not someone saying being bald by choice. I'm like Usyk. I guess so, yeah, because he is bald by choice. Oh gosh, that's funny. Shout out to Usyk. If you're British, thank you for the compliment. Because fit means like you're fit. But yeah, that's interesting. Any other topics that you guys want to talk about? Any other interesting topics?
Do you want to talk a little bit about Playboi Carti? Because I am a Playboi Carti defender.
Go on, what are areas of contention against Playboi Carti that tend to come up?
Okay, so there's this understanding that Playboi Carti is somewhat influential in male fashion, right? And men's dress.
I believe that to be true.
Opium happened, and there was like a run on like a particular silhouette and specific designers, right?
Destroy Lonely, all that group of people, yeah.
Okay. I wasn't the original guy who wanted to discuss Carti, and then I don't remember in what capacity that the person in chat wanted to discuss it. But I think what's interesting about Carti is I don't know if you follow him in his career or like what he does in terms of like his musical eras. But I think with the last one, which was his current one, the music album era, he tried, I think, for a very small window to distance himself from like mass market houses like Rick and Balenciaga, and instead like support like New York based designers and smaller, more independent brands, and also specifically turn his style away from the like avant-garde like dark aesthetics and more towards aesthetics inspired by Atlanta rappers like Gucci Mane and T.I. and stuff like that, and in an effort to sort of redefine his visual language to the sort of postmodernist remixing of like 06 Atlanta trap music and its visual aesthetic with like these sort of younger designers and so on and so forth. And there was a concentrated effort against that, and it was, I think, abandoned around the same time that Pharrell like invited him to the LV like runway with Nigo. I think that was around the same time. Or maybe it was the Western wear, inspired collection. Around that time, I think he totally abandoned the idea of like trying to define a different visual aesthetic for himself and for the visual like aesthetic associated with this particular album cycle, because it went on for so long, you know. Like it was people kept, making jokes about like how the album took so long to come out that it felt like he discarded entire aesthetics and styles along the way towards eventually being, I think, forced on point of contract with UMG to release an album, right? I think somebody was like saying he's got to release it by this date, or the pre-orders that he sold in the year before would become like targets for federal fraud investigations because he just never released a product, right?
Damn.
Yeah. I mean, like Frank Ocean, like famously had to give back like $120,000 at some point because he just never shipped albums that he sold like for a Black Friday sale or something. So this is a real thing. People get investigated when they sell stuff, and it's just pre-order, and it never arrives because whether or not you can prove that like you tried to make it and you didn't, or you just never had any intention of producing the product in the first place, it's actual fraud after a certain point, right?
Yeah, that is fraud because people paid and didn't receive a product.
Right. And I think that the leading fan theory is that he was forced basically at gunpoint of investigations for fraud allegations for his pre-orders, that he was forced to release an album. But all that to say is that there was at one point like an attempt to I think establish a distinct visual aesthetic that would release him from the sort of grip that like these houses that he had no stock in, that he was just going out and purchasing their clothing. And I don't think he was receiving PR from Rick to like make opium. He's never appeared at a Rick runway. I've never seen him like, in any capacity with Rick's PR. Like I don't think he was eating off of that, and I think he really wanted to be like, okay, if I want to be like my heroes in like in the sort of industry, I have to like establish some sort of visual identity for myself that I can have some sort of ownership and not just stakeholder claim, but shareholder claim, right? And I think he just abandoned that shit.
Damn, Cardi B used you for the interest play. That's crazy. Well, they take a bunch of people's money, make a bunch of interest in that 1 month, and then just give you your money back. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah. So I don't know if you like have opinions about like the sort of I'm not gonna say geopolitics, but the economic impact of like a performer or a celebrity, and the sort of, I think, finance brained, like not necessarily even finance brained, but just like the ability to be like, I'm not just associated with these brands. If I'm so powerful as an influencer that I can define an entire aesthetic like Opium Core, like surely I must be able to do something that's not just benefiting the European houses.
But I think every single artist kind of does that, no? Like even it got to a point where Kendrick became like the biggest Martin Rose and Wells Bonner fanboy, and then before we knew it, he was designing collections in collaboration with Martin, so that he actually makes money off all this promo that he's doing for like Martin Rose and like all these different brands, right? And then he brought her on board and onto his brand. So I think most performers start to realize, because you start as like a fan of something, and then you start like supporting it, and you start supporting it, and then you realize that off of you they're making tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands to maybe even millions, and maybe in the case of like Rick Owens and Playboi Carti, because I genuinely believe that the reason why the younger generation is so into Rick Owens is a big reason is like Playboi Carti. So it's just very, like, it makes sense. It's just like the next stage or the next step in like progression to want to kind of like branch out and do your own thing. It's the same thing happened with Kanye West. Kanye West was like, I'm like putting all this time and energy into all these different brands. I'll just make mine type shit. So yeah, I thought that was just kind of like the general direction that most influential performers take. Even A$AP Rocky started his own brand and became creative director of like Ray-Ban. It's like they've all just kind of, we can't just be fashion icons for the sake of being fashion icons. We need a paycheck to come with it.
Yeah,
We have to
and
like feed ourselves off it.
I think that's a net negative for the world because it's finance brain, right? It's
Right.
like, why am I just a stakeholder, not a shareholder? And it's
Right.
producing more physical volume of product, and it's polluting the environment, and it's producing ephemera
Agreed.
this for the sake of selling anything to your audience, right? And it's just a matter of like, can you really detect that their heart is in it and that they're doing it for the love of the game, or is it a cash grab? And that's, I think, you always wish that they actually like it and that they really do love it, or, you know, hopefully they're like Carti, where he just abandons it entirely and says, okay, you know what, it's fine. I don't need to like expend all this energy to like.
Yeah, that's crazy that he abandoned that though. That's interesting. That's interesting. But I think, so with Playboi, I wouldn't question if he loves it though, or if it's a cash grab, because I've known about Playboi Carti since the Tumblr days. And he's been into fashion since then. So like, I wouldn't question his intention in fashion because of his track record. Even if it was a cash grab, I wouldn't question it because of his track record. It's a bit different to someone that's kind of has not been in it for as long and is like trying to like make money. It would seem more cash grabby in that sense. Like even Kendrick's brand kind of felt a bit cash grabby because he's not. I don't see Kendrick as like a fashion icon or like someone that's been into fashion for a really long time or like really understands it.
I would say that he is. Like, he was, wearing Cray Green, doing performances at the Grammys and stuff. I would say he's like fashion coded.
But the problem is that's because I know his stylist put him in Cray Green. I don't think, like, if I ask Kendrick Lamar, like, how I put it is this. If I ask Playboi Carti, this is like the question I ask myself. What do you love about Rick? I feel like he'll be able to say quite a few profound things. If I asked Kendrick Lamar, what do you think about Cray Green? I don't think he would have anything of meaning to say. I just don't. And that's the difference between, like you're actively involved in that brand versus your stylist puts that jacket
I
on.
personally believe that his stylist just puts him in
Yeah.
Rick. I mean, Carti stylist puts him in Rick.
You think
As
so?
a Playboi Carti fan, I know that this guy is he has no qualms about abandoning anything in any sort of circumstance that would help him financially. Like I think just this week he left his longtime manager of like 10 plus years and is now being managed by the same company that manages the Weeknd, because now he has a connect, and that man sells out arena tours worldwide, and he's like, I
Right.
want that opportunity, right?
Right.
As a Playboi Carti fan, that like he's not going to abandon anything longer than he thinks he's going to receive a return from it, and he'll just drop that thing entirely and move on to the next thing. Which is why it's so hard to get an album out of him, because he'll be like constantly pushing in one direction and then suddenly abruptly stop and move and do something completely different. And whichever thing he picks will eventually grow his audience. Will somehow grow his audience and make him a bigger star. And that's really what I think he's after. He's after being the biggest. I don't think he's after proving any particular one aesthetic
Right.
idea is more core to him as an artist or him as a personality or him personally. I don't think he's about that at all. I think he has no.
That's
principle.
interesting. I'll take your word for it, because I don't think I'm as knowledgeable about Playboi Carti, to be honest. But as because you said you're a Carti defender,
Yes.
how does it make you feel that he has a very personal gain way of interacting with the things that he does? Like, what do you think about that in general?
I mean, like the reason why I would say I'm a Playboi Carti defender, because I think he's like an extremely hard worker in terms of like just developing like the avant-garde and the cutting edge of aesthetic exploration with the sort of energy of formalism of like the heyday of like New Atlanta trap, where literally every month like people were just inventing new styles left and right. And he takes that energy and he works hard enough and puts literally hours and hours and hours of recording time in the studio into sonic experimentation. And his like artistic output is so wide and so far ranging that that's what I like about him. I think as a person, if you just look into like all of his personal life and everything, he's a pretty despicable human being, but he is very, very strong artistically, and just him being a very disciplined musician and an artist. And I think if you like what he likes, you will like his stuff,
Yeah. Someone said Kendrick is a Chanel ambassador. I don't think being an ambassador makes you a fashion icon, though. I think being a fashion icon has way more to do with like the way that you interact with fashion, your understanding of fashion, people's knowledge of your knowledge of fashion. When you wear things, people influenced by what you wear? That's kind of what makes someone a fashion icon versus just being an ambassador. So like, what is I don't know, like someone like Lady Gaga, she's actually really influential. That's why people say she's a fashion icon. Like when she wears shit, everyone is checking what it is, and like people actually want to dress that way. Aesthetically, not even like on a product basis, just like aesthetically, people want to dress like her. Also, people have learnt a lot about fashion from Lady Gaga. Obviously, it's not just Lady Gaga, her stylist too, and like the pulls she's done, and that like Lady Gaga is literally on like historical fashion mood boards that Kendrick has not been anywhere near. Like, there's literally moments in time in fashion where like Lady Gaga's face is like part of it. Kendrick has not reached that level yet. Like even Rihanna, that's why she's a fashion icon. Like Rihanna is literally associated with certain eras. Like there was a time when like hip hop and like urban culture was like into high fashion, and Rihanna is like at the forefront of that alongside people like A$AP Rocky. Like the reason why let's say certain brands are popular, like Bottega, especially in like black culture, is because of people like Rihanna and A$AP Rocky and Kanye West. Kendrick Lamar is not part of that list. Like Kendrick Lamar is not the reason why people wear Bottega. Kendrick Lamar is not the reason why people wear Andy Minamista. He's not the reason why people wear Rick.
I will say he's a good reason. He's a good part of the reason why they wear those LV knockoff Cortezes. Because he legitimately
right.
the dude.
Yeah, because he's from Compton. That's what they wear the Cortezes. Yeah, he wears the Nike Cortez or
Yes.
the other. I'd argue Kendrick is the reason people rock Martin. I mean, I'm from London,
no.
so I'm from London, so I've been wearing Martine Rose since like. Look, let me show you guys how old some of my Martine Rose videos are. Like, so I don't know in London. I don't know, maybe in the US, but in London, I'm not sure about all of that. Like,
Martine is one of the like most influential menswear designers of the 21st century. Like there's zero chance. that
yeah,
it comes
like
from-
she literally like Demna and all that sort of stuff. Like this. So okay, I'll put this on the screen. So this is like some random video I made about Martine Rose, like her Spring Summer 20 collection that was like damn near close to 7 years ago. And this is when she was already like super popular. Like she had like the most popular brand at London Fashion Week. Like this is like when the big show to go to at London Fashion Week was Martine Rose. So like most people have known about Martine Rose for like a very long time. Like a very, 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 very long time.
I want to say how long ago it was. I don't remember the exact year, but I remember her crest, at least in American menswear circle estimations, started rising around the same time the Supremes fell. That's how back it was.
Yeah.
When Supreme was falling off, like post the sort of extraction from the Louis Vuitton collaboration with Kim Jones. Like when that fall off was happening, Martine Rose was coming up. That's how long ago it was.
Yeah. Okay, said for the United States, not in the UK. In the States, nobody is caring for Martine. I would give it to you for Wells Bonner, to be honest. I think Martine was just so influential in fashion. She's been for so long. But I think with Wells Bonner, once again in London, has always been big because Wells Bonner. But in the US, I do think Wells Bonner was actually quite niche, which is kind of strange because her references from her early collections were like about like HBCUs and she was going to like Howard and shit. But clearly it didn't connect. I definitely would give Kendrick like he might be a big reason why a lot of people know about Wells Bonner and even wear it. I could give him that. Maybe not Martine Rose, but I could give him Wells Bonner. Yes, actually, Wells' profile in the USA was boosted significantly more than Martine's by Kendrick. Yeah. So, Wells Bonner, I definitely give that. Like, the more I think about it, I'm like, Wells Bonner definitely. Kendrick helped her career. But then the question you have to ask, because this is the difference. The way that Kendrick wears Wells Bonner, do people wear Wells Bonner that way? Like when they wear it? That's the other thing. Because like when Kanye wore, like let me show you guys some outfits just to show you like how influential someone like Kanye is.
I want to say that there was like a slight change in the sense that Kendrick wore it like sportswear and not
Right.
like the sort of vintage prep that it really was. There was a bit of a change.
Okay, let me share this. Okay, stuff like this. So when Kanye wore these kind of outfits, like wearing Bottega Veneta Chelsea's, Kanye was like, Ye was so influential that gangsters that wore like oversized Parkers, baggy trousers, and like Timberland boots started wearing Chelsea boots. Like, do you know how insane that is? To take someone that wears like baggy Parkers and tracksuits and Timberland boots to change their whole aesthetic to wearing skinny jeans and Bottegas. That was when I literally remember this time like it was yesterday, where like there were memes. This was actually quite a while, like more than 10 years ago, but there were like memes of people being like, oh, everyone is dressing formal now. Everyone is dressing like an uncle going to church. Like those were the memes back then, because everyone changed the way that they dress because Kanye dressed like this. That is like when you think of like fashion icon, you have to have like that level of like influence. If you call yourself like a fashion icon, like it has to be like that level. Like Paris Hilton, for example, I'll show you guys something else, like Paris Hilton UGG. So the reason why Y2K became like a big thing, and the reason why like all these like soccer moms started wearing Uggs, was because of people like Paris Hilton that would wear Uggs, and they were so influential that regardless of what people were wearing, everyone started wearing Uggs. She's so influential that till today, UGG is trying really hard to market towards men and come out of this understanding that Uggs is for soccer moms, and they just can't get out of it. Like, because of people like Paris Hilton. That is like, when you say like someone is a fashion icon, it has to be like that level of influence of changing the way that people dress to be like a fashion icon. Like, that's the level of like influence you have to have. Had Scott Disick dressing like this form suits. Yeah, Scott Disick was dressing like that, wasn't he? That's funny. He actually was. Like, Kanye West is the reason why you have like, let me show you guys. What's his name again? Okay. Kanye West is the reason why, let me go, Diggy Simmons was dressing like a certain way in the 2010s. And like, it was, like this kind of style, the reason why Diggy Simmons used to dress like this is because of Kanye West. Like that's the only reason why he used to dress like this. Kanye West is the reason why Jason Derulo used to dress the way he used to dress in the 2010s. Like, let me find it. Jason Derulo. Yeah, like this kind of style, kind of like the whole like waistcoat shit. It's because Kanye started dressing more formal and wearing like high fashion in that way. So he would wear like Andumillamista in that way. Like, let me show you guys like early Kanye West like Andumillamista outfits. It was like kind of a similar vibe. Like, yeah, like stuff like this like smart casual kind of like smart casual streetwear kind of look. That is what influenced everyone to dress in that sort of like Diggy Simmons, Jason Derulo way in that era. So like when we say like fashion icon, style icon, it's like this level of, and there aren't many. It's like Kendrick is so far away from being on that level of influence in fashion. Like, he's very far. Like, very far. Like, for example, Tyler, the Creator, I would say is a fashion icon too. I think he changed like certain people's aesthetic completely. And kind of like the reason why preppy trends and fashion as a whole came back is because of people like Tyler, the Creator. So like, he's someone I would say is a fashion icon. Yeah, the Balmain era as well. Like, yeah, like the biker denim. Like, literally changed the way everyone was dressing, not just like a tiny, minute group of people. So yeah, that's kind of like my parameter. I just wanted to use those examples. When I say like, oh, this person's like a fashion icon, it has to be like that level of like influence. Exactly
All
what
that to
like.
say, all that to say, again, for the person who asked about Carti, celebrate failure and quitting, because it really does help.
Agreed. Look for a pic of Kanye with the striped. Are you talking about the shutter shades? The shutter shades. Let's see. Shutter
Man,
shades.
that era, the 2009 era, where he was just doing stuff, man.
He was just doing like he was.
That era, 2009. That was the first time I've ever seen Bottega Veneta, because he was walking around with a Inchaturito.
Yeah,
I don't know how
yeah.
the Interchato duffel bag during this era.
Yeah.
It was really into sort of Italian design.
I've been into fashion for a really long time, and there's still things that I never had seen until Kanye West wore it or like talked about it in any like meaningful way. So like when I first got into fashion, I was reading about like Yoji and like Ray and Issei, but there was still like even I learned about the Antwerp 6 early, and I was learning about Margiela and all this shit, but there were certainly brands, I'm trying to remember, that I did not know until I saw Kanye wearing it. Like quite a lot actually. He said, Ye had me driving going to Bergdorf Goodman, spending 1,600 on Balmain jeans.
Those were the days, huh? Less than 2K for Balmain jeans.
I kind of wish I was like older in that era, just so I could kind of like participate in a lot of things that happened then, because I was just too young to like. I had no money. I was like damn near young as shit. That's why like I always when I always share like how I used to dress back then, like in like 2009 and shit, how like I was just like making do with what I had basically, but like I was looking at all these kind of things and being influenced by it. Like definitely.
Hey, they're still about the same price. Their biker jeans are still about 1,600. Good on them.
No way, seriously.
Yeah.
Damn. Here's a hot question. Do you think Lil Yachty has more influence than Kendrick in men's fashion? Oh, I think Lil Yachty has a better understanding of fashion than Kendrick Lamar. Influence, I don't think so though. I think Kendrick can influence more people to wear things than Yachty can. Because if I think about it, Kendrick, when we think of what has Kendrick influenced, more people probably wear Wells Bonner in the US especially because of Kendrick. When he wore those Celine jeans during his Super Bowl performance, those jeans damn near sold out. Those are like two main things. Obviously, you can make the argument for Martine Rose if you want to. What has Lil Yachty influenced people to do?
Jewelry. He's a big jewelry influencer.
I guess in a way, Yachty can be influential in other things. I think that like one of the reasons why I know what Nadine Gosson is definitely because of people like Lil Yachty or like different things. But in fashion, I don't know.
Which is funny because I think he's a better sense of style and a more strong aesthetic sensibility than even like A$AP Rocky, who I think is just he has no idea what he's doing. But he can't rap, so I'm not gonna dress like him.
He said he can't rap. Wait, someone said he feel like Adidas has more to do with Wells Bonner than Kendrick. I also feel like Yachty is being force fed to us from the powers that be. I wouldn't say he's being force fed. I do actually think Yachty is like he dresses in a cool way. He has good taste, personally.
Yeah. Have you seen like clips of him like walking into people's houses and judging their furniture?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's great. I think he's just like a fun personality, and they keep him around because of that, and not his actual skills as an artist.
No, I'm actually a fan of Yachty. I just like what he. I don't know. His music is like give or take. It's like some songs I like and some songs I'm like, this is hot garbage. But I just kind of like he gets me into like new jewelry because I think he's into interesting jewelry. I've learned about a lot of jewelry designers through just like being a fan of his. I think he's cool. I think he overestimates his fashion knowledge though a lot of times. And I think he says stuff that is so out of pocket. Like when he said like Atlanta like is more influential in fashion than New York. I was like, what is he talking about?
He's right. Hindsight is 2020, but he's right. He's absolutely fucking right. Oh my god, New York Fashion Week. He's
like, oh my god,
correct.
New York Fashion Week.
He's been vindicated.
But yeah, he does like relive a lot of the 90s and 2000s fits. That's facts. He does that too. But I don't know. I'm just a fan of him. I just like him as a personality. But I wouldn't say he's more influential than Kendrick in fashion. No, I can't lie.
If between Kendrick and Lil Yachty, them starting a fashion line, I would pick the Lil Yachty fashion line, hands down.
Well, yeah.
I think Lil Yachty would know what he was doing.
Agreed. I think Lil Yachty will know what he was doing a lot more than Kendrick. Like, in terms of a fashion line, yeah. I heard it was a bunch of baggy bedazzled jeans at New York. with Tim's. That's funny.
What's his face? Not Ed Hardy, but who am I thinking of? The couturier behind Ed Hardy. Christian LaCroix. Christian
Oh,
LaCroix.
Christian Lacroix. Yeah.
Christian LaCroix revivalism. Do you believe in it? Are you buying that stock?
Nah. No. No. Hell no. Like someone saying Von Dutch. Hell no.
Okay, here's a trend take. Me personally, that I'm interested in hearing your opinion about because of my ethnicity.
Yeah.
What do you think about like the sort of Orientalism trend, the China maxing? Is this an American phenomenon only?
No. We have it in the UK too. I think people are just like, I think they're bored of like current aesthetics and they're kind of like seeking something that's far left field from what we have in the West. So I think that's why the whole like China maxing thing is a thing. I don't know what my thoughts are on it though, because I haven't seen too many people doing it. I've seen it on TikTok and I've seen a few people in person, but not like enough to like think, a whole thing is shifting. Maybe it's different in the US. You can tell me, but I don't know.
I think the easiest way to sort of see that impact on fashion is that you see a lot of exporters right now buying items with like the Chinese knot closures.
Right.
It's basically a direct swap of like fireman's clasps. That was like a thing this last year and so on and so forth. And it just seems so like lazy and easy. But there's a sort of commodification of, Asian cultural design elements that I think they were trying to get started in India with like, the sort of switch towards I want to say it feels always sort of exploitative. The fact that like the reason why that they're investing so much in these aesthetics is because the history the actual fashion brands have in India, because they're exploiting both, their historical, mastery and knowledge of textile manufacturing with the cheap labor to do all the embroidery at Bodhi and everything, right? And it's that exploitation that's driving the interest in cultural production, and that feels kind of skeevy to me for Asia. And I don't know if a similar thing is going to happen to the sort of Chinese aesthetics that they're sort of mining on a very surface level. Or if that's genuine cultural interest because of geopolitical tensions.
I think that's part of it. Like even someone said this is just like everything to do with Trump and economic downturns. I mean, there's definitely like a political aspect to it, probably.
But there is a political aspect to all of fashion, right?
Yeah.
There's a reason why you can't sell Gosha, and it's not the kitty diddling stuff. It's straight up the fact that all the Cyrillic core stuff kind of took a left turn after. It just became geopolitically impossible in the West to fetishize it.
Yeah. You get flamed in 04 if you're rocking bedazzled. That's what brands do these days. Like when I see like new Instagram brands, it's either some form of like distressed denim or like adding like crystals and shit to like denim. Like those kind of things. Because it's like lowest hanging fruit. It's very easy to just like add something to something that already exists rather than like create like a whole new silhouette or shape or something like that. That's like really hard to do. Remember when Boy London had prominence? I remember that. That was crazy times. Crazy times. I'm 6 hours late to the stream, but I see I dropped in during a real interesting conversation. Hope you're doing well too. Hope you're doing well. This stream is at the end. Sorry to break it to you, but welcome to the live. Wait, is this a known thing that quality? Well, yeah. So I've heard that quality of denim in Japan is deteriorating because there isn't enough demand for them to justify using like those old machines that they use that creates the best quality denim.
Well, it's that the people, the manufacturers, the makers, the crafters, they're all aging out, and there's very few people that they
That
have to
too,
pass
yeah.
the knowledge onto, right? You might have like old ass machines, but like you still need to know how to run them, and it's possible to learn from first principles, but there's so much tribal knowledge that's just lost, institutional knowledge that's lost because all these people are retiring.
And like the younger generation is not interested in like continuing that sort of craft.
There's been a flight in general away from like the rural areas and manufacturing areas of Japan and towards the cities like Tokyo and Osaka, because like that's where the technology money is and an opportunity is for younger people. They don't want to be stuck in the countryside, by the cotton farm. And this like affects everything that's like a Japanese cultural product, from like bento boxes to matcha. Like I'm dealing with the matcha shortage right now. It's nearly impossible
Damn.
here in Tokyo even to get.
You're in
matcha.
Japan right now, right?
Yes, I am.
Yeah. That's so cool. How long have you been there? How long have you been out there for?
A couple of months. I'm about to head to Vietnam next to see what I can learn about, the next great manufacturing center of the global supply chain.
Facts.
Yeah.
That's
But,
facts.
while I was in Japan, like buying old ass pottery from like the 70s. That's what I'm putting my energy into. Exactly. Learn about Japanese cultural products like that.
Facts. What do you think of Dario Vitale's quick exit from Versace? I know I'm a bit late to. Oh, we've covered this like streams ago. There's nothing for me to think. I think the information has already been like given to us. It was the fact that Dario Vitale, he left Miu Miu without the blessing of Prada Group, and they told him that if he goes to Versace and then their deal of Versace, doesn't fall through and they buy it, they're going to fire him. So he was there for one season because they felt like he didn't have the vision for Versace and he disagreed, so he left them and then went there. So when they, acquired Versace, they were like, well, we already told you that we're going to fire you. We don't think that you're fit for the job. So, yeah, like, bye. And then they've hired Pieter Mugli instead from Alaya. So, yeah, that was always what they were going to do. It was literally always what they were going to do. So there's not really much I can say. I don't think his Versace was bad. I think it was really cool. I think more people have warmed to it now that they've seen like editorials of it and stuff like that. But the circumstances around why he left, I think, are really clear.
Yeah. My take on the situation is similar. It seems to be some sort of internal dispute, and the clothes were good.
Yeah. So that's all it is, really. So, yeah, there's not really much to say about Dario Vitale. Ow, someone is saying some cinnamon toast crunch would be great with that bowl. It looks so
It's
nice,
just like-
though. I love it.
It is quite nice. It's got great heft to it, and it's like kind of designed in specific ways to increase the ability of you of maintaining a specific temperature across the entire bowl while you're like mixing the matcha paste and everything. It's got a lot of elements to it. There's different shapes for different things. Like this is like a thicker, more heavy clay, but this more delicate porcelain thing is for like summer, for when you want the hot tea to cool quicker. So there's more surface area. There's like shallower, but it's also more difficult to control in terms of like the whisking, splashing matcha everywhere. So this is a bit better. Ceramics. Damn you, JWA.
I was acquiring some grails right now. He's acquiring some serious grails. So I remember I was the one he spilled. He was fired. Yeah, but Luke, did you see the news about Maximilian? Apparently, Ferragamo came out with a statement that Maximilian is not leaving Ferragamo. I'm sure they were feeling the heat. They were under pressure. Like, no, is he leaving?
The
So they
rumor
had to,
was
like,
that
deal
he
with
had
it.
meetings with Alaya, right?
Yeah, apparently. So they
I
had to
don't
come out
associate the
and be
man with
like-
knitwear. I just don't.
Well, you don't associate.
For me, that's what
Yeah.
Maximilian with knitwear, and that's what I associate with like Alaya, but maybe that's just me not knowing the history of the house.
Yeah. So it will be even more funny if Maximilian actually goes to Alaya after Ferragamo came out and made the statement. Like, that's funny as hell.
Messy.
That'll be even more messy. Like, after they're like doubling down, like, we shall not be. Oh gosh. Let me see if I can. I want to see if I can show Luke kind of like the statement. Yeah. So like, okay, this is via like Pause Online, but it was a big news story like yesterday, I think. Maximilian Davis officially staying at Ferragamo. In reference to recent news reports of Davis being scouted for other top positions in the industry, Ferragamo officially released a statement to the press underlining the denial of these reports and the support of Davis as a creative director. So yeah, this was from the press release. Announces that with reference to recent speculation concerning a potential change in Ferragamo's creative direction, the company firmly denies the reports published by certain media outlets. So yeah, they literally like went out of their way to be like, Ferragamo is here to, sorry, Maximilian is here to stay at Ferragamo. So yeah, it would be like 10 times as messy if he leaves now.
I know that his leather goods do quite well, but do you know many customers for their ready-to-wear at Ferragamo?
Nope. I can't imagine they're
Me
doing
neither.
well financially, to be honest. I can't imagine they are.
People like the leather goods quite a lot, though. They love the shoes, they love the bags. Like, that stuff sells. That's their core competency, and they maintain that. I would just say that, like, the ready-to-wear, the perfume line didn't work. I know that for a fact. There's nobody in the fragrance community who's really into like their push there. And the ready-to-wear is so good. You just try it on. It's like very powerful tailoring, and you'll instantly realize the strength of the designs. The issue is that like people don't go out.
The marketing for Ferragamo does need work though. Because I posted on Instagram, I was like, why don't more people talk about Maximilian Davis? And then a lot of the comments were, because I think my audience on Instagram is kind of like, because of the kind of content I make, sometimes it's analytical, sometimes it's like what I call miscellaneous content, where I'm just commenting on things. And those videos tend to go viral on Instagram. So I have an audience of like really people like deep into fashion and then not. So like most people are like, we didn't even know that like Ferragamo had a new creative director. They're like, I thought they just made belts. I was like, damn, like their marketing needs work.
They should be fighting with YSL, just like right there is like, the same sort of offering. But I think the issue is that like there's an association with the Ferragamo brand of like middle managers loafers, like sort of like very benign office wear, and the sexiness of like his work is just not communicated, I think, to the mass audience. And there's no like, I think, influencer or musician or anything that I strongly associate as an ambassador of the brand. And they got to work on that.
Wait, Flora Jazz, you no longer have imposter syndrome. I love hearing fashion people talk about fashion. Not once have I heard the word Lux. Why did you have imposter syndrome? What was causing this imposter syndrome?
You also missed like an hour of us talking straight about luxury.
Literally. Probably using the word Lux over and over again. That's funny. Is someone saying Martin for Hermes? I mean, Wells Bonner is already there now. So there's no going back. Shout out to Wells Bonner. I'm repping the Adidas Wells Bonner tracksuit today.
She should do a collab with Hermes. Like the Nigo Pharrell thing they did. She should just do one of those for Hermes Men's. I'd love that.
Yeah.
I don't think she needs.
I always wonder if like Martine wants to be a creative director of a brand. Obviously, she worked with Balenciaga for a bit, but I don't know. She gives off a vibe that she just doesn't want to be a creative director of like a major house. Because I think by now she would have gotten a position. Yeah, she applied for LV, but like there's been so many positions free recently, and the fact she hasn't got any of them, I'm chalking that to like she doesn't want them. Because surely like with her resume, shouldn't be that hard.
trying to think
Considering
of like
Grace is at
a
Hermes.
legacy house that would fit with her. To me, I think Martine Rose is an intellectual designer. With her like sort of conceptual approach to like exploring subcultures that she always brings to every brand that she collabs with. When she collabs with Stussy, like she's exploring something razor thin and specific and insightful and everything, you know. And I think like what could support that level of scrutiny, you know? I don't even know.
Yeah, he said, okay, saying that he thought Sabato was good for Gucci. So I think Sabato's clothing at Gucci was good in terms of like the quality was decent, the silhouettes were decent. My issue with Sabato Gucci has always and will always be the strategy of how they used him. I think is where the issue was. But I don't fault him as a designer. I don't think I ever fault him as a designer. That wasn't really the issue. It was more like the strategy coming from the executive people at Gucci that forced him into going a direction that I didn't think made sense for the brand. And we've seen all the analysis that I'd said since the beginning of when Sabato went to Gucci has been true, that they've just been losing more money since. Like they've been losing Gucci's market share since.
Where would he fit? Where would I want to see Sabato?
There can
Somewhere
only
where
be one
being
light skin black
boring.
woman at Hermes. That's funny. Martin Rose versus Grace. Attack of the Lighties. Yeah, I agree with this. He was designing the right clothes for the wrong brand. Agreed. Because I think the clothes were decent. I think just the context of the brand, it didn't work. That's why I actually think Sabato makes sense at Ferragamo, actually. I think he could do a really good job at Ferragamo based on how he designs. Like Sabato could do well at many different brands. He could do well at Brunello Cucinelli. Like he could do well at Zegna.
No, I'm trying to think of like a brand where he'd actually be interesting, right?
Right.
He brings some new elements of something that already exists. Maybe like if like Guidi wanted to launch ready to wear, he could do that. Where like you'd have to contend with like the customer base of Guidi, you have to contend with the artisanal nature of Guidi, and you have to contend with like its history as like a leather house and everything.
Right.
And I think like him doing a boring version of where the Guidi customer is coming from, and bringing that to a mass market,
Right.
like Guidi collabs with Yoji and like brands like that. And if you take that like sort of customer base and you have Sabato design for them, I think like he could serve that customer base pretty well and also make it very accessible to people in a general fashion market. So I think you'd want to put him somewhere there where he's actually going to be interesting. I think if you put him at Ferragamo becomes even more boring and just goes into the earth.
That's hilarious. Okay, Flora says, I'm not a fashion student / professional. I just like some looks and learning about the people behind them. Okay, yeah. Yeah, you shouldn't have imposter syndrome. I mean, everyone talks about fashion. Like, just open TikTok and type fashion. Type fashion. You'll see a lot of people discussing fashion. And Kiko is like consistently inconsistent. Yeah, Kiko is like, and I like Kiko, but his work is like all over the place. Like one season, Kiko is like, I was inspired by the Kentucky Derby. And so I wanted the clothing to like mimic how people dress at the Kentucky Derby. And then the next collection is like, I'm inspired by 18th century aesthetics. And so I wanted to, it's like, Kiko. He is all over the place with his inspiration points, but I still love his clothes though, so I accept it from Kiko. I accept how chaotic he is. Tao Kurihara for Balenciaga. Now we're pushing it. Now we are pushing it. Like
Raban. What are you talking about? Raban. Put him in a Raban.
Yeah, like Raban said, like Tao Kurihara is like knitwear specialist. Her work is not really that avant-garde. Like obviously she comes from the Comme des Garçons like realm, but like yeah, I don't know. I just don't think Tao Kurihara for Balenciaga. I don't know about all of that. I don't know about all of that. Like, yeah, I don't know about all of that. Funny enough, I think Tao Kurihara could do Alaya just because she's like a knitwear specialist. But yeah, her work is not like it's com light. Her work is like com light. It's like if you take mainline com and then streamline it into something slightly more wearable. That's like Tao Kurihara. With obviously like really good knitwear.
I mean, that's why I suggest Raban. I think like on that level, there's like a level of material innovation that's like essential to the core of the house, and that plus the knitwear knowledge, I think, would be a strong combination. Again, you've got to not like meet exactly eye to eye level because that's just boring. It's got to be something that like moves in the direction of a house. You gotta do that.
Yeah. Fashion's in a good place. But anyway, guys, I shall be taking my leave. We are now at 7 hours. This is a 2026 record
Marathon.
that probably will not be broken this year. But thank you everyone for tuning in. Thank you, Al, for your amazing insights.
Thanks for having me on.
We always appreciate it. And I shall be seeing you guys in the next live stream whenever that happens. Hopefully sometime soon. But yeah. Peace, guys. I'll try not to disappear for a few months. But yeah, peace, guys. See you guys.